Enggak
Gua
lah.
mah langsung lock.
Nah, foodnya yang gue bingung nih makan apa ya? Ngedaging. Timbang raya. Ah, jangan makan ayam anjing, kemarin udah ayam terus.
Nggak masalah, kayak gue jadi musang. Nah kan
Bol.
sesuai Steam tuh Musang King.
Roti serikaya. Apa ya? Kemarin gue makan ayam. Sampai enek gue anjing.
Kenapa apa?
Gue jemput bokap di bandara. Pesan awe. 2 ayam, 1 nasi. Habis itu pindah tempat duduk ke tempat yang dingin nyari kan. Kan panas tuh. Nyari. Ada di dalam lagi duduk minum kopi. Ternyata tuh tempat duduk kayak KFC. Suruh pesen. Gue pesen lah ayam ala carte 1. Makan. Bokap gue balik. Diajak pergi makan. Ngajak makan bubur mangga besar. Pesan ayam. Disuruh habisin. Udah gua. Nggak makan lagi gua sampai malam itu anjing. Ayam mulu ya tai.
Ya udah hari ini lo pesen itu fried chicken master wing bucket.
Sumpah enak banget.
Ada cewek tuh.
Kok cewek? Oh, terus
Gak tahu.
suaranya si Clove.
Bukan, Chamber tadi ngomong.
Yang baru tadi ngomong ilu.
Enggak, itu Clove.
Sawadikap.
Nah, itu lu.
Yeah.
Sangit.
Gaining ahead.
Dari bawah.
Udah mati.
Ya,
Lu udah
Cypher kiri
scan ya?
kanan coy.
Satu backside yang belakang.
Wah, goblok si goblok. Darah gue sisa 1 anjing. Tobat, tobat.
Kenapa?
Lu kagak liat gue mati kenapa?
Enggak. Bisa gue makanya gue nanya kenapa lu.
Pertama dia bot arahin ke gua, kedua dia pakai skill ke gua. Darah gue sisa 1.
Lu kena Love.
Iya, lu tau skill yang bisa bikin sekarat kan?
Enggak, yang dia ngelempar
Iya,
bom itu.
udah dia kena bot, dibawa ke gua, habis itu dia lempar itu juga. Darah gua sisa 1 udah. Anjing emang.
Ayo lu bangsat. Klasik ngemis. BieL gue masukin klasik BieL.
Gua nggak ada blind kok. Gua butuh blind di sini.
Ah,
Sini sini ikut gua.
bentar gue di body block. Sabar coy. Isi kontol. Bentar. Perjalanan gue berat. Cuman buat menempuh lu. 1, 2, 3, masuk.
Pas lagi. Ada di atas.
Nggak ada coy. Di dalam sini. Oke lah.
Kalah senjata. Gak kalah senjata sih sebenarnya. Aim gua aja yang jelek. Entah siapa yang salah. Ku tak tahu. Oke, udah gak boleh main Valo, gua disuruh main Dota ya.
Di
Gak bohong, M gua tuh udah jauh banget sama yang dulu. Bener-bener
TikTok
jauh.
juga
Gua, gua,
tembak-tembakan.
gua berasa banget. Ini nembaknya nggak cuma goyang, arahin yang nggak jelas. Gimme
Bulldog,
gimme depan dah. Oh bulldog.
bulldog. Nih, di sini berat nih mau masuk nih. Ini Cypher atas bawah tuh.
Udah, rotate, rotate, rotate. Dari toilet aja, dari toilet.
Bang, lu mau dari toilet atau dari lem?
Udah dari sini ya, udah tanggung.
Hmm. Depan lu Gecko, Bil. Nih. Kiri kanan ya.
Di sini
Dia
triple
Joy
box.
terakhir dekat situ tuh.
Triple box sih.
Belakang.
Lem sama itu. Ah, lem.
Pingin dong.
Lu ada scan.
Nice.
DPI gua 800 bener kok, apa yang salah sih ini?
Di mata sendiri.
Bingung gua
Kok
ini.
caplock?
Di kiri ada gal. Sabar.
Gua nggak ngeblind ya.
Goblok masuk.
Stop. Gua mau flash.
Ambil biji lo.
Oh,
Harusnya gua masuk aja tadi.
mau nih. Oke.
Kanan lu.
Itu 29.
Kok kursor lu aneh sih?
Kenapa?
Ke tembok dulu baru itu.
Sini kan?
Ini semua kursor aneh kok, Bil, nggak cuma dia.
Iya gue tahu di sini. Kayak lu ke tembok dulu baru lihat pintunya.
Oh,
Saya kan lu
paham,
liatin.
paham, paham. Berarti kirian dikit maksud lu kan?
Ya lu tadi gini nih. Ini lu
Eh,
lihat tembok dulu baru lihat ini. Soalnya kan lu liatin ininya aja langsung.
lu gua. Oh, kabel ya? Budi kepres.
Ya elah. Belakang lu satu ya?
Oh iya, gua nyangkut.
What the fuck?
Wah nggak boleh lihat hookah tuh. Susah. Dia main itu.
Gua
Trapnya.
ngambang ke atas, Jack.
Trap. Trap tali.
Gue kira dia ngilang kiri ke kanan. Itu berarti atas ke bawah ya trapnya itu ya?
Iya,
Baru tahu lu bisa ngambang. Nggak jatuh-jatuh lu.
emang bisa. Susah kalau yang itu.
Gua
Oh,
nggak ada
gini.
flash kal.
Oke lah.
Anjing, anjing. Bete gua gak bohong. Kayak anak silver gua udah
Hmm.
lah. Jelek banget, gila gua. Sorry guys. Bad M. Bad day. Bad fucking all day. Tai. Ya gua bisa udahan nih ini. Nggak sanggup gua kalau ngeliat M begini.
Berapa match kita? Kita udah 3 ya? Apa 2?
Dua-dua.
2 ya?
Sama ini kan?
Emang iya
Eh,
ya?
tiga kita. Enggak, gua perasaan baru pakai sofa.
2 ya berarti ya?
Dua sama ini.
Toilet. Toilet Geko.
Ih,
Gua nggak lihat tuh race dari mana.
mati nggak sih? Mati nggak sih? Mati lah ya. Gila, 6 badan, 4 badan, 2 kaki, 2 badan. Anjing, badan semua, bos. Badan. Sepertinya saya sudah mulai jago nembak badan. Fuck, what the fuck? Oh, M dulu.
Hmm.
M dulu ke.
4-4.
Kursor, kursor lu masih goyang tadi. Gojek udah sampai mana di Grab?
Gojek udah sampai mana nih Grab? Dua aplikasi coy. Uber tuh udah nggak ada ya kita ya? Uber Food gitu.
Ada call. Ada uang, tak punya uang, tak punya uang.
Mau coba B lagi.
Nggak tahu, bingung. Jangan tanya gua kok.
Gua rasa bingung lu bukan gara-gara battle plan. Mau gue blind?
Mau masuk, ayo masuk.
Ya, 1, 2, 3. Awas, sini ada nih. Tumben kosong. Oh, coy.
Deket. Ayo, betul.
Hobi mandi.
A, you.
Apa tuh nih kartin?
A, wow. Oh, nggak kena anjing. Kok gue liatnya kena ya? Sedih amat nih. GG 91 kata dia GG.
Bisa lah, bisa kita comeback lah ini lah.
Bisa, katanya duelisnya goblok nih.
Bisa. Lu jangan ngomong begitu, coy.
Emang bener duelisnya goblok anjing.
Betul.
Pakai Reyna
Betul.
tolol banget anjing.
Enggak lah. Anda tidak sendirian. No, lu nggak lihat kita 3 sekawan.
Mau ACC kata dia.
Aceh doang, nih. C-nya cuma 1, coy.
Dari toilet nih pasti.
Geko.
Low dia.
Ah, babi.
Ambil. Ah, bangke. Coveran kita bagus kalau bertiga.
Pas banget Gojeknya datang. Halo, dari depan ya, Pak? Oke, sebentar ya.
Masih kurang loh. Gecko you smooth. Telatan toh. Hayang Almiria.
Tunggu Niko aja.
Hmm?
Kita main sama Iron.
Kita coba lu cek.
Coming.
Coming. Lu tapi cuma model hand kan, coy.
Weh. Justru handgun ini yang awakening, bro.
Awakening. Ya udah lu deket-deket gua sini, gua phantom.
Awakening nih, bos.
Ya udah sini lu deket-deket gua sini.
Awakening. Bumbaya.
Oh, innalillahi bukan Bumbaya tuh.
Kok hilang? Awakening. Level 81.
Dari mana?
Aduh, di kotak. Kotak-kotak di kal.
Iya sabar coy, gue habis.
Oh, lu dia tadi.
Gue ulti. Bukan nggak mau nembak lagi tele gue itu.
Switching sides.
Nah
Match
ini kita
point.
comeback nih. Comeback kita ini.
Come back to life.
Kita
Come back to apa?
tunjukkan. Hah?
Lu bayangin nasi padang sama kopi cepetan nasi padang lu.
Gimana ya? Kan itu udah ready ya lauk pauknya ya. Tinggal
Goyang nasi
dibungkus.
padang. Nom nom. Pakai sambal rendang. Ada orang Minang yang akan bergoyang.
Lah ketemunya lu di sini.
Di sini.
Hah? Serius nggak nah? Lu jauh kita coy.
Gue bet nih.
Oh, udah. Uh,
Kita dari sini nih.
dari mana?
Hah?
Dari mana?
Gue udah di sini coy.
Yaudah, on the way, on the way.
Iya. Mau
On the way
tele
garis
ini orang.
keras.
Iya, garis keras. Ketemu di Eling aja, ketemu di Eling.
Sikat ya, go.
Ayo.
Line. Line.
Curang dia nih,
Mampus.
pasang kabel deh.
Iya, gue nembakin kabelnya sih kalau enggak mah. Mati dia, udah 121 gara-gara gue nembakin kabel.
Lau sama mobil. Lagi. Nah, Bil, kalau clutch katanya kemarin Indomie, Bil.
Gami kalau
Kalau clutch Indomie.
titik belakang ya. Kenapa Shepard masih bingung gitu ya?
Hmm?
Kan dia bisa
Dia
lihat dulu.
galau. Dia galau. Bil,
Kalau ya kok, sini kok.
mana ya? Meluncur.
Sambal pakai goyang, goyang pakai sambal. Ada
Pusing mau
orang
mikir.
bilang.
Gue blind nih.
Gak usah tat. Yuk, blind.
Lihat, lihat.
Domin sound.
Udah di atas.
Nggak satu dong. Waduh, 101 babi.
Tujuh empat.
Ada satu lagi anjing. Goblok. Bisa gitu.
Lo semua BieL. Gue lupa. Gue dia juga udah hilang ya. Cantik.
Main biasa aja dulu coba, jangan naikin. Bau.
Kan lo party leader.
Bau toket.
Kayak apa tuh berarti babi?
Kayak toket. Lu nggak pernah nyium bau toket?
Enggak, sebenarnya nggak pernah nih. Makanya gue mau nanya baunya kayak apa nih.
Iya, dia belum pernah nyium sih, Bill.
Iya.
Goblok.
Gue agak bingung aja baunya kayak apa. Coba tolong
Si
jelasin baunya kayak apa.
si si Billy nahan tawa tuh anjing.
Kan pakai headphone BieL nggak kedengeran lah.
Enggak. Lu mau nahan tawa. Michael emang nggak pernah nyium.
Nggak
Sosopo.
pernah lah gue lah.
Sosopolos lo anjir.
Enggak kan baunya. Kan kita ngomong baunya ya.
Kau ngerasain
Gue
pernah
kurang
kan?
paham. Iya, kalau itu kan nggak nyium bau gue. Baunya tuh bau parfum gitu.
Bau
Emang
parfum.
kalau bau organ itu, nah baunya kayak apa itu yang kan yang gue perlu tahu tuh.
Michael mah udah sering nyium bau toket ya.
Bau itu bau toket. Bukan bau pantat gitu kan, bau toket nih.
Kalau bau pantat suruh cebok dulu, bego.
Cebok pakai wipol. Hah?
Nggak enak lu bau-bau pantat anjing. Gua lagi makan nasi padang lagi.
Iya kan lu yang ngomong dari tadi. Ya udah sambil sambil mikirin sambil pick dulu bang, 6 detik. Nah,
Bau pantat, bau pantat.
iya betul itu. Kayak dulu apa tuh yang website dikasih si Freddy ya pas kita kuliah ya.
Bisa apa?
Ada yang begitu kita buka, tuh website dokter-dokter apa lah gitu.
Website ini bau pantat.
Iya itu
Goblok.
bener bener dulu pernah gitu. Dia ngomong serius ya, begitu dibuka anjing sesat.
Begitu dibuka, bau pantat isinya.
Iya. Hydronium load. Dia mau ngetik hydronilon nggak bisa kali
Anjir,
ya.
ini dendeng nggak bisa putus anjing.
Ban dalam nih.
Iya, yang pakai ban dalam, weh.
Tuh, makanya kalau makan padang siapin gunting.
Rendang daripada dendeng.
Dending pading deng.
Nih efek kurang tidur juga nih.
Hmm? Gara-gara selalu leveling.
Ya, kurang tidur gara-gara sama leveling.
Bangun aja melek bukan selalu leveling gue nih.
Bukan buka mata gitu, bukan sama leveling nih.
Iya makanya.
Iya. Keren emang.
Hebat temen gue.
Gue lihat-lihat sendirian gue di sini.
Enggak ada gua.
Ada tuh. Boleh. Ada lu ya?
Ada.
Betul. Lu dari B kan maksudnya kan?
Tuh.
Hmm.
Cepet amat masuknya. Udah masuk loh. Flank aja, flank. Kanan lu.
Abang udah ditembak sekian banyaknya baru nengok ya bang.
Be mindful of
Sumpah nggak ngeliat
dung
gue
dung dung dung. Berarti udah 5 peluru itu bang.
Gue kira dia nembakin gue dari yang sini nih. Ternyata dia di belakang.
Nih Picasso nih.
Wih, ya, gue nggak bisa ngeliat, bentar, keburu nggak ya? Ya udah, ntar aja lah. Lu pantekin BieL, biasanya bagus BieL kalau dia udah ngomongin Picasso nih.
Saw you, Mosh! No more.
Serba.
Reloading.
Tembak dulu tuh. Di kiri lu ada satu. Tembak lagi.
Refreshing.
One enemy remaining.
Bantu ke. Kiri.
Shit.
No more
Bar.
deals, Chamber.
Michael nih anjing nih.
Gue tadi udah ngomong sabar.
Gue udah bantuin padahal. Ya anjing Gecko-nya beli armor bangsat. Terus 38 nggak mati lu.
BieL.
Nih Picasso nih.
Gue nggak bisa lihat lagi.
I will find them. Here.
Agak serong ya. Ditutup nggak, Mit?
Mosh pit.
Ya. Oh, lagi dari santri.
No peeking.
Spike's here.
Kan ditangkringin. BieL itu yang di depan lo apa, BieL kan?
Kamera. Ih.
Oh,
I'm out.
Lo itu. Gua ada Phantom. I got Phantom Sniper.
Here. Yeah, it's like that. Foolish.
One enemy
I'll
remaining.
take it.
30 seconds left.
City.
wih, nggak nyampe 7.
One more.
Halo,
Sorry,
Bang.
buddy, it's
Di
over.
depan ya?
Keep them in our sights.
Halo, udah di depan ya? Tunggu sebentar ya. Ya. Aduh. Kopi datang,
Belanja dulu,
nasi
belanja.
padang datang.
Michael, gua malu.
Kapan cewek datang?
Gua ada.
Lalu ada.
Wih, Michael ada cewek.
Sampai kepotong lu kata-kata gue, lu sampai mikir gue lu. Nick yang nanya kayak gitu mesti gua, Nick. Gua
Ada
nanti.
kal.
Ya, wes.
Ya, makasih
Oh,
ya.
juga. Lu blind ulti.
Enggak, di mid dia, dari mid.
Di depan ada. Rame coy. Nggak di mid.
Salah.
Nih, gua ngeliatnya cuma chamber, makanya gue pikir cuma satu. Wah, anjing 4-4 di sini.
Cage trigger.
Kan smoke lu itu bukan apa ya.
Spike planted.
Mamam. Oh iya, bot. Salah.
Last player standing. Flawless.
Nomornya?
They're usually distracted once I reveal them. Make sure you take advantage. Thrash is ready.
Lagi kalau.
Let's go baby. I got you bro, I got you. Gua ngambil orb ya.
Ada. Cepet. Dari mana?
Gue udah mati ya?
Udah. Majuin aja nggak?
Kan gue udah mati.
Gue ulti aja, Bentar.
It's all you.
Kan sini kita
Tuh, 2.
di kanan bang. Tiga penjuru mata angin ada semua Bil.
Got him.
Ada lagi Geko kiri. Oh tuh sama Brim tuh.
Blow him up, Maj.
Rena.
Last
Kata
player
kanan.
standing.
Kata kanan.
Someone's there.
Dua-dua di kanan. Rena sama Geko di kanan.
Tenang.
Kopi udah datang, makanan udah di meja. Udah.
Tenang, Jumbo datang Jumbo.
Gua stop di situ bentar. Nama dia Jumbo 69.
Jumbo sudah datang. Mari kita selesaikan.
Mari.
I'm gonna fuck them all.
Oke. No, bener ya Jumbo 69 nih.
Si babi nempel nih.
Revealing area.
Siapa? Siapa yang nempel?
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose! It's all you, Maj!
Spike down B.
Market Bill, market semua.
One enemy remaining.
Backside kal. Cetek sini.
Right there!
Bagian sininya. Ini.
Right there!
Lo nggak lihat slidingnya, ha?
Ambil. Kasih gua.
Oh beres.
Where will they
Mana?
go this time?
Picasso, sini lo.
Mana lagi, Cok?
Ini
Hyper,
kita masih.
kalau nggak ada
ya.
gua udah almarhum itu tadi.
Boleh.
Cuma tetap almarhum dia.
Ya, tetap apa nih?
Almarhum.
Nah, itu baru benar.
Almarhum.
Iya benar itu benar.
Nama kamu siapa, Al? Al siapa? Almarhum.
Nah, makin lucu deh.
You want to play? Let's play.
Tutup pintu dulu baru nembak anjing. Goblok lu. Mati satu. Mati dua.
Mosh pit!
One enemy remaining.
Spike's here!
Last player
What
standing.
the fuck? Gila sih itu jelek banget sih. Sniper, you should chill, bro. Why you spam like that? It's easy kill, but it's okay.
No, itu.
You should watch this Gecko.
This
So
motherfucker.
good.
Oh,
Is
do we mix it
ready.
up? Double down? Let's talk.
Dia low banget ya.
I need this.
Tadi kena itu harus dulu.
Orang nembaknya memutar anjing.
My thanks.
Kayak Michael zaman bala.
Iya, yang sekarang juga masih, cuman lebih terkontrol.
Terkontol ya.
Ya, itu dia maksudnya. Gue belok ya.
Sini nih.
Right there.
Dilema
Blow him
gue.
up, Mosh. Camera taken out.
Fire in the hole!
Udah masuk belum?
Udah.
Good, cuate.
Lanjut nih.
Last player
Lanjut nih.
standing.
Like I never left.
Last player
Aduh,
standing.
panjang.
Lanjut mi porin.
One enemy remaining. Spike down.
Nice shot bro, nice shot.
Aim for this. Oh
So good,
yeah.
so good.
Second-hand embarrassment.
Act on my intel. Don't give them time to reposition.
Crispy banget suara itunya. Pandal.
Who needs a buy?
Gue dong. Tapi lagi makan nasi padang gimana?
7.000 Bambang.
Oh iya.
Can someone
Kayak
buy
nggak
me,
cukup
please?
beli nasi padang.
Appreciate it.
Di Padang 20.000 kan sekarang kan.
40.000 sih.
Anjing lu beli nasi Padang pakai
Appreciate
apaan lu 40.000?
Oke, Grab. Karena emang nggak ada ongkir goblok.
40.000 kan murah ya?
40.000 mahal coy. Padang mah 20-30.
Pakai apa ya onta?
Rendang perkedel.
Beli di mana 23.000?
Ada di Grab. Di gambar bukan gambar apa tuh? Jembatan 2 itu loh, jembatan yang jembatan tep.
Saw you, Mosh.
Di sini 2. Depan lu 1, di sini 2.
Spike di gua, spike di
Spike
gua,
down,
spike di
mid.
gua.
Right there.
Bye.
Got you.
Pakai situ.
Taken out.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
Spike-nya dropnya di sini, Bil. Yang mid.
Tanen.
Itu di pingguan. Sini.
Dia pasti udah pindah ke A tuh, Bil.
Hmm.
Pakai di sana.
Udah mudik itu. Percayalah, Bil. Tuh kan lagi ngeplan.
Last player
Istighfar.
standing.
Istighfar.
30 seconds left.
Gua pura-pura kalian aja lah.
Where is everyone hiding?
Fisiknya jadi begitu anjing.
Spike planted.
Tapi kena 2 peluru kan?
80.
No peeking.
Tadi kenapa sih? Nggak lihat apa-apa gua.
Loh, gua amnesia ringan.
One enemy remaining.
Ini apa ya?
Pleset.
I find them. I kill them.
Berlalu berlalu, Bil. Baiknya
lihat
jangan
apa-apa.
diingat.
Gua nggak lihat.
Kok nggak lihat kenapa dibahas terus? Anjing.
Kamu udah cukup dari tadi. Lu mah untung gua lihat nggak lihat lu.
Iya makanya.
Iya.
Saw you, little homie.
Ada 2 dia.
Up and away. Somebody's there.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Dia juga nggak lihat.
Nggak lihat sih.
Yang cyber kan?
Emang Sniper kenapa?
Hah? Nggak, gua nggak lihat nih.
If they mess with one of us, they mess
Ah
with all
lu
of
anak
us.
kontol. Dikit-dikit sih ini. Kuren anjing.
Formasi beda tipis kan. Fine, suran.
Oh,
Yo,
ayo.
ayo apaan?
Jungwo Modeon.
Jungwo sama Deon itu
Ayo.
Jinnu gua tahu, Jungwo gua nggak kenal.
Ayo masuk. Kita ajing.
Ya, kita anjing nih, bukan anjing.
Right there.
Ada nih.
Drop in a smoke.
Blow him up, Mosh.
Takut. Gua bukan Phoenix yang nggak ada blind gua.
No
Oh
peeking.
jangan step aja.
Jangan step, berarti lari.
Sini.
Lu mau ngajak gua muter-muter nih.
Oh yeah. Mosh.
Ada itu chamber. Sini nih.
See ya. Get him, wingman.
One enemy remaining.
Shot my wingman.
Spike
Tinggal
down
satu.
B.
Lo.
Depan tuh easy. Tuh ambil.
To oppose
Nah.
war.
I'm out of here.
Tunggu nggak lihat.
Sama gua mau gue diemin aja.
Last
Nih Bil, jangan
round
beli Bil.
before the switch.
Mana lo?
Save
Bil lo. Bil, yang jauh-jauh Bil, sini. Sini. Ada tahu beliin gua.
Ada di gua.
Gue bisa beliin. Ayo formasi kau.
See you on the other side.
Formasi guild ajing.
Feeling gua nggak enak Bil.
You want to play? Let's play.
Mid.
Betul.
Enemy spotted mid.
Kan? Nggak enak feeling gua bener. Ada lagi.
Spike
Ada lagi.
down A.
Chamber. Chamber
One
aja.
enemy
Sit
remaining.
down.
Oh udah mati ya udah. Brimnya gua nggak tahu di mana. Nah tembakin aja terus. Di si Billy tuh. Lagi ngebet si Billy tuh. Maju nih.
The wingman's down.
Ya.
Couldn't just be friends.
Here, yeah.
Gila lu kurang mantep apa gua?
Switching sides.
Emang mantap lah anjing.
We know more than
Yoi, ayo. Bila mau join guild ajing nggak?
Anjing.
Sini. Ikut gua.
Kita nggak pakai N
Anjing
gitu.
Bil, anjing.
Go.
Hah?
Enggak.
Kita nggak pakai N.
Kalau yang pakai R lu aja. Ayo semuanya pakai frenzy gas.
Yeay, gas.
Ayo guild
Wah.
ajing.
Oh, anjing.
Maju ya langsung maju terus ya.
Iya, gua nggak ada skill apa-apa lagi kalau lu kan maju.
I'll find them.
Nih kita lurah begini nih.
Right here.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ke sana ya.
Siap, ayo.
Enemy B.
Revealing area.
That's Spike, wings.
Nah, tuh di smoke ada tuh.
Spike.
Mayat gua frenzy Bil.
Udah.
Gua udah ngambil.
Dia nggak join guild aji emang tadi. Anjing
Siapa?
emang.
Lu ngomongin siapa?
Si Billy.
Oh, ikut dia. Makanya kan dapat frenzy dia.
One enemy
Bisa
remaining.
gitu
Last player
bangsat.
standing.
Bisa begitu
White
ngentot
bean.
itu gimana ceritanya kontol.
Oh, anjing itu.
I feel bad for them. I really
Anjing
do.
si Billy pakai cheat
Just
ghost
not
anjing.
enough to stop women.
Pakai stealth dia naik.
Gue nggak lihat.
Luar biasa lu Billy.
Ya kapan dia?
Ayo sekarang stinger.
Nah, gua mau gue ikutin aja.
Whatever they're doing, I like it.
Smoke market. Tar, kasih itu botnya lewat dulu. Gas.
Drop in
Dia udah lewat.
What the fuck?
Nah, botnya udah lewat pokoknya.
Tiba-tiba ada, gue juga kaget.
Enemy spotted here. Yeah. This way.
Up we go. I'm out. Wingman's gonna plant Spike. Back to me. Spike's sticky. Thanks, little man.
Take this.
Tuh.
I got you.
Mid.
One enemy remaining.
Flank.
Hah? Kanan kau.
Last player standing.
Nah, langsung gitu. Emang gue
Not
ajing.
a chance.
can't see them yet, but I can feel them.
Nyangkut di stinger gue sekarang.
Nih, kasih gua singarnya.
Hah?
Biar lu beli. Nah, ayo gas.
Iya, emang
Beli
anjing
dapat kau.
emang.
Jadi kalau lu mati gua bisa ngambil.
Anjing emang.
Jadi smoke mid, golf.
Right
Kita dari
here.
sini ya.
Golf mah yang olahraga lu biasanya itu kan
Golf.
golf. Nah,
Jadi smoke mid, golf.
golf.
No peeking.
Kirimin kolak lu
Scanning
lama-lama.
ahead.
Ngomong bang.
Gun here.
Udah kan?
Drop in a smoke. Right here.
Plan.
Wingman's planting.
Double pick sabar.
You did good.
Jangan pick
Crash is
dulu.
ready.
Tunggu aba-aba gua.
Belakang gua open coy.
What the fuck? 130.
Cornball.
Gara-gara nembak Rena dulu kok, oh, dia mati.
Right there.
One enemy remaining.
Lagi Indian temen.
Nice.
That's right. You tell him.
Ambil dia.
Hi. Fight's not over,
Mana,
you know.
20.
Kok nggak jelas?
Dari kos aja.
Enggak.
Yang
Nggak rido gua.
Jangan pakai spektre mulu tuh. Lu duelis lu.
Tahu.
Nih, gua naik kelas nih.
Kok bulldog sih anjing? Jangan kasih gua. Sini.
Phantom lah.
Kasih. Phantom nih. Ini ambil phantom gua nih.
Let's go.
Nggak mau. Gua phantom gua aja. Phantom gua bound.
Scanning ahead.
Itu udah ada orang di situ.
Yo, 1, 2, 3.
Up and away. Somebody's there.
Ntar dulu BieL, 1, 2, 3, gua ada
Enemy
roketnya
spotted.
BieL.
A.
Kok gua nggak bisa lewat?
Plant the
Di dalam ada
spike.
chamber.
There's my buddy.
Ada green juga.
Light stick.
Apaan sih?
Thanks, little man.
Apaan sih anjing?
Saw you, little homie.
Last player standing.
Bisa nggak sih nembak yang bener gua, bangsat? Lu bayangin aja yang gua tembak apa kakinya anjing.
Tapi kan secara itu membantu,
Hey,
jadi
man,
dia
turn
abis itu
yourself,
jalannya
let's
susah
hear
dia.
Aji lah. Udahan lu nih beneran, males gua anjing kalau kayak gini.
Mending
Kalau
lanjut
diterusin
baca
tuh
anjing.
makin goblok anjing.
Nunggu robot kan?
Limit 1. Dari mana ke 1?
Low. Dia kok 78.
Never
Good
left.
One enemy
I'm
remaining.
good for 3.
Masih ada Gecko di depan. Nah,
Saw
gitu.
you, Mosh.
Nah, gitu kan enak persisnya.
Listen up. Kill them before they kill us.
Exit bye.
Ntar dulu, tahan dulu, 2 lagi.
Need a drop. Salamat. Thanks.
Nggak jadi Bil.
Need a drop.
Itu aja. Ada ulti.
Jangan, Bil nggak mau. Bil
Ada ulti,
yang
ada
mahal,
ulti,
yang
ada
mahal,
ulti,
yang
ada
mahal.
ulti, ada ulti.
Ah, aku juga ada ulti. Udah lu ulti, gua ulti balik. Gas.
Oh. Bar.
Right here. Right here.
Dropping smoke. Gotta go.
Go little baby. Oh, hey.
Oh yeah, monster on the loose.
Besok.
Ah, babi.
Here we go.
Marka 1.
player standing.
Bah,
Spike
pakai di gua.
down B.
Dua-dua di itu.
Ya, sekarang BieL, baru BieL.
Cage trigger. I have retrieved the spike. Cage trigger.
Bisa gitu nih.
Ya itu bukti. Lagi jogging
30
dia,
seconds
no, kan
left.
kayak aneh masih orang lari itu.
Gue kesel liat orang ini, pisau ini kalau lari kayak tai.
Kayak orang lari beneran.
Let the spike. My other.
Letih, berak aja.
One enemy remaining.
No, where is everyone hiding? Clutch.
Dilepas gak lu kalian tolol lagi.
Match point.
Tapi somehow kita menang loh, hebat juga lo kita.
BieL, boleh BieL. Ya sekarang BieL.
Ada duit ya gua.
Ada lah, lu jangan suka gitu lah lu.
Reloading.
Ntar abis ini baru lu beli buat lu sendiri.
Orang udah menang abis ini.
Ya iya makanya kan abis ini lu beli buat lu sendiri.
Quick feet, quick trigger.
Ini aja sini nggak jangan sana mulu. Bos.
BieL, ketua anjing mau pindah BieL.
You want to play? Let's play.
Here. Wow, my eyes are down.
Mau kirim kanan.
Kanan aja.
Bakar.
Gua maju duluan deh.
Sabar, sabar. Tunggu smoke, tunggu smoke. Kira orang kan.
Smoke gue curi.
Egal.
Wingman's gonna plant spike.
I'm out of here.
Chamber low. Chamber low.
Spike planted. Thanks, Wing.
Itu
One
juga.
enemy remaining.
Nice.
Saw you, little homie.
Nice.
Attackers
Udah.
win.
Bye bye.
Oke.
Nggak ada main gue sumpah. Main yang lain aja lah. Main bakso simulator aja rame-rame lah.
Rame-rame bakso simulator. Beneran deh.
Sumpah nggak kuat gue bete banget liatnya.
Lanjut ke BieL.
Boleh.
Lanjut.
Wih. Oh di gue ya?
Kita aja emang anjing. Aneh banget nembaknya. Badan semua lu.
Match
Chamber padahal
found.
gue udah ngeliat duluan.
Lu main buat the rest dulu lagi coba. Coba tahu ntar balik kan. I need more bullet. Ada Ken. Iglodeb. Ada DWST. Tiga. Ntar coy, gue penasaran dari tadi suara apaan sih? Ntar cek. Amback.
Tes.
Yo,
Ah,
what's up?
hilang tadi speakernya.
Siapa yang mau?
Udah mulai.
Kamu? Siapa yang ngambil?
Udah mulai.
Belum.
Ah,
Kenapa?
baru mau join. Ya udahlah, nggak jadi.
Hehehe.
Hey,
Orang.
Hugo, can I take a picture? My mom loves flowers.
Join aja nih. Join live stream.
Ini kenapa ya wireless gue hilang-hilang loh?
Apanya?
Nggak, speaker kayak kan sound gua yang buat headset nggak ke-detect, hilang. Ini barusan tadi hilang lagi nih. Gua tadi habis restart. Halo?
Halo.
Iya kedengeran.
Gua pikir hilang lagi anjing.
Enggak. Makanya pasang CCTV.
Ini gua lagi masuk nih.
Masuk apa?
Masuk Dota.
Gue udah tahu kok. Udah kebaca coy.
No peeking.
Nggak kuat gua, BieL. Suruh main begitu, tai. Mau gua uninstall ya. Ntar lah, paling bulan depan gua main lagi. Tembak aja kayak biji.
Kayak gini.
Wih.
Tumben tajem bangsat lu buka mulut.
Lu lagi custom
Spike
berdua.
planted.
Enggak. Kan rated 2 peluru doang gua make tumben. Habis gua buka mulut mati.
Have one of these.
One enemy remaining.
Refreshing. Drop in a smoke. Drop in a smoke.
Sengaja ya? Sengaja
Well,
ya?
that's just bad.
Padahal kemana-mana hari ini.
Hah?
No
Gua jam
reason
5
for you, wee man.
Mana?
makan.
Wah ngajak.
Makan bareng gua aja lah kau.
Makan apa?
Kita main
That's
BL,
true.
mau nggak?
Good advice.
Main BL. Main BL.
Ayo, Bil,
Dilihat
Bil.
kan, bukan yang lain kan.
Ya iyalah masa biji lepas anjing goblok.
Oh shite, I lost my
Or
pit
util
roll.
trading if you're Gen G right now.
Begini amat.
Apa? Pakai apa ya?
Oh, remake.
Pakai bara di band anjing.
Itu yang Goblin kan ya, Bara? Iya, bukan. Bara tuh yang Goblin kan? Yang Goblin biru bukan?
Yang goblok.
See that the turret's in the same place
Iya,
as the pistol.
orang nanya bener.
Texture gets himself on top of Jen. Skirt still just tucked away here in hell. Takes a couple shots. Now they should know that he's going to be there, but no, still managing to swing out and catching them off guard. Texture gone. Munchkin will fall. The full flash connecting onto him, and he cannot stabilize at all off the back of that. Now it's suddenly just
Match
Meteor,
found.
all on his lonesome. And this has been a
Coba match
massacre
fun.
at the hands of T1.
These Killjoy
Yeah,
default
yeah,
setups
yeah,
are
yeah, yeah.
really messing things up for
Ya,
Gen
nanti
G.
kuat juga.
Oh, just full
Yeah,
flash.
that's just a confident
Yeah,
peek
yeah,
right there.
yeah,
And this is
masalah.
one of the things that Data actually talked about when he was over
Yeah.
on the analyst desk for that pregame interview, right? When you're in the server and you're only able to see it from your POV, your teammates' POV, and obviously when the timeout comes from your coaches as well, it might not be as easy to realize what exactly is the default and what is it meant to deny. But right now, it is meant to deny any sort of site execute that allows the jet to
I'm
get
smart.
into
I'm
quad,
actually
right? It
Iron
has the
One.
alarm
Ngapain lu
bots, it's got
ngomong
the
smart
turret,
gitu?
everything is there to make sure it's delayed, and then they swarm and cover the right side of the site. And I don't know if Genji's going to be able to catch on to that fast enough.
Still putting a decent investment in. Stingers, Sheriff Marshall there. Still looking for that win, looking to do some damage here as the coffers get very much lined with gold here.
Dia lu pernah ke Bangka nggak, dia?
Let's do this.
Anticipating now on short, the swing in coming through, a little bit of damage going to be found there, but they do force them back. Texture trying to chase in, but
Kapan-kapan dia?
up by
Enggak,
Paranoia.
kita ke Thailand.
Ends up getting taken down. Plant can come through though. Munchkin that one down to the floor, but now
Mati.
Meteor gonna creep his way forward, ends up getting caught, and that sends Lockyer
Gua
around to try to lurk
lihat-lihat
his way
agak
up cat.
sarkastik kalau
Flash
gitar.
getting ready to come through. Karen trying to get in front of it. Does so, but cannot
Jangan
find any kills.
mancing-mancing lu, ntar maestronya datang kelar lu.
Chipped away at down to 61. Munchkin now gonna try to hold this with a stinger at range. Does have a fragment to buy maybe a little bit more time, but with the door shut, the fuse held to half, and the push coming in. See if it's going to be anything more than just a couple of kills. As the turn of the flash not going to happen. Rossi deja vu as he picks up a 3K out there in main. As
Nonton bola.
T1 will get the defuse and move up
Iya.
4-0 at the start of this map.
T1 is looking just smooth as butter. I mean,
Deploy
Rossi
the killer
breaking the
robot to an
window
urban
to allow
population
for
center.
easy.
Great idea.
Pimpin jalannya Bill. Kaget gua.
เก็บออกไปแล้วเก็บออกไปแล้ว
Spike's down.
Got
Spike down A.
Spike drop. They're super dead.
Spike retrieved. Flashbang.
Spike down A.
Kita terkecoh lagu.
Skedaddle ah. Spike's
I got the
here.
spike.
Gun here.
One enemy remaining. Last player
Carrier's
standing.
down. Right here.
Spike down A.
No peeking. Right here.
Thirty seconds left.
Wah.
Clutch.
Dia I am trolling one nih.
One downside to being immortal. I can't play dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
The
has to.
coaching staff cannot be happy.
Yeah, I mean, I don't care if you've talked for an extra 20 seconds on that one. First of all, you just need to calm everyone down because Gen G absolutely flustered. I've never seen an Odin be this nimble.
Nice.
I don't know how Carpe does it.
Reloading. Just trip their neon while she's running.
One suppressed.
The last player standing.
Oh, elah.
Spike down A.
Right here.
Woi,
No
udah gua.
peeking.
Baru bangun lo anjing. Hah? Baru bangun. Tobat. Gua udah dari jam 9. Nonton solo leveling. Solo leveling gua, bukan solo leveling.
Kasih hentai.
blood on that jacket.
Iya.
I need a drop.
Si anjingnya cakep. Belilah.
I'm here to stay.
Flash.
Cutting through.
Reloading.
Someone.
Enemy A.
Flash.
One enemy remaining.
Spike planted. Here. Careful there.
Right here. Gun here.
That was good, but there is more to do. On n'est pas
Down
sorti
here.
d'auberge.
Wih, nice banget.
Spike retrieved.
Ke B aja ke. Orang bacot amat ngecek mulu.
Aku dari tadi 2 nih. Yang satu nggak entry lah, yang satu apa, sakit kepala gue. Gue mati di depan juga.
Right here. Right here. Right here.
Gue bikin ya. 1, 2, 3.
Right here. Plant the spike. Plant the spike. Drop in a smoke.
Spike planted. Grenade out. Flashbang.
One enemy remaining.
Bawa.
Mati.
Time to die. Don't make a fuss.
Gun here.
My ult ult is ready.
Still work to do.
Biji gue bacanya.
Keep your eye on target.
Terasa mau gue bakar nih orang tiga-tiga.
Reloading.
Shut down. Pissed.
Suppressing.
Flash! Watch your eyes!
My ult's ready. No one walks away. Emergency reset required.
Not gonna stop.
There.
One enemy remaining.
Boleh nggak begitu ya? Boleh kan?
Find the
Boleh
weakest
kan
link.
gue duelis
Kick 'em in
entry?
the shin.
Boleh.
Iya.
Fragment. No chance. They're in pieces.
Back like I never left. My territory, my rules.
Spike planted.
Last player standing.
Boleh juga nih orang.
One enemy remaining.
Cutting through.
Kan asal nggak dia pusing sama
Fake
chamber mah. No.
So I saved a day. Don't make a big deal about it.
Listen up,
Tuh.
you muckers.
Cuman
If
chamber
I
sama
get
clocknya
back up
doang
just
yang
a bit
bikin
nudge,
onat.
I might not be dead, just taking a wee kip.
Let's go.
Flash!
Knife deployed.
Enemy B.
Flashbang.
Reload him.
Flash.
Odin ya mati.
They found my trap.
Gun here.
Grenade out.
Goblok.
PP Sutra.
Enemy spotted. B.
No peeking. I've got your trail.
Thirty seconds left. Last
Spike
player
carriers
standing.
down.
Spike down A.
I got the spike.
10 seconds left.
Spike planted.
One enemy
Gun
remaining.
here.
New fight, new tactics, keep it fresh, yeah?
Di sini ring aja tuh. Bagian trolling.
Come on, let's go!
Spike retrieved.
Shutting them down.
Plant the spike. Plant the spike. Plant the spike.
Enemy defender spawn. Gun here. Spike planted. You're out.
Gun here.
Trap destroyed. Here. Gun here. Fragment. Flash.
One enemy remaining.
You died last. Good job.
Oh, this reminds me of this one time where I, Actually, never mind.
Dari mid lah. Ya ada orang.
Flashbang.
Ada.
Spike dropped.
Pasti gue ya.
Shutting them down. Don't suppress. Grenade.
Gimana cara gue mau plan?
Have one of these. Gun here.
Enemy. Flashbang.
Gun here.
There.
One enemy remaining.
Di lo kan?
There. Next time, mind the heavy machinery.
They should give up now. Save us the effort.
Don't let them get up. Decoy.
Enemy spotted. A.
Suppressor.
Gun here. Nat 20.
Flash.
Refreshing. My ult is ready.
My ult's ready. Reloaded. No one walks away. Flash. Emergency reset
Di hell, di
required.
hell.
I need a reset.
Back like I never left.
Itu nggak di fight.
Last player
Carrier's
standing.
dead.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Anjing Dota dapat temen tolol.
Gun here.
You know, I could just outlive them.
Nah, bullets are quicker.
Tadi dia hening lagi sakit kepala juga dia.
Reloading.
Dari menang kalah cuma gara celingnya tolol anjing. Pusing gua.
At least 2 dari 5 temen lo bukan burung kakak tua nih.
I got the spike. Decoy. Spike dropped.
Oh,
Enemy my
indahnya.
healthy spike.
Hey, I'm pissed.
Last player standing. Spike down A. Thirty seconds left.
Got him. Radiant kill. Flashbang.
Last round in the half.
Buy the best guns you can.
They are so dead.
Don't hold back.
I'll handle this.
Throwing charge.
Come on, let's go.
No peeking.
Net deployed. One suppressed.
Dalam satu.
I've got your trail.
Brimstone's dead. Decoy.
One enemy remaining.
Flash.
Switching sides.
I reckon I'll take a kip after this. I've earned it.
Plus 5 lagi lah, Bil. 5 lagi selesai semuanya.
Destroy them again.
Gila sakit banget anjing.
Suppressing. 3 suppressed. Flash. Throwing charge. Dead. Someone's B. Enemy spotted B. Don't get up.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
side of this gig, immortality doesn't have as many day-to-day benefits as you think.
Charlie Mike, let's move. Flashbang. Flagman.
Careful now. Going up. Bunch of guys B.
Spike down B.
Spike B.
Last player standing. Spike planted.
So long.
Team Ace.
Zucko better watch their backs.
Focus now. Eyes off me.
Spike planted.
Bad luck. Enemy spotted. A.
Enemy A.
Kiri dulu kah?
Last player standing.
Yang di situ. Kira malah lanjut.
I'm just trying to do my job here.
Clutch.
Don't stop fighting. You must keep going, even if you're the only one.
Flashbang.
Kiri.
Spike down B. Spike planted.
Shutting them down. One suppressed.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
My ult's ready.
Main udah lama, kalah juga. Healingnya goblok banget. Cuma bisa ngeret doang.
My ult is ready.
Betul nggak bisa apa-apa. Dia mati malah dia nanya how they aim me. Lunya goblok ya iyalah. Anjing dong bangsat. Lu kalau sebelah gua udah gua jedotin pala lu. Allah lu pakai nanya how. Kita award dia nge-raid. Udah nge-red masih mati. Kebanyakan ngetik anjing tuh orang. Goblok banget tai.
Ada temen dari sini.
There.
Spike down A.
Ya, Bi.
Gun here.
Spike planted.
Ya lu nggak jadi kebaya? Hah? Kenapa? Ini berarti nggak jadi dong? Lah di mana nih kebaya jam segini? Jam 4 anjir.
Last player standing.
Nggak mau BL. Gua sama Jojo nanti dia lagi istirahat katanya. Nanti dia nyusul.
Last player standing.
Iya.
One enemy
Dia bilang.
remaining.
Move in after I strike. That's when they're weak.
Ini anjing invokernya kayak orang tolol. Larinya begini. Yang bocil nih.
Could have a drop.
Let me show you how the boss does it.
My territory, my rules!
There they are. I don't think so. Enemies A.
Masih di hereafter loh.
My contact broke.
Gun here.
Shutting them down. One suppressed.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
I'll handle this. Out of charges. I'm back. Anyone else think they can kill a god?
Aye, where to?
Reloading.
Iya, masih ngetik.
I've got you, bro. Suppressing.
Di B ya?
Enggak sini.
Spike down B.
Enemy spotted.
Iya di B maksud lu.
Someone's B.
Reloading.
Off your feet!
Last player standing.
Pick something nice to kill them with. It's the least we can do.
Hi! I'm pissed!
Sini dulu.
My territory, my rules!
deployed.
Spike planted.
Flashbang.
Dropping smokes. Gun here.
Last player standing.
Tango down. Flash.
Aduh.
Yous don't get a reset button, so stay alive, please.
Grenade out. Shutting them down. No one walks away. Emergency reset deployed.
Di depan close.
Spike down B.
Bangkit.
I need a reset.
Last player standing.
I'm switchy here. Let's go already.
Ah, nyepoknya tolol ternyata.
Right here. I
Dia
need
dia.
help.
Dia. Turun.
Come on, let's go.
Spike planted.
Hostile KIA. Flash.
Prepare for hellfire.
Aduh. Di backshot satu.
My territory, my room. I have them now.
Last player standing.
My ult
Match
is ready.
point.
Buy stuff, ka-ching, little skrrr, then we're done. Yeah? Shutting them down. Three suppressed.
Tolol lagi. Bete banget.
Flashbang.
Spike down B.
Going up.
One enemy remaining.
Like I never left.
Reloading.
That was close. One downside to being immortal. I can't play dead.
Menang kita tadi.
Watching here.
Kayak ke A nih kayaknya. Langsung cabut ya gue.
Yuk. Gue di belakang sini. Tinggal ngesot. Kita berdua doang.
Hi, I'm pissed.
Ada nggak?
Enggak.
Trap destroyed.
Tinggal ya?
Betul.
Enemy A.
Oh iya tuh. Gue side.
Knife deployed.
Tuh, flash.
Flashbang.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
I would let you live, but that does not compute.
Dari tadi mbok kayak gini gitu.
Sudden death.
No kan? Di orang nggak ada yang buka chatting, aman nih kita nih.
Tai. Kenapa sih dapat teman begini mulu anjing?
Teman kita juga lagi pusing.
Bangsat.
Kalau di sini aja kal.
There.
Kalau dia keluarin itu langsung bakar aja.
Di neon yang C itu kan, yang tirai.
Alright,
Beres, men.
Ada.
Two suppressed. Grenade. Flash. Flash.
Woi,
Watch your guys be.
ujung semua rotet nih.
There.
Gue belok ya.
Kill.
Oh enggak, di situ semua.
Spike down B. One enemy
Odin.
remaining.
Hati-hati Odin.
Last player standing.
70.
Jadi
Decoy.
kalau sana full ya gue di tempat yang satunya lagi.
Defenders win.
Don't make a big deal about it. Call me when the world ends again. I'd hate to miss it.
Lanjut.
Ayo lah. Apa rank?
Rank aja lah.
Ya, wes.
Apa-apa.
Sakit biji gue dari sana. Kan enak kan kalau di orang ngetiknya lebih sedikit, actionnya lebih banyak. Tembus nggak tuh report? Nah belum.
Match found.
Lu breze lagi.
Bertobatlah,
Tai, infoknya goblok banget anjing, bete gua. Bangsat. Ngentot. Itemnya cuma Midas sama ini. Travel.
Nah, itu gua nggak tahu Midas tuh yang mana.
Ontol lah anjing, GG banget tai. Apa sih dapat musuhnya, temennya pada bagus semua, dapat temen gobloknya setengah mati anjing. Kontol emang bangsat.
Di Valorant nembak nggak kena, pindah Dota kayak begitu. Gue dengar suara Gary tuh. Lo lagi main bareng kan ya?
Apa?
Lo lagi mabar?
Kagak, gini gimana?
Be careful near the ship. That portal does not work as intended. Such a bad investment.
Can someone buy me, please?
Gotta go.
BieL.
Go, go, go. Dropping smoke.
Anjing kabelnya.
Reloading.
Trap destroyed.
Last player standing.
Bisa-bisanya tuh yang lewat.
Gua nggak ngeliat lu komposisi timnya ada Cypher
Find
ternyata
the
ya.
weakest link and kick him in the shin. Move! I'm out of here!
Dizzy's up top!
Dropping smoke. Have the spike.
Spike down A.
Grenade! Reloading.
Last player standing.
Hah?
See ya! Grenade! Charge and shoot. Easy enough.
Bye, no save bro, no save, bye.
Flush them.
ไอ้นีออนมึงบายดิสัตว์เตื้อพ่อมึงอ่ะ
Apaan anjing?
Gua nggak ngerti, gua udah beli Spectre.
Bilangnya fuck you gitu. Bacot lu goblok gitu ya. Lu onin value. Lu bilang Changmai. Changrai.
No peeking.
Fuck you Changrai.
Kacang dong.
Enggak. Itu artinya fuck you Changrai.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
BDS emang.
โลพี่ชาย
One hit, bro.
you have
Iya
QC bro
Changrai gitu.
Why you do?
โอ้รีเซ็ตหมดแล้วเนี่ย
Come on,
That one hit.
No peeking.
มึงตั้มเปลี่ยนให้มึงชนะผมไม่ตั้มชนะเลย
Drop in a smoke.
อ้าว
Have one of these.
มันจะแตกพี่ชายสวยมาก
Separti ya BieL 3
This is just the beginning.
Enggak, dua doang.
Oh siapa?
Itu yang Thailand.
Iya, kayaknya tiga-tiganya coy.
Chamber yang enggak.
Oh. Siapa ada duit buat beliin dia? Lu nggak nge-mute dia orang.
Something up.
Ini mau.
Go.
Maksudnya BDS.
Reloading.
Dropping smokes. Satchel out.
Someone's there.
Have one of these. Not ready yet.
Cepet. Kak. Orang B terakhir.
Gue cegat ya.
Nah.
Spike planted. My ult is ready. No peeking.
Cypher deket gua.
Iya. Santai. Gue jagain double door.
Masih di ujung. Iya, Cypher masih di ujung.
Gue ke double door ya. Gue ngeliatin pantat tuh.
Di atas ada nih, udah. Men, siap-siap belok ya, men. Di gua dua-duanya.
Di atas.
It's
atas
you
satu.
and me.
Gua duel. Sorry.
Gak apa-apa, santai.
Last player standing.
Sorry, Jen.
Menang kok.
Oh, Cypher nih. Mid.
Clutch.
Brand new that one. When Reina gets started, it's
Nggak
hard to
dihemat
stop.
loh, itu ya. Anjing.
They are so dead.
Ultinya lu cuman buat milik gua doang. Sakit biji.
Just that loose. I got the spike.
Ada trapnya nggak sih?
Go get him, buddy.
Satchel up. Dropping smokes. Here, catch.
Golden trash is ready.
Ih, nice.
Begins.
Guardian lagi isinya. Wah, jangan. Mid mu. Jalan dua-dua mid.
Get him, wingman. Shot my wingman.
One enemy remaining.
Refreshing. That was their best.
Tadi bukan gue yang dapet.
You know, I could just outlive them. Nah, bullets are quicker.
Belok yuk. Kayaknya ditangkringin itu.
Gotta go.
Ada trapnya Cypher nggak di sini? Ada sih Cyphernya ada.
Dia main B doang.
Cypher di pilar tuh tadi. Bangsut. Orang Thailand, orang Indo salah ketik.
In we go.
Coba tanya yang punya Thailand.
Yang punya Thailand. Mister Internasional.
yang punya teman Thailand semua.
Mister Internasional lagi sakit kepala dia.
Dropping smokes.
Gue tuh udah mulai comeback.
Oh. Ah, kontol emang mantap.
Depan lo kan?
Right here.
Mana atas bawah?
Bawah.
Ah, udah.
Double door.
Mid.
Not ready yet.
One enemy remaining.
Here, catch.
Bawa pulang aja. Udah, bawa pulang. Gue mau jalan-jalan aja tuh di kota gue.
These guns we use are okay, but I will also bring my own. No offense.
Mau mid.
Enggak. Ntar aja.
Can someone buy me, please?
Ntar
Real big,
aja.
make it happen.
Gue tonton ya.
Dropping a smoke.
Run, little man.
Go. Our spike carriers down.
Who's next?
Spike down B.
Drop in a smoke. Right here. Back like I never left.
Nice.
Last player standing.
Let us see what they have planned for us this time.
Dari mid kok.
Let's go.
AB.
Ke B aja ngikutin mereka. Tapi sabar, ini ada
Careful here.
si siapa?
Yoru.
Bukan. Satu lagi siapa itu?
Hyper. Yuk.
I want one of these.
Nyebrak. Tas.
I'm out of here. Dropping smokes.
Ya, halo BieL, yuk. Belakang.
Not ready yet.
Lagi.
One enemy remaining.
Nice, ujung.
Take aim. Does anyone have funds?
Kenapa di cringe?
Gotta go.
Siapa suruh berisik di atas itu?
Careful here. Gone here. Come on, let's
Gua
go.
bisa udahan ya.
I'm out of here.
Dizzy's up.
No peeking, go.
Someone's there.
Ada itu. Ya, ada trap hati.
No
Wingman's
peeking.
gonna plant spike.
I want of these.
Gak ada, gua udah masuk. Oh, itu.
Take this. Go.
I know exactly where you are.
Thanks, Wing.
Reloading. They found my trap.
Dalam ship tuh dia. Bahas.
Reloading.
Dalam mana?
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Lu anjing. Ya bos, itu kan cyphernya di piramid yang dalam,
Too easy. It
di
feels
dalam
easy.
smoke.
Right there.
Kayak gue bingung kok gue tembakin. Gue kira peluru lo orang nyasar. Mau gue dari mid ya?
Sabar. Kayak tadi aja tuh. Pasti ada orang nyebrang sih.
Kasih.
Tuh.
Oh, cypher.
Watch out.
Udah ketahuan. Lewat aja.
Go. Drop in a smoke.
Gue entry ya, bos.
Drop in a smoke.
Ya, sorry coy. Reina mid. Udah hilang.
Reloading.
It's you and me.
Good. Crash got a hit.
Another.
Here.
Pumping.
Soalnya kiri kanan.
Last player
Gua nggak
standing.
kelihatan itu.
Ya,
One enemy
sektor.
remaining.
Mantulnya kurang jauh tadi.
Drop in a smoke.
Tapi tadi keren loh, bisa Viper duluan ya,
I go
Mas.
fast.
Sama siapa?
Masih ini Gecko. Gue kira ISO-nya kan yang ditembakin. Bisa Viper yang melejit dapat duluan. Pas lagi nge-defuse tadi tuh.
Berarti dia ngincer belakang.
Cypher udah pindah nih.
Could I have a
Cuma
drop?
gue curiga di B. Nyampe nggak sih misalnya dia setting di B terus dia pindah ke itu A?
Don't let their ISO separate
Enggak sih
us.
harusnya.
Tadi dia di sini di double door Cyphernya.
I'm out of here.
Dizzy's up top.
Drop in a
Oh, udah nggak dipasang di sini sama dia.
Bye-bye. My ult's ready.
Udah bisa legit.
Timit.
Bomb buddy.
Pak, gue main save aja.
Ya main save aja.
Iya.
Yang terlalu over. Ini satu nih.
Right here.
Satu mid.
One enemy
Target
remaining.
down.
Yore di situ.
No
Nah.
mess with my crew.
Last round before
Can I
the
get a drop?
switch.
Spend those creds
They
before we
are
Can I get a
so
drop?
dead.
Could I have a
Baru
drop?
gue brutal. Mau?
Lu tuh bukan brutal, lu tobrut anjing.
Oh ini yang saya takutkan. Hening tata tobrut nongol.
Tobrut lu dasar tobrut.
Kayaknya lagi ngidam toket dia Bil.
Tobrut lu.
Dari tadi wangi toket lah, tobrut lah.
Tobrut.
My ult is ready.
Udah selesai belum matchnya?
Udah lah anjing, tuh menang bangsat. Goblok tai.
Here we go.
Good.
I shot somebody. Right here.
Spike planted. Rash is ready.
Gue mah yang penting udah selesai.
One enemy remaining.
Anjing.
Ambil orkel. Nice.
Udah diultiin juga tadi, cuman nggak mati aja itu. Voltasenya nggak kuat di
Switching
turun.
sides.
Fight till the end.
Can someone
No
buy
matter
me,
what.
please?
Gotta go.
Appreciate it.
Enggak lah barang gua.
Oh jelas sih dia. Gue piramid ya.
Yoi.
Gue siap nge-stun aja gue. Jangan lama-lama lu. Ya, gue cuma mau mandi.
Mau mandi. Ngewe.
Dia ngewe emang gak usah ditanya.
Tobrut tuh.
Iya kan? Lagi ngidam dia.
Oh di situ
Ada
dah.
tobrut gue ya.
Lu solo ya?
Solo leveling lu kata. Goblok.
No
Hei,
peeking.
terbang solo. Solo leveling mulu.
Iya,
Mentang-mentang.
Watch out.
Gue nge-stun diri gue sendiri.
Spike planted.
Ganteng emang.
No
Oh iya,
peeking.
butter. Killer
Last player standing.
semua. Kiri kanan.
Pew pew.
Atau kiri, dua-duanya kiri.
Refreshing.
One enemy
Satu
remaining.
lagi.
Gimana?
Halo.
Deket dia. Nah,
Di rumput.
nice.
Rumah putih.
Rumah abu-abu ada nggak?
Enggak.
Yo,
Rumah putih, rumah.
production coy.
Not today.
Syukur dia ngasih alamat bukan ke gue jambak lu dia ngomong. Rumput bener.
Listen up, ya muckers.
Iya.
If I don't get back up, just give me a nudge.
Iya kok.
I might not be dead.
Tapi kalau misalnya
Just
itu lu
recap.
booking aja kok, gue langsung datang. Gue sama si Jojo, si Gary paling nanti nyusul.
Close at least.
Ada saudara sepupu lah, sepupunya
Kenapa lu?
Gary. Sepupunya Debbie, masih umur kecil lah, baru kuliah.
Masih umur kecil lah baru kuliah.
Bocil, tapi udah lumayan bocil-bocilnya. Ya, kabarin kok. Sip. Ada sih di Tanjung Duren satu lagi yang di atasnya Wing Hang, cuma bawa rokok aja. Iya, tapi di sana mejanya enak sih.
Stun aja kok, stun terus.
Sip, kabarin aja kok.
Get out of
Yo,
here.
thank you.
Go, go, go.
Tobrut,
Peeking.
awas tabrak
Spike
tobrut
planted.
tuh.
Sini kalau.
Last player
Iya.
standing.
Sorry Bill.
Grenade.
Cara toket.
Drop in two.
Gue bilang awas ditabrak tobrut, lu nggak percaya sih. Lu.
Iya sih gue mati sama Viper sih. Emang cuman dia brutal ya udah.
Vibe check. We feeling good? Hope so. Hope so.
I'm out of here.
Wah, anjing lawannya beginian, cok.
Brutal. Tobrut lawan.
Brutal lagi, ini bukan brutal anjing, tobrut ini maksud. Double tobrut nih, tai.
Iya gue mau stun diri.
Drop in a smoke.
Oh nggak ada ya?
Di B.
Drop Drop in a smoke.
Aduh, Tobrut. Sakit goblok. Ya bercanda.
Not ready yet.
Dari mid, dari mid.
Enemy mid. Drop in a smoke.
Last player
Ya di
standing.
Spectre coy, 74. Sorry.
He says their bullets tickle.
Ini ngomong apa? Fucking spike then stop spiking when I'm dead. Oh. Gue bingung kita defending kenapa dia fucking spike.
Gotta go.
Ternyata nge-lag deh.
Focus now. Eyes off me.
No peeking.
Sabar, sabar.
No peeking.
Lari aja, lari, lari. Balik, balik. Nah,
Ada mas.
nggak jangan double door.
Di depan gua. Kanan. Depan lu nih. Jangan maju. Jangan kepik. Ups. Lu lihat nih situ ada double door gua.
Drop in a smoke.
Nice.
Spike masih di situ.
One enemy remaining.
My ult is ready.
Rotes dia.
Have one of these.
Kejar ya. Gua 50 sama. Majuin nih gua ngebit.
Reloading.
Sabar, sabar, sabar.
30 seconds left. Spike planted.
Sabar kau.
Di gua bukan. Yang plan. Gua udah nggak ada util lagi selain E.
Drop in a smoke.
Nah tuh, low. Nggak sih nggak kena. Pilar tuh Indian.
Right here.
Divisi deh.
Defuse the spike.
Udah kejar tayang. Di divisi bang.
Nggak ada itu. Gua udah penuh.
Lemes gua tiba-tiba dilepas.
Oh, this reminds me of this one time where
Ini
I
namanya bagi-bagi ulti.
Betul itu.
never mind.
Cuman saya lagi nggak ngeliat pak. Terkejut gua barusan dilepas.
Jam berapa sih?
Kali 5 makanya gua buru-buru.
Yang kulit kurang bulu.
Bulu apa?
Roll for initiative.
Bulu halus. Nah ini.
Pakai nanya.
Ini yang saya takutkan. Gitu nggak?
Enggak.
Oh, fake ya.
Tuh ada tuh.
No peeking. Have one of these.
Bantuin lah.
Down A.
Anteng aja tuh chamber.
I know exactly.
Back like I never left.
Last player standing. Spike planted.
It's you and me.
BDS. Yoi BDS di pisau. Oh, enggak.
Dari kanan kan?
Satchel out. Satchel out.
Dari kanan, dari kiri. Kanan deh.
Enggak kiri kanan. Kiri kanan.
Like, why can't
Tadi di sini.
Satu sini, satu sini.
Tadi sini.
Right here.
Ujung ke ujung jaganya. Kristal. Gua malu aja, Jack.
Could I have a drop?
Enter request.
Enggak, salah pencet.
Oh.
Who's next?
Yoro di sini.
No peeking.
And you're done. Crash is ready.
Spike down A.
Bantu.
Spike spotted A. I see one. Right there. Enemies
Di hall 1 ya.
Drop in a smoke.
Belakang 1.
One enemy remaining. Team Ace.
Refreshing. You did that. Lola, I know you'd be proud. Don't be spending too many brain
Orang
cells
Indo ya?
figuring them out. Overthinking is just as bad as underthinking.
Lu ngomongin siapa orang Indo?
Itu si
Musuhnya tim kita.
siapa sih tuh yang dibawa Viper?
Ya, iso.
Oh Iso, ya gue lupa dari tadi yang gue mikir.
Ada. Ada kan?
B.
Drop in a smoke.
Belum masuk ya? Oh, udah deh.
up and away. Run, little man.
Spike planted.
No peeking.
Phantom sih, yo Phantom mati tuh.
Alright, lucky socks. Don't fail me now.
They are so dead.
Gue be.
Come on then.
Here comes the party. Obliterated.
No peeking.
Ada.
I know exactly where you are.
Take this. Catch.
Welcome to my world.
Drop in a smoke.
Sorry man, di smoke.
Sit down.
Sini nih.
Spike planted.
Go get him, buddy.
Last player standing.
Nggak kegeser.
Kan.
Goblok.
Outside of this gig, immortality doesn't have as many day-to-day benefits as you think. Gotta go!
Can someone buy me, please? Appreciate it. Let's make some chaos.
Mending tuh nih, tumbet. Nggak tobrut lagi.
Lagi seru.
Oh. Sini met.
Musuhnya lagi sok-sok kuat gitu.
Oh, iya.
Drop in a smoke.
Terus gue tobrut-tobrutin sama
Enemies this way. Have one of these.
Jadi mati.
Get him, wingman.
Spike down B.
Sabar.
Spike spotted B.
Sabar kah? Jumpik. Santai.
No peeking.
Gue liat belakang ya.
It's you and me.
Ketahuan lah, goblok.
One enemy remaining.
Nice man.
Reloading.
Mantap.
Snipernya ngambil spike, gue udah dapet. Gue cuma pasrah ke lu doang.
Go, go, go.
Laki bro.
Break's over. Enemy
Dulu ya.
spotted A.
Siapa dia? Salah.
Iya.
No peeking.
Dizzy's up top. Run, little man.
Spike planted.
Drop in a smoke.
Last player standing.
Di keker.
My ult is ready. My firepower. I got this.
Siapa AFK? Gue dapat itu.
TP gua AFK.
Lo AFK. Emang bisa on mic. Ya apa loncat-loncat bisa lu? Kampret tuh. Gua ayak.
Di B nih, di B.
Drop in a smoke. No peeking.
Ada Cypher di B.
Have one of these. Alright.
Kan gua nggak bisa masuk ya.
Spike down
Not
B.
ready yet.
Nice.
Go get him, buddy.
One enemy remaining.
Not ready yet.
Enemy spotted B.
Refreshing.
Bet gue bet. Gimana dia?
Flawless.
Lah diambil sama dia kabur.
My crew delivers.
Hebat tuh kakak. Kakak keras, kakak komennya jangan nangis.
Kan dari
Guys,
print screen
gua cabut ya.
dulu.
Gak screen crash. Oh ini. Ya gua nge-report yang di itu sebelumnya.
Siapa?
Yang game sebelum ini yang si itu dua yang ngoceh-ngoceh terus itu Chamber sama Clove.
Dapat.
Ya dapet. Gue duluan ya. Thank you. Nick cabut Nick.
Cabut.
Yo.
All right, no audio, no info. I'm just going to close the door, force them to come back into B because it makes it seem like A is the heavier stack. But Gen G, they'll just go for a slow creep to clear.
Texture lingering in this position is potentially worrisome, though, as he does have the Phantom, but he's starting to back away rather than advance forward into the
30
site.
seconds left.
Likely heard the toggle there on that camera, knowing that he's not going to catch a big lurk timing. Let's just go ahead and slowly drift back. Meteor, though, all the way forward, but it's 3 players getting ready to swing here into that defender spawn, but he still comes up with 2, and all he's giving over is a ghost.
The most ideal scenario, Munchkin, that Guardian, always true.
Excurate now, spotted, forced away. He's just trying to get in a position to die to the spike, gonna prove to be difficult. Lockya will get dropped, but those are just the pistol members taken down now on the side of Gen G. This is where damage, real damage could be dealt if they're able to get rid of some of these rifles, but as Karen does fall down to 20, he still will remain standing as Gen G close out the anti-eco.
I mean, a very clean round. The only thing Gen.G could have wished more is that the kills went over to someone else that would have had an impact ultimate, but otherwise, you only dropped the 2 pistols. Still able to carry over the 3 rifles. Now you buy up 2 more. So you're matching rifle for rifle into the buy round. Oh, huge 2K for Meteor.
One enemy
Now you can see the calm aim returning to some of these players like Meteor and Munchkin.
Nice that.
That means nice.
It does, in 2 different tones as well. Really made it known.
Made the Force Meteor back away. Tripwire as well, taken down.
Yeah, but that's a lot of investment. I mean, you know that's 2-3 people over by the B side. It should be a fast hit onto A.
Already working their way around through elbow now. Izu look to try to hold this. Paranoia at the ready, but it's waiting for any kind of information, any kind of noise that gets made.
Yeah, and the no noise is so good from Gen.G. They don't want to take the risk of someone popping out of that smoke. They're now already in position to catch it off guard.
Side player, depending on his approach, might actually be able to get the interception there on a Meteor as he creeps his way up the mid. In the meantime, though, Izu able to find Texture, takes one down, Fragment, does clear out Execute, but Carpe finds Lakia. Things look a little bit decent for him, but Karan, the man's full blind! He's backpedaling with a Bulldog, and he just guns down 2!
And now he's got backup. They're all around the site. Izu finally clears it, but I don't know. Oh!
Saya getting that catch. Leaves it now to Munchkin, but he's been the clutch king for the team. The hold coming through, and Munchkin says, I'm an excellent fisherman. I'm going to get you out of that smoke. Takes him down, and Gen.G. They convert, and they now are very firmly in the lead.
Wow. I mean, that spray with the Bulldog, like you said, backpedaling as well, and he just holds it. Eyes up on the mini-map, make sure he's
surprised.
Yeah, I mean,
there's no reaction from Karan. He's just like, yeah, the job's not done. Round's still going.
I mean, there's something about Karan that's always been, you know, somewhat charming for a lot of people. And the fact that, yeah, I mean, he doesn't seem like a rookie at all, right? He seems like he's been playing for years. He's had so many clutches under his belt. But it's only his first year in VCT, let alone even in Challengers. He's never made it to the main stage. Went through the qualifiers once, didn't get very far.
Full share of investment here from T1, a showstopper if they can start working things to their advantage. As the suppression does come through, spotting out 2. Flash in, looks to just go ahead and force them away.
Trying to keep the far angle as well. Make sure that you keep your weapons advantage. It is just 5 shirts on the other side. However, showstopper online, so if T1 are able to get a numbers advantage, we'll put it past him.
Excurit trying to creep forward, does end up falling, and that's going to draw an immense amount of attention here. Everybody from T1 now starting to shift, but so too is T1. Spike is being brought back across. Excurit gets himself into a deep position, but then does fall, and Met says, okay, nope, shift the Spike right back over to A. Meteor's in deep enough, clears the way. The weapon can be recovered.
Yeah, you are just going to have to give up that Phantom. You're already taking that risk when you planted the the jet in there, or the texture. There is only one of them. But overall, I mean, sure, you give a weapon over, but Gen.G, they were playing for absolute guarantee that they could get the Spike down and still have a numbers advantage. Now, you still have Lakia far back, watching for the flank, because you know that you have the weapons advantage over here on the front.
Izu, kind of anticipating it would seem, but so too is Lakia.
Hunter's Fury online now.
Finds it. Rossi does get Meteor. Push up, though. Munchkin striking down one, striking down the other. Just been so quick and clean with these headshots here throughout the series is Munchkin. It's Gen.G now up to 10.
9 rounds in a row from the first half, continuing in. Gen.G, the flow is good, and now they've got their pick of ultimates.
There too.
Yeah.
I mean, not too far behind is T1 in that regard.
Eyes down.
Collectively about 4 charges, and they would have all 5 ults available to themselves. But right now, I mean, they need a bone, and Gen.G, they're not throwing them one.
See if the Thrash comes out early, but not in a position to do so from Carpe. So the thing is T1, they've been waiting, assuming that with a composition like this, that you're going to use util early to signify where you are.
Here.
And in the first couple rounds of this half, Gen.G has it. And in the last one, they used it, but they still went for a fake over to B. So T1 just doesn't have any information to get the read on what is Gen.G's tendencies right now here on the Sunset. And now they just go back to cutting audio. I mean, this makes it so difficult for T1 to have the right reactions.
Love to see the cam set up there from Xcurate, because it seems like Meteor getting into position, not spotted. Null command now coming through. Dart to try to quick clear on the corner. Texture being elusive, not giving line of sight over despite the pings. Meteor now approaching in from market, strikes when Cyan least suspects it. Neural Theft now sent. Everybody going to be spotted, and Meteor just looks to reposition, gets himself the hell out of market. Hunter's Fury now coming through, swing onto the corner. Rossi going to be taken down. Fury still going to cross. Izu taken out before the TP can come through. Quick toggle on the cam, swing onto the corner. Meteor trying to clear out Carpe. Drag across. Carpe is going to be a little bit snappier there, but as soon as I say that, the last two players from T1 will fall. Gen G, now 10 in a row. It's 11-6.
And this is the Gen G that everyone around the world praised early on. I mean, look at the timing there for Meteor. The fact that you have someone so reliable on the lurk, sure, he eventually goes down, but then everyone else, the angles they're holding, it's perfect. And quite frankly, I mean, Texture staying alive for criminally too long after he goes through that trap wire. Lucky, I think, actually steps through it again before Gen G finally clears it. But it doesn't matter. I mean, he uses everything in his arsenal to stay alive. That's what mattered here for Gen G.
It's just excellent timing from Meteor, getting himself into position there in mid, unspotted. And then as soon as that side exec comes in, he's expecting to have that presence in mark and says, okay, attention should be tied away from me. Goes in, and Saya player was none the wiser.
Yeah, I like that he doesn't try to go for a pinch either. Like you said, he waits until you're absolutely certain that all attention has to be drawn because no one was taken out. The main force was too strong. And if he does go down at that point, of course, his teammate's still ready to swarm into market. So T1, I mean, the most information they have right now is, again, that audio's been cut. It's been cut every time that Gen G's been successful, except for that one fake over to B. So ideally, you would want to get early information. You would want to push out, but unfortunately, you don't have the weaponry to do so. You even have a Thrash and a Showstopper to do it, but that seems like an overinvestment without the weaponry to back it up.
Well, basically from this point, there's no such thing as an overinvestment. If you want this 2-0, you have to start running it back right now. One more round win, Gen G will at least be guaranteed that overtime. If you want the 2-0, you need to throw everything in the kitchen sink at Gen G to try to come up with these wins.
So Gen G this time just using a little bit of early info, but in positions that can't really give the read, right? It's all centered somewhere around bottom mid. Just clearing out main control. Just waiting to see, does T1 have information or not? So the only thing that T1 really has is a main with that one-way, and Gen G knows that. They can still play with time a little bit. They could still cut audio. They could still fish for more reactions.
Trying to lead the way. Saya just sat within the smoke now. Spotted. Does look to reposition. Just wrapping back around over in towards mid. Xcrit with a fantastic headshot though. Does take down Texture. The Neural Theft now being sent out. Things revealed. Thrash coming through. Xcrit snappy with it. Finds himself another shot as the Tane comes in. Munchkin able to find one. A Showstopper into the corner. Will take him out. And now it is all on Meteor. Previously noted over in mid. Wraps around now into B main. In a 1v4. I believe the noise was just made there as he did jump. Swing around into the back. Does find the first. Can he do what Mind Freak has done before him in this very same position? Seems like the answer is going to be no. Thrash once again going to be sent. 9 seconds now left. As Meteor says, well, at least I could try to play to take some weapons out of your hands, I suppose. And he won't even be able to do that. Sion will find it. It's going to be a thrifty for T1 to break this monstrous win streak from Gen G.
Yeah, and a crucial round to do it on because map point not given over just yet for Gen G. So you use everything in your arsenal. It all starts with a clean peek out from Obscured, but then the backup's immediate. The Thrash to make sure that you're clearing one side, Obscured still peeking around the other. And sure, Meteor gets tagged, but they just don't worry about him. They say if we can clear out this force, then we have the numbers advantage against just one guy. And T1 knows how to set their eyes, and now the operator in Saya's hand. This was an absolute thorn for Gen G on Ascent. See if they can get by it this time.
Texture working his way forward. So there's the swing out. Saya player getting the angle, getting the kill. Texture taken down. Null command invested here. As Rossi just looks to stave them off, and that will reroute Gen G for now.
Oh, the positioning is a little too good for Obscured. Yeah, that's hard to read for Meteor. Doesn't exactly check both sides either. So that's a shutdown. Obscured now, he's still got the trips to work off of. One gets cleared.
The other one's over in market, and there's no approach from Gen G on that side. Not spotting much there. Xcurate does manage to find Lakia before getting taken down. So overall, still not too bad here for T1, giving the man advantage. 4-2.
Is Karon considering going all the way around? Because that would be an absolute curveball if
Here's
Munchkin
the
can stay
footsteps.
alive.
There's Izu. And he's going to get caught. Hands down, but Carpe counter swing in the market. Does manage to find him over in mid. Now Munchkin, he's been so damn clutch. But surely this is too much to ask of him. The 1v3 as the wingman leads the charge. Gets cleared out to confirm his position over in main. One flash, a fragment available here from Rossi. The paint shields as well. They can just split the difference. They need the Mosh being invested here. He still holds his ground. Baits out the off shot. Pop flash coming through. Pulls back off the angle, but the punish not going to be found. Now the fragment in, but not deep enough. But as he tries to get himself an angle, Rossi will be able to find the headshot. Narrow margins, but T1, they hold on.
Oh, I absolutely held my breath when he survived that mosh. I mean, I thought that might have been another crazy 3K in the making. But this time, good catch with the operator and a good adjustment from Xcurate as well to hold that flank. They just empty mid, or they just empty B for a retake. T1 starting to get the better read. Rather than trying to play a widespread default like Gen G did, they understand if Gen G's going to constantly cut audio, try to play the numbers game, they also have to start to bank on one side of the map. This time it might just be the Dizzy and then the hold with the operator as well. Carpe should be looking to exit. Not going to have time to pick up Dizzy either. Okay, he'll go back. That's refreshed.
Quick clear, but a lot of space taken here. That smoke, not catching Saya, but he splits the difference between Munchkin and Texture. Kill not yet found, and the op noted. Carpe pulling back away. Space has to be given up. It's about to be 5v5. The attempted retake here from T1, trying to deny Gen G from getting themselves up to match point. The null command starts things off from Munchkin.
Tripwire destroyed.
They have to just charge through.
Carpe puts Munchkin down. Spamming across, finds one, but Meteor holding here in elbow. Strikes down to Izu. Looks for a little bit more, and it finds it. Gives him an advantage here as Lakia catches Saya player unawares on the approach. Recon at the ready, the Dizzy over the top, the defuse being started. Texture dashing his way in, trying to catch some with util in hand, and he will. Texture gives his life, but Karon to find the 2K on the back end as Gen G. They will get themselves now up to map point.
The much more comfortable position, but not quite over just yet. Obviously T1, they close the gap all the way up to 4. So Gen G can't rest on their laurels. Meteor now 20 and 14 though. Absolutely impactful on that lurk. It's been ever so precious for Gen G. Even here, really crucial 2K. Because you always got to account for that wingman, right? I mean, they're not going to have to risk one person going down in a fight. They'll always be able to match the numbers on the side of T1.
Well, they watch the Zeta game. They know to count the wingman. As now T1 trying to get aggressive outside of A, leaving Xcurate, the IGL, alone here on this B side of the map. Cage sent.
Cage triggered.
One pop now as he looks to try to slow up the approach. The rest of the team now getting their way out over towards mid.
Now, this is a very stressful position for Xcurate because he's trying to hold on to Bobo, but he has to worry about market as well.
And he needs to come away with a kill to try to get this neural theft out. That's the big thing, but he has to wait for the rest of the squad. Lakia watching behind. Cypher Cam as well as a trap wire there to play off of as well.
Yeah, they're very forward too, so Lakia should have an advantage.
4 point spots one. Dizzy over the top. Meteor in the meantime able to find Xcurate. The neural theft not going to be coming into play here in this round. The rest of T1 now needing to try to clutch this out. Like it pulls back. There's a reveal. Swings out. Carpe strikes him down. Evens the odds as Izu strikes at market. Just even in a 3v3. Full flash there on a Munchkin. Tucks back into the corner, but as he re-peeks, finds Saya player stranded and all alone. Carpe and Rossi now the last one standing. Now it's just Carpe, the former IGL. He cannot get it done. 3 members left standing, 13-8. Gen G reply with a map win of their own. They take us the distance. They take us the breeze.
Oh, Gen G looking so much better, and they absolutely proved what they prepped with that composition, right? On defense, in that second quarter, they go for a lot of that long-range support defaults, and on the attack, they start to cut the audio once again and throws T1 for an absolute loop as they've never had to face this team with that composition. But we'll throw it over to the desk to break down the action further before we return with a map 3.
Well, we did talk about Gen G potentially coming in at cold, but now it seems like they're all warmed up, especially since all of that coordination that we saw on Sunset. That was what we were looking for. Even in map 1, this could be them for the series.
Yeah, no doubt. This looked like once they got their heads on straight, they started playing for trades a bit more. They were changing up how they were messing with the executes of T1, things like that. Like, really just completely changed the dynamic of this. Obviously, they ran 9 rounds together or whatever in a row it was, 10 rounds. So clearly they found their stride. T1 just was struggling to find answers. It is challenging on this map, especially on the attacker side sometimes, to get stuff done. So yeah, I mean, I'm really impressed with what they did. I liked the comp change. I like keeping Munchkin on the KO. He's really, really confident on that agent. You can see it on Ascent. You can see it here. So everything looking like we're trending in Gen G's direction now.
Yeah, some of it did just come down to, you know, aim diff sometimes. I mean, Gen G were playing really, really well after it got to 6-1 against them, right? As you mentioned, after that, you can see at the bottom that giant win streak of 10 rounds in a row. It was really the difference maker in this one, and then 14-7 first kills is pretty huge as well. Just in general, I think T1 kind of got lost a little bit halfway through. Maybe they got a little bit ahead of themselves when they were beginning to dominate at the beginning of the map, and they said, okay, we're better than these guys. We're going to beat them down. We're going to take the 2-0. We're going to impress everybody. We're going to get the big upset. And then Gen G were like, we're Gen G. We're going to wake up and we're going to play our game. And they looked much better here on the ending, you know, 2/3 of this map. So it's kind of scary now for T1 because Gen G definitely look like they're finally back in form.
I feel like T1, you know, after some point, we lost a lot of the coordination that we saw in the first map. There were a lot of very big individual plays. You know, you saw Xtrid with the lurks. He would, you know, usually get, you know, maybe 2 kills or something, but it wasn't enough to really overcome the teamwork that Gen G was putting in, especially, you know, when they would go all in together. I felt that that was what was missing towards the later half of the map.
Yeah, I fully agree, and I think it didn't seem like they were really able to like set up Saya player successfully. He was really struggling on this map, whereas Texture was thriving on the Jet. A big part of that is obviously getting the op into Texture's hands as well, whereas you didn't really get to see much of that with Saya player. So things like that can make a big difference, but you're absolutely right. It was a coordination dip for sure. There was some really good individual moments from Gen G as well, but the way they were playing off of each other, everybody was kind of, you know, peeking, there'd be somebody else there. You know, you'd see them double jump peek to break an op angle of Saya players, things like that were happening that were really well thought out. It seems like this happens a lot where players just kind of like, they're like, oh yeah, this is our game plan. Let's get back to it and let's get back into this match.
And it just boils down to the comfort level for Gen G, right? Now we know that, you know, this team, again, did kickoff, did Masters Madrid. They've been having a lot of practice. And, of course, they've come in, you know, with a lot of preparation behind them. For T1, though, coming off of, like, less than 24 hours to prepare for this match. And then, you know, there is the IGL change as well. As Data mentioned earlier, this could be something that they're still adapting because there's so many layers to unpack. So, understandably, when the pressure gets, you know, intense, when they're trying to close out a series, it's understandable that maybe they'll fall back just a little bit. But like, you know, you see, for example, how many, you know, crucial kills Munchkin got because like he was so effective with utility. That kind of thing wouldn't be effective if the team wasn't working so well together.
Yeah, I mean, Munchkin having a huge map, Meteor also with the 7 first kills, so again, Gen G, it really did feel like they just kind of woke up halfway through and their coordination was fantastic, so really got to hand it to them. This is going to be scary going into Breeze. I think for T1, they had it, and now it feels like they kind of lost it towards the end. They were starting to build back some rounds, but not quite enough.
Yeah, it didn't really seem like it was enough. I don't think there were enough spike plants on B, for example. That was something that was
yeah,
like,
viewers.
This was
yeah,
not going so good.
It was like, you know, by round 5, we were like, yeah,
it's just over.
No, it's over. It's over. It's just B for Valorant at this point, but it is not B for victory.
B for bad.
So we're gonna go over to our B for board over here, and I'm just gonna go ahead and put myself down in gold over here. Me and Victoria
Put
over
those
here.
viewers
We're
up.
chilling. We're chilling.
The viewers, they got it right.
The viewers did get it right, so they're gonna join you here very briefly on Diamond. They're gonna move over to Ascendant.
No, I go down.
Oh, you go down. Oh, wait, God, that's right.
Yeah,
no, it was your meta.
Yeah.
It was your meta. That's right.
Maybe you can bump my head on the ceiling again.
Question mark?
Again?
What happens? We still don't have an answer here. Steve, help me out.
I feel like no matter
this is like
what,
twice already.
I think no matter what, you get the prize.
He can go around. He can do it
I'm
again.
just not allowed to go down. Because I just have gone up too much, yeah.
I don't know. Well,
I'd be in like gold at this point. Like
yeah.
if I started
I know, if
at
you
the
did it
bottom,
again,
yeah.
You don't have like 2 laps or something. But yes, this is how where game stands at the moment. How's the view like from up there, Mr. Radiant?
It's pretty good. You know, I'm
like
actually trying to win, unlike some of some of our other analysts.
I don't know what you mean.
And
he has his own meta.
Yeah,
he has his own meta.
It kind of works.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm still
It
above
works that
gold.
one
I'm still
time.
above 50%. So.
Yes. Yeah. Gold is like feel like the threshold for like sucking and dominating at this point.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. But as the answer was, by the way, it was 9 times on A, and we had just 5 times on B. I mean, we saw how effective the defense was.
Yeah.
For example, it was so difficult to get onto B, especially since you would have players like Karen there with a 3K. What are you gonna do when it's just clear numbers advantage at that point? I feel like there might be moments like that on Breeze in favor of Gen.G, especially since, we had data over here a while ago. He mentioned that T1 does struggle on Breeze, especially in their practices.
Well, everybody struggles on Breeze against Gen.G
Oh,
in some way or another. I mean, you saw it the last time they played, right? Like, they're so good at making sure that you can't get onto site on their defender side. Like, generally, Breeze is a fairly attacker-sided favored map in some ways, but Gen.G is so good, especially Karon at the point of defense on that A site. He does so good with his stars. He's so good about changing up where and when and how he's pushing and things like that, when he's popping his smokes, when he's using the grab wells. Like, he's gotten, like, at the beginning it was really rough for him, I felt like, at the beginning of this year with the Astra, but now he's gotten really comfortable with it. He can play for himself really, really nicely. And then you've got Texture once he gets an op. He's all over the place. Meteor on the B site with the Cypher. So it's going to take another good piece of homework and planning here for T1. And with that short turnaround, again, it's going to be challenging for sure. And they got to be tired too. They have to be tired.
I think after T1 fell on Sunset, I've kind of, we kept saying on paper it's really close, especially after T1 took that first map. But now that Gen.G, they take Sunset, we weren't quite sure what to expect from them on that map. They looked fantastic eventually, and T1 have kind of fallen by the wayside. Gen.G already looked great on Breeze, as you mentioned. They kind of dominated RRQ on that map, and then eventually went on to lose the series. But at least they won on Breeze, and it was quite one-sided as well. So should be very confident on this map, and I would definitely favor Gen.G going into this one. But maybe the coaches can get T1 riled up again and bring them back to the form we saw at the first map, and maybe we have a close one. But if not, I think Gen.G just take it.
It's a possibility, but I would I would definitely favor the energy that Gen.G has right now, momentum-wise, and the vibes as well. Even though T1 have repeatedly said that the vibes are a lot better on the side of T1, and that's why for example, if you're going for those hero plays, those op plays, right, for Texture, that confidence is so important. And you go over to Saya player who says that okay, he's been vibing really well with Excrit. That's probably going to give him a lot of confidence here. So I'm wondering how they're able to adjust that. How do they adjust their mental to give Saya player, everybody else on T1, all that confidence to be able to take this? It's gonna be really tough.
Get him the op as soon as possible. That's really, I think, the best way to get Saya player fired up is to just get him that op, give him that freedom and that ability to do what he's got to do. Of course, you want to help him with some utility and things like that, or do some bait and switches with your other teammates. But definitely, I think this is one of those maps that, especially with these two teams, can really come down to op play and who's going to be able to get to it sooner and keep it in their hands longer.
It's interesting to note, by the way, in this series, all 4 members of our 1,000 Kill Club are participating. So it's you can just tell the caliber of the players that we have here, especially as we are going to head into Agent Select right now on Breeze, our final map for the series. And of course, the winner of this goes to Masters Shanghai. There's a lot riding on this, especially since Gen.G, they want to continue their streak over on making it to these big international tournaments. So what are we expecting here, Valdez?
Well, I want to know, do we see double Astra or just one or
Yoru?
None? As you were talking about before, there is the one.
There you go.
And it is just on the side of Gen.G, as we talked about. Karen and his Astra looking great. We also see the Yoru coming out from Meteor. I think they didn't play the Yoru the last time they played the Astra, but trying to mix it up a bit, perhaps.
I think, it's going to come down to X-Curate on that Harbor. He can look a little shaky sometimes. He kind of goes for some big hero plays with the Cascades and things like that, and that could cost T1 some kind of big rounds. So I need to see a little bit more discipline out of him with that. That's going to be the really big difference, right, is those two controllers. So how is he going to be able to use that extra advantage, that extra kind of space that you can create with the harbor walls compared to the Astra, which is a little bit more reactive in nature.
And you see a lot of teams now favoring the Yoru as a kind of a sentinel / controller as well, right? That's why you have Meteor on there. That's why you have Izu on there as well. So it's going to be really exciting as we step into Breeze. What could be a very, very exciting map indeed. Gen.G versus T1. Casters, William, Achilles, over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Mika. Here we go. Game 3 to see which of these teams is keeping themselves in the upper bracket. Which of these teams is getting their flights booked to Masters Shanghai. Which one is going to have to fight through that lower bracket?
Yeah, if you lose, you're going to have to obviously fight through, continue on the grueling schedule, but with elimination looming over you. That's the real threat, and obviously no comfort of that ticket to Masters. So we'll see. I'm glad Paper then mentioned the big differences here. Astra being able to be a lot more reactive, but also global presence. That's the big one, as T1 now look to just death ball towards A.
Pulse checked there by Meteor, as the wall coming up. Shock dart at the ready from Lakia, waiting. See if he hears anything, but Karon already able to find a first kill. I think just spraying through the wall, comes up with one. Reveal does come down off the ping. Izu able to find Meteor there at back sight. As they will go ahead and flush out the rest of the players here from Gen.G. Munchkin and Texture now making their way across. A couple players low here on the side of T1. They could even up the odds pretty quickly, but a lot of angles to try to check.
Yeah, the positions are so far forward for T1. It's going to be hard, but Texture starts with 2.
Okay. Texture cleaning up the low HP members. The dash across is now ready for Carpe there, back pyramid. Takes him down, wall coming in. Munchkin well aware of Xcure's position, but just can't quite line up the headshot. Does get taken down. It's going to be T1 regaining the pistol round win count lead. 3-2 in that regard as they start Breeze off once again.
So T1, I think, should be happy to start on the attack as well, right? Harbor being able to just kind of push through, be a bit more proactive. Again, that's where you shine compared to that Astra. And we'll see how Astra just kind of push through, be a bit more proactive. Again, that's where you shine compared to that Astra. And we'll see.
In the last couple of series from T1, Izu showing that form once again. Meteor, somebody who similarly I think had a bit of a soft start, pulling out the Yoru for the first time here on Breeze, but has also been very impactful in his own right. See which one is going to have the upper hand here at the end of it all. As for now, it's just full silence on the side of T1. Saya player crept forward all the way up halls.
Right here. And they are absolutely in position to check all the close corners, right? And worst case, Saya can open up that door, provide the crossfire. Drone should be good for info.
Spots one, they clear it fast enough that nobody else is spotted. Seems like they're still going to be suspicious about this. Karon sets up that wall, pushes forward, does get a decent amount of damage across, and Lakia is able to play off the back of that, finding a kill. Texture. Sheriff in hand, getting down one, can't quite reset the aim to try to find the second, but now Lakia puts down Xcure. Wide swing coming through Rossi, finally able to find the shot. Side player striking in from behind, makes his presence known. Meteor gone, it's all on Munchkin, who's now approaching, making his way up
left.
through shop.
Spike planted.
Play quiet, trying to see if he can find any weapons. Does spot it out, and for now, Rossi, eyes on it. He might have caught a glimpse, and yes, he has. Catches a headshot as well. 3K for Rossi as T1 will move up 2-0 here at the start, but they do suffer some heavy losses.
Yeah, that was much scrappier than they wanted it to be, and it's all thanks to the big pings coming out from Lakia. Just huge pings bogs them up. That leads to the early kills. Texture then able to provide the backup. And of course, the weaponry at the end of the day, a little too weak for T1,
let's go.
or for Gen.G rather, to close things out.
I don't give a fuck.
I mean, hey.
The way that he's playing.
Yeah. You got to do whatever you can do.
The way that he's playing.
At the end of the day, the kills, Texture then able to provide the backup. And of course, the weaponry at the end of the day, a little too weak for T1,
let's go.
or for Gen.G rather, to close things out.
I don't give a fuck.
Karon does he go fishing once again. Sets up the second one. There's a drone. Starts chasing forward. Is he going to try timing it here with the wall? We'll have to wait and see, but for now, Lakia does shut down side player Carpe with that Sheriff. Able to come up with one. Couple tags here as Meteor tries to hold that back line. Comes up with one kill, but Ultimately, it's going to be Texture and Munchkin standing as Rossi now on a linger through mid.
Barely missing each other, so Rossi has an opportunity.
Ships in the night. Texture, in the meantime, jumping around. Oh, no, that's the gun barrel spotted. Rossi, in the position of one. Makes some noise. Swing out, the headshot found.
And he expects to lurk as well. Now, he's going to be wrong on the rotation timing, but wonder if that internal clock is working for Rossi today.
Spike's still stuck. Munchkin going to be able to use that information as he gets ready to hear the plant. Now he's checking every single angle. 28 seconds, Spike picked up. Rossi with another quick check. Wants to look around, but nothing spotted.
Poison's off.
Now he's suspicious about Shop. Tap on the Spike. The creep around the back. The stabilized aim. Munchkin barely able to come up with it, but finds the kill all the same to get Gen G their first round win here on Breeze.
Rossi's just been so crisp for most of the day today. I mean, that shot all the way to the back against Texture. Just insane. Now, this is something that T1's been doing, both in the pistol and here on the bonus round, is that they slow creep in and then they try to dig deep in between the pyramids to make sure that they continuously have a crossfire towards the back of the site. Now that they've actually fully spotted it without the chaos, curious to see what Gen G's adjustments might be when they go for these holds.
Let's see what that round, how brutal it was, what that has done for Gen G. Multiple sheriffs here in place. Texture has to back away. Blade Storm at the ready, but it's going to be noted. Spotted here at the dash forward. Tries to go for the right click, but side player finds the headshot as he's just sat on top of Charon. Going to ping him out. Lock-in will be good for one. Side player taken down by the Ghost. Lock-in does get pinged here on the back end. Drone up over the top, trying to see what he can spot. Meteor finding two. Back-to-back. Now triple sheriff shots. Taking him down. Rossi eating damage off the shock dart. Now he needs to work wonders. Munchkin, this time around, a little bit snappier with it. Puts him down, and Gen G, somehow, again, you put sheriffs in hands, they will deliver miracles.
That round just seemed like it was an absolute given for T1. Easy dug in so much information. They had a path cleared towards the site for the plant. You still had Easy distracting backside with the clone.
Show me Meteor. Thank you.
Okay. Wow.
Oh.
He's just so snappy with it. Now he's got his own ultimate as well.
Quick clear on the recon, nothing spotted, and it's just the pendulum swings. T1 now. Onus on them to try to put up similar scenes. I'm wary about this approach here in the mid. Rossi is just on the opposite side of the wall, but Excurrent gonna recreate some of that magic. This time with the Guardian, comes up with two. Huge picks found as Munchkin looking forward here into elbow.
He's gonna try to let them pass.
Wall comes up. There's the Reckoning now invested over on the site. Nothing being noted. Rossi in such a ratty position. Comes up with two, and Munchkin got the other three.
Yeah, he just lets them pass, and then he wraps right around the high tide. They don't expect a thing.
The Spike is now right out in front of main, right at the archway, right on top of that ult orb.
Rifle picked up for Saya. You're hoping that just the double team works, but this map is so wide that you're not always going to be confident about the advantage you have on the swings.
But Munchkin does have a multitude of angles that he has to check. Cannons, beach, as well as just elbow and main. They could approach from every single angle. He's constantly sussing around, but now spotted. He's able to find one.
Oh my.
But cannot get the ace clutch. Rossi will once again pick up a 3K. Reestablish a lead here for T1.
Holy, almost an ace clutch there for Munchkin. Absolutely monstrous. Here's CF, we'll see this. He walks all the way to the edge too, so they don't really watch for it, just in case someone's holding close.
What a clutch it would have been, but it's, I mean, basically, yeah, back-to-back thrifties here. One for Gen G, one for T1. And now, we get a proper rifle round exchange going.
Yeah, some proper Valorant. Got the operator, of course, in the hands of Texture as well.
Just Fury from Lakia. He spotted, he's just a hair above Carpe, looked like on that second shot.
Right here.
But with that, the op can now hold on to A main solid. See if T1 has to read on that.
Double approach, snappy on the first. Does he expect the second? Sets up for the clone. Swing in, and Saya player ignoring that. Gets the headshot to take down Meteor and bring it back to a 4v4. Texture on a decently deep line over there by Shop. Not spotting much of anything as Izu being noted here just outside of Nest, but Munchkin able to find the elimination. Lakia crept over here, half wall, flash going across. He does catch the brunt of that one, now has to backpedal. Percent will get a nasty bit of damage there onto Carpe. Chunking him out to 70. Advantage. Defensive setup is here for T1. Drone up over the top, into the spot there onto Izu. Now onto Lakia as well.
Yeah, couldn't get the tag, so he can't get the shots through the wall. And the backup's going to be pretty late. Time already not on their side for Gen G.
Standing ahead.
Wants to get the reveal on him, yep. Catches an off timing there for Izu to react. Ends up taking him down. 5 bullets, tries to play into that one. Saya player strikes him down, finds another as Karen will fall. Now Texture just going to have to drift away, allow for that spike to detonate.
Got to save that operator, see if he can get out for free, though. Right now, he should be safe. So as we see him saving that operator, off of that Hunter's Fury, you plant the op, but because of the duel and elbow, suddenly Texture's not safe from mid. And so now they're going to have to split 2 and 2. That makes the hold a little bit weaker from Gen G, and T1, they're able to target that weakness. Izu, of course, the crispy shots help a ton against Munchkin as well. I mean, and this is just understanding Euro players. I mean, knowing that that clone or the flash is going to come out, you're ready for it. You swing wide right past it.
And that is going to be the timeout called here from Gen G. Only down by 2, but clearly coaching staff not going to be satisfied with that.
So we've seen multiple teams, obviously even internationally, try to just target this A side, assuming that it's going to be the weaker one. You just draw out some of the early Astra utility, you try to get past it, and you think it should be weaker. Obviously, those teams have been punished time and time again. And so now T1, a bit of a different approach. They'll try to bait that out, but then pressure mid a lot more. Curious to see if we start to see some switch-ups in the defaults from Gen G. The Astra, sometimes in the past, they did send Charon back over to B. Have a bit of that extra switch. You can still activate the stars over from B as well, but still have the number stack on that side of the map and cause that confusion. I mean, that is the benefit of having a Euro on top of Astra. You can always hide your numbers on the map.
See what kind of magic Gen G are going to be able to work here after the timeout. Ulta bound right now here for T1. That pit, if they can get into a solid position. Spike planted, absolutely can come into play. Hunter's Fury as well from Carpe if he wants to try to open up aggressively.
Right here.
Meteor in the meantime, though, Mask is ready to go on.
I mean, obviously the pit online for both as well. This is something he'll need to consider. What deep dig in with the high tide. Now this is obviously very visible, so T1 has to expect that a lot of attention's been drawn all the way out towards mid. You're even going to hear the drone nice and early.
Being let out, spots one, but does not get the catch on the Saya player close, but now, yep, sends a shot over. He's got a minor connection there onto Munchkin, so he is going to be noted for the time being as swing in, Texture finding one. Haven't seen that jet yet, so they know that he's likely to be lurking still around in the vicinity.
Now they're going to cut noise, and Rossi's job is going to be really important to try to cut down the rotations a bit. High tide comes out right away. Still util they have to fight through.
Drone now cleared up. Munchkin so holding close. Hunter's Fury invested. Saya looking for the opportunity, finds it, does manage to take down Meteor. Munchkin claims to execute it, op shot coming through, but Saya, he doesn't turn his attention back over towards main. Munchkin's just able to take him down for free. Reveal does come in, but Munchkin pulls back around the pillar, and Carpe will fall. Gen G, they only lose one player. The timeout works, a treat. They close the gap now to 1 round.
Yeah, holding further back on both sides, ready for the rotates as well, especially just with the potential ultimates coming through. I think trying to respect that, doesn't want to get caught in the chaos with the Hunter's Fury. A nice setup, and the fact that they actually end up trapping the attackers in mid. And we see this a lot on Breeze. You think you get mid, it's going to be a lot easier as the attackers, but sometimes you're stuck with nowhere to go, too many angles to watch for. And Munchkin feeling confident, Pits still both online, but only Meteor having that dimensional drift as that counter.
Get out of my way!
Knives pulled. Similar looks here from T1, working their way forward, taking some space here in mid.
Same conditioning with that high tide as well, but this time it's going to be a lot faster. A death ball through main.
Drone coming up over the top, clear out as Munchkin trying to get the tracking there, but Zaya landing on top of him, finds that elimination. Meteor now in a bad spot. Trying to pop the mask, but no, decides to swing back in, challenge the fight. Does manage to find Izu, but the man advantage still there for T1, and now it's a weapon recovered as well for Zaya player, so he isn't just playing with the knives. Still has them drawn out though as he looks to go aggressive. Headshots instantly bounds, he looks for that fourth, but can't quite make it happen. That leaves Texture, however, all on his lonesome now, with the pit invested. Not in hand. That shot narrowly getting the hit, but as it does not, he will just go ahead and pull away. So T1 will be allowed to clean up this round.
Yeah, that operator, it's starting to feel like a burden more than a blessing right now. Having to force that save multiple times. Obviously now Cred's not that stable either. And what a dig in with the Bladestorm from Saya player. I mean, 2 crucial kills. Yeah, it would have been flashy if he got the third, but it doesn't matter. You got the round win. You're keeping the lead as much as you would like, obviously, on the attacking side on Breeze. And I love it, right? They use the same conditioning right after, 2 rounds in a row after the timeout, and they'll get value off of it. So it's not an immediate post-timeout round win, but it does prove its impact.
Very solid from Zaya. Just a hair off having that 4th kill. A monstrous highlight reel play, but clearly much more alive and well here on this map, back over onto the Jet compared to what we were seeing from Saya. It's that impact, that Jet that can go toe-to-toe against Gen G, that was lacking for them severely over on Sunset. Now he finds himself out in the lead here on this attacking side. So again, looking to maybe push forward. It's just going to be an orb take. That's online, but Rossi trying to make his exit, and Texture pushes just deep enough to be able to find that pick. So now Viperless here, RT1.
Man, the idea was good from T1. As they will open up the site, they'll even use the Dimensional Drift, but...
Viperless are Gen G.
Yeah, I guess. Viper for Viper, even trade. But the idea was good. They've been able to successfully avoid this operator, and they go for the orb, but you have the gate crash out. That allows them to check if the op's on A.
Flash used, flash sent, but Lakia avoiding it, managing to find one. Op shot connects there on the carpet, takes him low, but Saya swinging back out and spots another. Meteor now cleaned up from behind Saya. Doing everything here to try to keep his team in the round.
You have to go for it.
Right back around here to the half wall, swing out. Saya player instantly gets the headshot. A 4K for him. As T1 get themselves up to 6 on the attack side.
Yeah, so obviously driving the operator, it's not great, but the reason I said you have to go for it is if you didn't go for it again, that would have been 3 rounds in a row where the op is now holding you back, and in the next round, your teammates wouldn't have had to realize anyway. I mean, Sayas, he even tries to go for an anti in there in the middle, yeah. So I don't blame Texture. You basically had to make T1 think that at some point you will not take it anymore, and you will try to fight back. It just does not pay off, and now he's going to go for a hero rifle as he will have the Bladestorm in the next round. Look at this territory.
Yeah, I mean, thrifty territory for Gen G. That is way more worrisome when you're going up against this squad compared to just about anybody else. T1 knows what the buy is going to look like. They don't want to give over any kind of advantages, so for now, just holding back, trying to see if anyone comes pushing out aggressively from Gen G.
That's a crazy location to adjust your glasses, just out in the open. I was watching a scam. Taking off your left hand from the keyboard.
As long as the right one's on the mouse, you can still just
True.
one tap.
I guess that's the difference between Saya and me. I don't have confidence in my aim.
Execute getting ready here as Pit invested. Really last second here from Munchkin. Sees that gate crash sent forward, but has not cleared it out. Follow-up snake bite to try to go ahead and stave them off. Shove them into a different direction, and that has worked out. T1 drifting away now from the B site.
30 seconds left.
Time is not on their side, and they had 0 information on A. So they're relying a lot on Rossi to be able to also confirm how many members there are.
Start now going out. Does get cleared a little bit late though. Heron does get pinged. Izu, similarly though, his Texture staying, lingering. Now stuck within the cone. Dashes forward to interrupt. Locking with that shock dart, manages to find the kill. Play now, be stuck to here. Dart not finding the elimination. Now they have to try to fight their way in for the win. Quick pump there from Meteor, finds the shot to the Marshall, and my God, have they done it again? It's all down to Saya player to try to clutch this one out. Swing over the corner, looks for the first, can't quite confirm the kill. Wrap around the back, Lockyer dead. Classic of the right click gets the job done. Saya clutches, denying another thrifty away from Gen G as T1 continue to stretch the lead.
That's one of those clutches where you can see exactly how Saya's mind is working. The angle he checks, he's ready for the wraparound. He goes for the jiggle against the Marshall. He has everything calculated, and it still got close. A very good attempt. I mean, Texture, I love that he delays a little bit on the first kill, but look at this. I mean, he waits for the wraparound. If it's not there, he assumes it has to be the other side, the 180. And Saya doing wonders for T1 to stay ahead.
16-6 at the moment. His knives now pulled out for Texture. And because of just the high impact kills, side player, I mean, he nearly has another Blade Storm online.
Careful here.
I mean, that might be an op in the last round of the half with the Blade Storm.
Oh, Texture trying to invest the ultimate. Hunter's Fury out from both sides here as Charon into the smoke. Does get the flash. What he was looking for is trying to find that elimination. Texture unable to align the knives. Saya player takes his head off, but Easy going to be traded out. The ping, however, coming through. Means that Charon is isolated and dead. An easy cleanup for Rossi. It's Gen G now in a dire situation. Just Lockyer and Munchkin now just Lockyer in a 1v3. Creeping his way down hall, but has to turn his sights back over to the door. Just the one shock dart. Rossi on the jiggle peak, able to spot him out. One more round still to be played here in this half, and Lockyer will have to say goodbye to the A site.
Yeah, just got to go for the save. I mean, all things considered, you're on the defensive side of Breeze. If you have a chance to make it 4-8, then I think you have to go for it. Because then at least whenever you press tab, it's not going to feel as devastating. Obviously, the momentum very much in favor of T1 with the content of the match so far. But you got to play with the facts if you're on the stage as Gen G right now.
Smile on X-Year's face there. And with every reason to have that. Solid stuff. I mean, Texture just not able to get those knives across. Saya continuing to find that impact. Cleans up Meteor. Just pick after pick. Now, a Cosmic Divide versus the Knives here, up T1 as we go into the last round of this opening half. Gen G going to quite desperately be looking to make this an 8-4.
Yeah, but there is that operator now for Saya. I believe he has a rifle up by the side as well, but with the Blade Storm online, he's got the options. So trying to make sure they can duel Texture.
Get out of my
If he's
way.
not there, should be an easy site to hit.
Ball's going up. Munchkin just drifting across the opposite side. Entry coming through there from the duelists. Saya already able to find one. Texture with that off, however, puts down Izu, Carpe, X-Grip, both caught off guard. Munchkin just lurking forward. Picks him off within the smoke. Saya, however, turns his sights to Arches. Lockyer dead, dashes in the backside. Rossi looking, trying to pinch, but Charon arrives up in Nest, takes him down, and now it is all on Saya player. They try to clutch this out if they want that 9-3.
And there's no reason for them to peek, is there? Because the spike's down. They even smoke him off. I mean, they would have absolute angle advantage. He'd have to wrap around, and that's what Texture's worried about.
My ult's not ready.
Still 50 seconds, though.
Texture playing half wall. Just tucked back, waiting to see if he just goes for that wide swing. And Saya, he's inching closer towards it. 40 seconds can take his time for a shot. Goes out to confirm his position. Orb comes back up. Munchkin looks to try to lurk his way back into the site, and he has done so successfully. Now arriving, and will just be count on him. The swift little shot at the Guardian puts him down 4-8 at the half. Gen G still in a rough position.
Yeah, it doesn't feel great. Sure, you're going onto the attacker's side, but the 5-7 is where you can see it feels like a 50-50. But with a 4-8, you're definitely on your back foot just a tad bit. So Gen G going to be looking at this pistol with a lot more impact, whereas T1, I mean, they're not too concerned. Obviously, you would love to win the pistol, but it's not like they're going to feel too worried if they're not able to clinch this out. But with how things have been going, the pistols seem to be looking good for T1 so far. This fan, they're from China actually, here to cheer on T1. They said they'll be waiting in Shanghai, and I mean, T1, who would have thought with the performance, the rocky performance they had during the regular stage, that they are now just 5 rounds away from booking a ticket.
And this is the T1 that was expected, the T1 that was promised after some of the off-season showings coming into this year with the adjustments made. Took them a while to find their form. I mean, a swap of the IGL and captain. Rough, difficult, seemingly necessary changes from the team. And they might just be ready to harvest the bounty.
What in the world? Izu has a Sheriff and half armor.
Oh,
so,
okay.
And util. So they are...
It's a force up from...
Wow.
Excurate.
Yes, they're telling him, just go for it.
Oh, no, sorry. It's
No,
Rossi.
Rossi. Rossi just buys it for him.
Excurate's holding a ghost. And he's got some util. So Rossi, putting a lot of stock here in this Yoru.
Okay.
This
I mean,
is
obviously...
not a strat that you see very often.
No. But if you can push out, if there's no contact on A main, he's going to start to dig deep, I feel. They're letting him just run amok on his own.
Texture similarly, though. Sheriff in hand. Excurate over by half wall. There's the dash forward. Get themselves into the site. Already 3 players here, though, very quickly from T1.
Oh, and Karon's ready for it.
We've sent, here's this. Takes him down,
no.
and that's going to be the Sheriff now on the floor. Excurate, however, does manage to find Meteor. Texture watching. See if somebody comes up over the top of the wall, but here's the footsteps. Excurate dead. Gets a line up there onto the chest shot. Cannot find the limb. Is Lakia. Oh, a classic setup. Okay, well, needs to clear that first, but they know exactly what's happening. Side player, however, finding Munchkin. Dart being sent. Both of them lobbed in, but actually kind of whiffing on the mark there. Karon, however, now arriving.
Oh!
Guns him down through tunnel. A 4K for Karon here in the pistol. 3-3 on the series are these squads. Gen G get themselves a very necessary win.
Well, thank you for the Sheriff, says Karon. I mean, what an investment into Izu, and it doesn't see the light of day. I mean, this is Karon basically converting approximately 2,000 credits on his own.
It saw the light of day. It was just in Karon's hands.
Oh, true. You're right, actually.
That Sheriff, it did get put to use. Hurts all the more there for T1, but side player still just going for the Marshal here on that defender side.
He'll need to do work with it if they want to try to convert, because that's a lot of credits that Karon was able to bank up, and he's still sticking with the Sheriff. So he can help match the buy going into the next round.
3 away from a Cosmic Divide as well. Very solid spot to be in, especially on the attack. And start for now over at 8. Not spotting anything. It is just Saya player here. Excurate as well as Izu. Not too far off.
So this is something that Gen G, even more so than some of their other opponents that they've dealt with this composition, is going to have an easier time with, is that even the opponent has no Sentinel. So now the global presence of the Euro and the Astra give you immensely more value on the potential lurks, while Texture is still sharp with the shot as well. Enemy Marshal down.
Izu saying, surely I can't die. It's Sands again, and he wants his Sheriff back.
Oh no!
Forces him out of that astral form, but cannot confirm the kill. Just a classic at range. We're going to be a bit difficult. Up over the top, though. Excurate trying to find that second shot. Does put Munchkin down low on HP.
30 seconds left.
So a little bit more, though, is unscoped. Texture eventually does manage to find his mark. Rossi gets cleaned up. Shock dart, though, from Carpe, finding one, evening up the odds. The Sheriff in a classic versus the 2 Marshals here of Gen G. Already decent damage dealt by T1. So they look to try to win the round, get themselves up to 9.
Timer's good from Texture.
Stock statuesque here for the moment. Izu turning his sights over in towards main. Now back here towards Pyramid. Lakia pulling away for a brief little moment.
One enemy
Jiggles
remaining.
out. Texture cleans up one. Swing up the corner. Izu gets the headshot. Sends it
Oh,
out.
Izu!
Oh, boy. He says, this was mine all along. A 3K as he's finally able to put that Sheriff to work. And that is going to be them stealing away the round win. An eco here for T1 as they move up to 9.
I just didn't realize it was a long-term investment. It absolutely pays off in the second round. The Sheriff recovered.
The interest that Karon had to pay on this was astounding.
Wow. I mean, Izu, and this is the thing about maps like Lotus and Breeze, especially for Izu. These are maps where even if it looks like he's having a rough day, he'll start to pull off some of the most insane moments that keeps T1 in the game. It's just something that you can't account for if you've tried to prep against them. Now Gen G trying to make sure they don't get traded. Going in as a death ball, and you see them all covering each other's backs.
Cuss connecting, Rossi trying to take tucked away. Izu going to be taken down though as Meteor finds the opening kill here on the side. It's just going to be a clean sweep here from Gen G. Everybody just getting spotted, not given the opportunity to reply whatsoever. You know, the cash, as bad as it is, Carpe and Execute will just hightail it towards the opposite side of the map and try to hold on to their Vandals.
Listen, I'm not saying it's impossible, but trying to go for those off-timing peaks solo to try to get, 2K, something like that, it's always so rough against Gen G, especially if they're coming in. If you haven't seen any other util and they're coming in on a set Execute, and it's all 5 members, you hear multiple footsteps, you know that they have to be covering each other's backs. They will never leave an angle uncovered. They'll turn over every single rock on that site. So T1 not finding the kills they needed, and Gen G will be able to stabilize with a flawless, it seems.
And much needed after dropping the previous round. Puts Gen G right back into it. So now 6-9, 3 rounds separating these squads. Gen G back in with an advantage. Cash pretty broke right now. RT1 aside from Izu and banked up a decent amount. So they will still have a couple rifles going into this round. Still, there is that firepower there. And it looks like Sai even going to be investing for the Marshall.
I mean, all right. Yeah, sure. Just try to match a little bit more firepower. It is Breeze, so that is going to have a lot more value than on the other maps, and we know that he buys it no matter what map he's on. The early high tide is going to let you know that the Harbor's here on this side, and they just walk right past it. That finds no value. So he has to invest the Cascade just a bit further to keep himself alive. The recon out as well. I mean, this is a lot of util drawn out already, and then Munchkin gets to kill long range. Hall's opened up.
Just peeks in, finds it. Another key advantage here for Gen G. He's taking some significant space, though. Works his way out here into mid. In the meantime, Carpe pushing out in Hall. Pull back, though. Meteor will be heard.
Yeah, that's a big audio cue. Because now you know the gate crash was fake, but also that he was on the rotate out, and he's usually going to be the tail end. So just in case it's an extra fake, the gate crash is sent back to A. But T1 knows that the likelihood of a B hit is very, very high.
Waiting now, Izu. Oh, spotting this out, tracking it. Pick onto that now. Going to be pinged out. Sends out the clone. Doesn't manage to find texture, but again, similarly, the rest of the team starting to fall apart. As Rossi gets picked off. Execute now arriving, but noted by the dart. Once again, this could be he and Carpe having to go for these saves. They are going to push forward, though. Try to see if they can spot out anything.
Yeah, it just has to be exits, though, if you really want to try to play for the win.
Munchkin swinging. There you go.
I mean, I think you just stay happy with that. Yeah, I love to see Carpe back off. Don't get too greedy. Because right now, Saya player, he's not that close to the Blade Storm, and he's not going to be able to go for that full buy. So some teammates might have to help him out.
Execute tucked away. You're checking. Swing on the corner. No noise made quite just yet. Ping down. Do they suspect behind the box? It's like, well, they don't have to suspect a thing. They'll just find him. Headshot there. Meteor takes down Execute. Just Carpe holding onto his weapon. As Gen G move up to 7.
They demand a fight.
There's 2 rounds separating now the squads.
Dimensional drifts on both sides, so things could get a little crazy in the upcoming round 17. What a clean shot from Munchkin. I mean, getting halls for free. I mean, Gen G knows more than anybody else. Without a sentinel, you take down halls, and now the defense has to scramble. They have to be spread out, and that does call for the timeout. Now that you can match the buy a little bit, right? You can mix and match. So I think T1, they'll have to throw whatever they've prepped here during this timeout. And part of it is that, again, you don't have as much global presence, so you do have to figure out some way to push out. Going for the conditioning with the high tide, it hasn't been working out. Gen G's been disrespecting that entirely. So what else can you do? Is it a push through halls? Is it a cascade or another different type of high tide that they've prepped, maybe on the B side, to clear that side a bit earlier? Whatever it is, the variation has to happen, because Gen G, they have been made sure that basically T1, the early 20 seconds is wasted.
They can't get the win off the back of this. It's not double digits for them. Gen G just being 1 round separated. Dimensional drifts available for both sides. Knives can be held by Texture in case it gets into a dire situation, or they have an economic kickback down the line. So far, I mean, we've seen multiple your ults coming through, but none of them really paired with that Hunter's Fury, that classic pairing on this map.
Oh, so they're going to go for double adjustments, the push out in Hall, but also the Harbor over to B, making sure they don't get caught by this dimensional drift.
Spotting them both out here at backside. Clone sent, Pink gets the reveal onto Rossi, and Meteor able to strike, sends out another flash. The follow-up just trying to hold that second player at bay, swing onto the corner, Carpe gonna be good to shut down, shuts down another as Texture also falls.
Down A.
It's gonna be revealed here as Lockya pushes up with a spike, yep. Lost at back pyramid. Ball's now coming up, Saya player gonna be caught. Aran able to come up with yet another successful lurk, but this is now Munchkin, and he leapt on their lonesome versus 3. Drone leading the way. Munchkin desperately trying to escape. He does not, but Karen with that responding fire manages to catch a stray there onto Carpe. But in such a poor position, what does Karen decide to do? 10-10-10 across the board here on his scoreline. Which metric moves up? Kills or deaths in the round?
Yeah, it looked like he was trying to scramble to figure out what the best mental loop would be here, whether it's wrap around mid or all the way through halls. And I think he considered that mid might be too easy to read, so he's going to dig deep. But now that means he's starting to run out of time just a bit. He spotted one on his screen, but didn't quite notice it.
Missed it, yeah, Izu. Had been noted, now they have their sights turned over towards here for a brief little moment at least.
His teammates are pinging it for him.
Extra, oh, swings out, and Karen right as he looks away. Just not quite noticing. Those few pixels out of place, ends up getting caught in T1. The timeout works for them. They get the round victory, and now they move up to 10, just 3 rounds away from getting themselves a ticket to Master Shanghai.
Oh, this is just great adjustments from Carpe. Even with the spray, able to control it, stabilize for the kill. That drops the spike, and
That's huge note, huge note.
it was. I mean, especially off the timeout as well. And you deny the dimensional drift from Meteor. I thought the execute was pretty good with the recon bolt, the timing perfect for Meteor. But the backup just not fast enough as they got held up through that toxic screen.
Flash sent Izu.
Here's everything.
Swing out of the corner, Texture. Third time's a charm, able to find the reset as Izu does get picked off. It can be recovered, but Sion player able to put him down. Solid opening kills, Cosmic Divide is committed. Now they're rerouting, looking to work their way back across over towards A. T1 getting a sense of this, Execute in position, perhaps for a punish. And yes, finds the first. Karen gonna be taking down the Cove. Sen now, ult invested, reckoning out. Trying to disrupt them here on this plant. Munchkin still out in mid. Trying to go for this lurk. Execute, he cleans up the site. He's so low, but now Munchkin doesn't know what to do. Can't stabilize the aim. Rossi catches the timing as Execute catches absolutely everyone. Leaves the defuse for his teammates. There's 4 members left standing. T1 move up to 11.
The reckoning was so huge because it lets him know that not all 3 of them are on site. I mean, sure, they could have been main or whatever, but you see on the minimap, his teammates start to look for the lurk. They correctly identify, okay, there's a good chance. I mean, it's going to be Munchkin. Could be anywhere. So they're hunting for him. And that's a good catch. Execute the new IGL really leading by example on that round. And now 2 rounds away from Master Shanghai, returning to an international stage for T1.
Breathe deep.
Just the Hunter's Fury, but the dynamic duo is available there for T1. Izu now sprinting forward, seeing what he can maybe catch. Nothing going to be spotted, so just jumps back across. It's not going to be the combo coming through. And overall, Gen G, anticipating this, do play in very disconnected positions. They give up basically 0 information aside from the fact that they're all back towards spawn. How do they try to work themselves out of this is the question. Execute very far forward, up halls. Nothing noted quite just yet. Or he's not being made.
So much info.
I mean, suspicious about this.
Yeah, even if they go by, though, that A site is relatively empty. Harpy's just looking to survive. He's got the Hunter's Fury.
Here's the wall set up. Creep up the rope. And what is that shot from Munchkin? Snaps on, takes him down.
Welcome to
As that is borderline miraculous. Pit now invested. It's Gen.G go for the plant. Carpe pulling away, not getting revealed. Just trying to spray through, trying to find any straight connections he can get. He does get whittled down to 50, however. He try to get some kind of reveal through that pit. The Hunter's Fury is available to try to flush them out, but
right here.
it's just a rough position as they wait to try to get everybody else over here onto the site.
There's still the lurk as well. Lots to worry about.
You're picked off. Izu able to find one off screen. Saya player watching, turns his back away, works his way through the double doors. Riveting out, pushing their way up onto the site as there's the pull in. Trying to get him into the snake bite. Wall does fall though. Munchkin able to find one. Karen going to be noted there in tunnels. Texture goes dashing forward. Inside player finds a headshot.
Oh no, he's holding it.
It's being held. They can't interrupt it, can they? No, they cannot. T1. They just hold for it. The util, the Hunter's Fury, it is far too late. T1, they give themselves a match point.
Gen.G, so uncharacteristic. They play so far out, in no position to help each other. Munchkin basically has to give it up. I mean, okay, Meteor goes down to the spray. That's unfortunate. What is that? The kill on Detexture as well. 2 kills through obstructed vision. But at the end of the day, Munchkin, he had to leave the pit. Sure, it drops. He gets 1 kill, but that's so much time lost, so much space given up. And now look at these ultimates on the side of T1 to answer right back.
Absolutely unbelievable. From the early advantage found by Munchkin to now this. Hunter's Fury across, looking for the tag. Nothing other than that shot on the texture found. So eliminations not coming through, but still damage dealt. Given the advantages here in the hands of T1, given that they have match point, they'll take anything that they can get for free. Swing out, Charon here over at window. Shot sent though. Side player unable to find that elim. Texture late on the re-swing. Can't try to shut it down.
They have to clear Saya, because if they don't, this map suddenly becomes so easy for T1 to read, because you got the pit, you already have mid control. Gen.G has no idea about that. They don't have halls. I mean, Gen.G doesn't have any map control, quite frankly. So the one guy they saw, they have to eliminate him.
Considering it, but no, Lakia just goes walking forward, take it down. Texture able to open things up a little bit over towards Zay as he does find Izu. Side player now.
Munchkin
stuck here in window. Yep, just has to abandon the poison orb. Jumps back.
And they suspect it though. With the pit, this is the only option to pinch in because B is absolutely clear. 20 seconds, secure it. Spine time.
It out, but final shot sent. It hits its mark. Push up into the cove. Spike now. Stranded. Munchkin and Charon, everything to do with no time to get it done. Execute drifts away, out into the open. The kill found, but Spike on the floor. The plant not coming in. It's all over. Munchkin can do nothing but watch the time dwindle down. 13-7. T1 take down Gen.G, and they punch their ticket to Master Shanghai.
This team was at the risk of not making playoffs. This team looked absolutely lost during the regular stage, and now they are the first representatives of VCT Pacific, reclaiming the hype that they built up during the offseason, proving to all the doubters that they simply needed time.
The time investment, the investment of belief, the effort put in to shifting over to Execute as the IGL, it has all culminated in this moment for T1. We still had our doubts. Take a look at the predictions, the expectations set for this team versus Gen.G. It was a catastrophic difference between the squads, but T1 have proven us wrong today with a well-deserved, a hard-fought victory, and now a spot at international competition once more.
Listen, I was one of those people that had high hopes. At the beginning of the stage, I expected T1 to go to Master Shanghai, but this is an upset for sure.
Absolutely is. Obviously, things not over for Gen.G. They will find themselves in the lower bracket, much like they did back at kickoff, but T1 sitting pretty in that upper final. But we still have to figure out who their opponent's going to be, and we still have to have the action broken down by the analyst desk. I'll pass it back over to Mika.
I don't know if we were expecting the upsets to be done. Now that that week of upsets, that weird week is over, apparently it's not, because we have T1 now taking down Gen G to book their slot to Master Shanghai.
This was bonkers. I mean, from the get-go, it really felt like they had a good read, you know, doing a good job, not letting that op of Texture really do a ton of damage. They were really working the map nicely, really taking advantage of that open space that's left open on the B site without the Cypher to really kind of hinder your entrances and things like that. Yeah, there were a couple good responses from Gen G, but T1 overall just absolutely incredible. Never really had any problems with Charon. On whatever site he was holding, on whatever map, it really felt like they had a good read on his positioning and how to deal with him. Yes, he had the crazy, you know, 4K with the Sheriff and the pistol around here, but this was just a great game plan today from T1.
It just felt like, again, every single player had huge moments. Like Excurit, just incredible stuff on the harbor on this map. Really got to hand it to him, but some huge moments for everyone. I mean, talk about Carpe, solidness the entire series, eases some huge clutch moments. Saya player, I think, goes without saying. Like, his map of Breeze was incredible. You could see, like, even in his mouse movements, he's just so confident, taking aggressive lines, winning with those risks almost every single time. He just felt kind of unstoppable, and even down to that really exciting last round as well. T1, as the caster said, very much not expected. They almost didn't make playoffs, and now they're at Masters Shanghai. Like, how did this team pull off this kind of thing? But I feel like, again, starting yesterday, they started their huge run. They're really feeling themselves. They come into today. They were the underdogs, but they played their hearts out, and Gen G just weren't ready for them.
I mean, it just goes to show, right? Just like as William said, they just needed a little bit of time, because not too long ago, we were saying like, T1, man, they look lost. Oh, this is going to be really tough for them as they head into playoffs. And now, here they are, the first to really, you know, secure the slot into Master Shanghai. And, you know, as you mentioned, it goes without saying, Saya player, but how they were just able to deal with the win conditions of Gen G, right? One of which was Texture popping off. They were just able to shut him down so many times that he wasn't able to take those duels that would have led the opening for Gen G for so many times.
Yeah, very rarely did it feel comfortable for Texture. I mean, he had to pull out some crazy stuff just to even get one kill in a lot of those rounds. So this really causes a lot of problems for Gen G. It felt like they started to try to press there towards the end, where they were trying to make those hero plays happen. They were getting stuck in bad spots, and that's credit to T1. Good usage of their utility and things like that. But that's a real problem when you are relying on, yes, you know how good these players on Gen G are, but when you have to start relying on that, that's when things go sour, because when Gen G was at their best, we saw it on Sunset, is when they're playing off of each other. That's truly the best version of Gen G, but this was a great job by T1, really dissecting them, identifying pretty quickly like the late lurks and things like that on Gen G's attacker side. So all those pieces of the puzzle came together today.
Yeah, even if you didn't watch the map, you can see from some of the stat lines here, like Gen G almost doubling in terms of first kills. So they were like, again, Breeze, sometimes you have some 6 shots, you get some big wins that way, but even from behind, T1 were still taking some big rounds. They had, you know, a clutch, a thrifty, they had some excellent post-plan situations and setups. So again, it really just comes down to the team diff, like the team playing really well as a whole on the side of T1, whereas Gen G did look a little bit lost on this Breeze. I was expecting a little bit more from them. They looked great on this map in the past, but man, T1 were just too good today.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? You have 13 first kills on the side of Gen G, and T1's like, it's all right, it's okay. That's fine. We'll use it as info, you know? And I feel like for T1, they know that, okay, Gen G is stronger together. What we'll do, we'll pick them apart, one by one, very, very slowly, in a very surgical way.
I think, who was it on the side of Paper X had like 383 and they're 13-0? Like,
yes, it was Jing. It was probably Jing or something. Yeah.
Meanwhile, Saya got in at 13-7. He got 365.
Well, I am not surprised, especially with like how many rounds he was just able to get so much value. He would not only would get like, you know, those openings for T1, he would turn it into like 3Ks, 4Ks even sometimes.
But he'd identify open space really, really well and take advantage of it very, very quickly. Like, you think back to that 3K with the Blade Storm, like his ability to just understand, he's like, okay, I got the kill on the back of sight. I'm going to press for arches and see if I can catch him a bit off guard. And he does, and he picks off 2 before he finally gets taken down. It's his instant reactions, the 1v2 post plant that he had that was really, really clutch. The way he kind of identified the positions, he was so fast, just breaking his own wrist there. He was going so back and forth so quickly. I mean, that's what you need here from T1.
Yeah, and I feel like, it comes full circle because we talked to Data earlier and he was talking about how you're being proactive and reactive. Now I'm seeing like T1 probably masters of that because then they know when to hold back. They know when to be aggressive and they know when to kind of like, let's play it a little bit safe. Let's just wait a few seconds and then we'll strike when the moment is right. That's why you see them now on stage as your winners for the series. So let's send it over to Jen, who has T1 on stage with her.
Thank you guys, and that is right. T1 is heading to Shanghai. I'm standing here with T1 Saya player. Now, massive congrats, Saya. You guys are the first Pacific team to lock Shanghai. Now, despite the rocky start, you guys still proved yourselves and made it to Shanghai. So, what does it mean to you? How do you feel right now?
We start regular season is like really bad, so we had a really bad momentum, but we know we have a really good resort in screen, so we just keep focusing on it. So and then we made it today. So I mean, I'm really happy.
I think that kind of started to show since yesterday against Team Secret as well. You guys were more confident, and one thing that everyone on the team kind of talked about during the interview is having that scrim performance, having how good you guys were in practice kind of translated onto the stage. What do you think kind of enabled you guys to do that out of all of the sudden? What clicked?
On that, honestly, our head coach Autumn pointed it out. You guys didn't properly transfer scrim performance to match, so we really didn't notice before.
Okay.
But Autumn Autumn helped us really a lot. So then we changed a lot.
Okay, so it was that prep talk from Autumn. He's been he told us that he's been putting a lot of time, staying up late in bed before the match, trying to think of what to tell you guys. I guess that kind of worked. So great results today. Now, when it comes to your performance individually too, Genji Solo actually said in the Korean pre-match interview that shutting down Saya on that operator would be crucial for Genji today. Nothing was able to stop you on Ascent and on Breeze. 20 kills in the first half, just alone as well. What was different for you? Did it feel like it was an extraordinary day that you were able to do anything?
To be honest, first map was fine because we played team game properly, and then the second map I played really bad. Also, they have really good counter for scaling, so I got fucked. Oh, sorry, I got punished. And third map, honestly, I just thinking, okay, I just believe in myself. I can do it, and then I just come back.
Yeah, and with that, you guys are going to Shanghai. We saw Izu kind of shedding tears. Carpe is so happy. What were the talks? We only had seconds before the interview, but what were the reactions from the T1 guys?
We are really in family mood, so everyone's really emotional and then really happy. And I don't know, I cannot say it. I can explain it better, but we are really happy.
So it's gonna feel like a family trip over to Shanghai as well, trying to put up your best performance for each and every one of you. Now, next up would be the winners of the PaperX and the DRX match. Who do you think is going to win, and is there a team that you would prefer to face?
Okay, honestly, I really want to beat them both.
Yeah.
Because they're a really strong team and a good team. But I think PRX is gonna win today.
Oh, okay. Is there a particular reason?
Because they're just better.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you for your answers. And also congratulations once again. And best of luck in the next matchup.
Thank you so much.
That was Saya, everybody, with the post-match interview. Let's head over to a little break, but don't go anywhere because we have the RX rivalry matchup happening once again. PaperX and DRX facing off, so we'll see you soon.
Okay, Team Secret. We need you guys on the stage now. Come on, let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
立ち日グループ100周年。私たちは愛する立川にかつてないワクワクや感動に出会う場所を作ってきました。そして今大きな夢の実現に挑戦しています。立川と世界を文化、芸術、スポーツでつなぐ。私たちが愛する立川を世界に愛される都市に。立川と世界をつなぐ立ち日グループ。
Red Bull gives you wings.
Faster.
Welcome back, everyone, to VCT Pacific. We are heading into our second match of the day, and it's going to be a classic one. DRX versus Paper Rex. Who is locking in a slot to Master Shanghai to follow T1? We are seeing DRX right now. You know it, Paper Thin. They want to make sure that the world knows they are back and they are ready to represent Pacific in those international tournaments. You heard Stax. He always goes.
Yeah, no, I mean, I know Stax was a little bit angry at me that I was keeping him from going, but
How dare you?
But I think he might be able to push past me on this one. They've been looking so darn good this year. It is truly impressive the way that they've come together as a team. Everything seems just so different with them, and I mean in very positive ways, where they feel more relaxed on stage. They look like they're having fun. You listen to their voice comms and some of the content they're putting out, and they're just joking around with each other, just making fun of each other, just like, oh, like they'll argue whose aim is worse today, and like things like that. Like they're just out there having a good time, and that's really important for this team to have those vibes, to keep that good mentality that helps Stax as that IGL as well, stay focused on the game. So I have a lot of high hopes for DRX right now. This is, again, I think the best I've seen them in the last couple of years.
Yeah, definitely in a very strong spot. I think that the addition of Bane was actually fantastic for the vibes on their side, and Foxy9 has really been stepping up on their side. I think he has 2 MVPs already in this regular season, so we'll have to wait and see how these 2 younger players will do when it does come to playoff time and up against a big opponent as well.
Definitely a big opponent. As we, keep saying, Paper Rex right now, they're pretty much, when you say Pacific playstyle, you think Paper Rex at this point. They've coined that chaotic sort of style that makes people want to watch VCT Pacific, right? And I feel like going up against DRX, it's sort of, I guess, nostalgic for them, but at the same time, it's a new feel because DRX does feel, as you mentioned, like very light. They have Bane also, who has been putting up the numbers. So is PRX prepared for this, especially since DRX and PRX, this is a matchup that we know that it could take a while. It could. We could be going to a map 3. We might as well say it already, actually.
I think we're going to a map 3. I have very high confidence in both of these teams, so it is really hard to predict who's going to win. Everybody's looking good on Paper X right now, so this is a team that is also, just like DRX, in very strong form, as you would expect. But, DRX is looking for revenge here. They lost to them in the finals of Pacific last year. They lost to them at Masters Tokyo the last time they faced off. They lost in the offseason at the AVL as well. So, there's all these things right now that have been going Paper X's way, but it feels different now. It feels like this is a different DRX. This feels like they've got kind of a better read. They've often had Paper X's number. They're a team that, like Team Secret, understands Paper X's style because they played them so damn much.
Especially since these 2 teams, I remember DRX did mention this in an interview before, but this was last year, that because they're tied so closely to Paper Rex, DRX's style has actually evolved thanks to Paper Rex. Paper Rex actually have actually been molding them and vice versa. And that's how closely tied these 2 teams are, right? And as you mentioned, there is a score to settle. Termi did also mention that they were looking forward to this match because they want to get revenge. And I think that, because the fate of these 2 teams are, again, they're pretty much arm in arm every time it's VCT Pacific. So every time you see this match, it's either playoffs or finals time, or it's Masters time as well.
Yeah, I like the point you made about, kind of learning from each other. It feels like every really strong region has a bunch of strong teams at the top to kind of learn from each other and kind of build from each other. That's how the region gets strong in the first place. And these 2 teams have been, as you mentioned, linked arm in arm for quite a long time. It's important to note we had that graph at the bottom. It did go right to left, actually, from older to newer matches. So Paper X definitely getting the better of DRX in the recent matches, but it's kind of an interesting point because I feel like, especially Paper X, we're having some great times so far in this regular season, but also they had some shaky ones with the re-addition of Jing, and he looked a little bit shaky, but then against their match, in their match against Talon, rather, Jing was putting up some huge numbers, and the team really seems to be kind of flowing once again and really trending on the up and up. So really feels like both these teams trending up and up right at the exact right moment and right into each other right now.
This is the perfect moment to be on a high, but I do want to mention, of course, Paper X, of course, they came from that 13-0 earlier, but as we mentioned during the pre-show, right, Paper Rex did come out in the press conference yesterday and said that, okay, it actually wasn't as dominant or one-sided as it looked. For them, it felt like it was pretty intense. So I don't think this is a Paper Rex that is pretty much, overly confident. They do know that they do have to build back something, especially since Jing, he also admitted that, everything is still an adjustment for him at this point. Even down to the chairs feel a little bit different. He mentioned that as well. Everything feels like he has to catch up at this point.
It's still not the full Jing that we are expecting, right? He's still not quite 100%, but he's getting there very quickly. I mean, on Lotus in particular, he looked very, very comfortable. So I'm kind of curious if that is actually going to be the map that DRX banned. So the big difference between these 2 teams, Paper X perma-bans Breeze, but DRX is willing to ban their opponent's strength. So they'll go for a map that they think that their opponent is better than them on, and they will try to take it away. So I could see Lotus, I could see Sunset, potentially maybe even Bind, because that's been a little bit shaky for DRX. Even though they're winning it, they're still not looking, in my opinion, 100%. And those are the maps that absolutely could be taken away here from Paper Rex.
Same with Paper Rex. I mean, they did lose to Talon yesterday on Bind, right? That could have exposed a lot of strategies on the side of Paper Rex. It goes to show, you know, even dinosaurs bleed, Valdez. Did you know that? Dinosaurs bleed.
Well, I learned something new
I mean,
today.
all living creatures that aren't plants bleed, and even plants kind of
really caught me off guard.
Sometimes they
It's like,
do.
what?
It's like the sap or something.
Exactly, yeah.
But going back into our maps, right? You know, Alex did say that they haven't revealed everything that they've prepped quite yet. And DRX are coming from a few days off, so they've prepped something for sure. So this is another match which is really, really hard to predict. Perhaps we'll get a better clue as we jump into our map select, which we are just about to. And I like that you pointed out as well that DRX are feeling a lot lighter as a team. I think this is something that a lot of people actually, you know, maybe might say that, oh, it doesn't really matter, but it actually does, especially if you're on a stage that big.
But I think it helps their comms too. I think it makes it easier for them to kind of say what they want to do and rely on it. So definitely it's made a huge impact overall. Across the board, even the coaches have talked about how Bane's nature has kind of influenced them to be a little bit lighter, a little bit more fun. So yeah, the Breeze ban to be expected. The big question here is, what is DRX going to ban? Okay, Sunset, sure, that makes sense. I thought either that or Lotus. One of those two maps for sure was going to be Paper X's choice. I think this one just is probably the map that DRX feels a little bit more comfortable on, and feels like that they saw enough yesterday that they can maybe punish this too. To leave it open.
At the same time, Paper X obviously he looked very strong on the Lotus, the 13-0, and then the Ascent is going to come out here from the side of DRX, and Paper X is going to start on the defense. We see Icebox going away, and really the last question is, do DRX elect to play on Bind? And the answer is yes. So they say, well, Paper X is strong on this, but we have not been defeated on this one. We played it a bunch, and so they're going to leave that one open. And should be a very awesome kind of
map 3,
a
gentlemen.
classic one between these two.
This is going to map 3. I mean, I looked at that Ascent, I'm like, oh my gosh. Especially DRX on Ascent has a lot of history, right? So I think we can pretty much expect it. We're going into Lotus first, though. How are we feeling about this? I mean, DRX and PRX, I feel like I wouldn't call it like their absolute best map. They're not too bad, but it's going to boil down to the execution, right?
Yeah, and it's going to be a little bit tough now for DRX because you saw a different agent composition yesterday. The Breach, I kind of suspect, might have been a anti-Neon kind of pick, potentially, because you might expect Talon to go for that with Governor. So you might go back to the kind of stock standard here for Paper X with Forsaken on the Cypher. So I think that DRX is going to have a pretty good read on that. Like, the real question for me is going to be the pressure that like Foxy9 is going to be under. Like, he's been okay as a Sentinel. He's really good in 1v1s. That's like where he really excels. He's pretty good at lurking. His site holding is going to be put to the test. Him, Mako, and Bane are all going to be under a lot of pressure today, so it's going to be up to them to react to things properly. When do you back off? When do you try to take those fights? Those are going to be really important decisions that they're going to have to make.
Especially against this team, right? Heavy firepower. And Foxy9, I do agree. He's been performing very, very well on the Sentinel role, but you're going to have something. You're going to have Jing. You're going to have Forsaken on there. And not to mention, Divine Mind Freak have been performing very, very well as well. So, gentlemen, this is going to map 3, but who is taking this? Have your predictions changed at all after seeing that map select? Let's bring out our predictions right over here. So it actually is evenly split. It's not too much of like what happened earlier in the series. Congratulations, by the way, Chubby Ninja, for that. You are the seer for this week. But right now, it is pretty much evenly split. I feel like, again, this is so close, though. This is like 49, 51%.
I think what it comes down to really is DRX, they're very consistent, very strong team. They looked great in regular season, but as you mentioned before, like, how is Foxy9 going to look under so much pressure? How is Bane going to look under this pressure? Can they stay consistent? That's a big question for DRX. On the side of Paper X, I feel like they're a pretty streaky team at the moment. You know, they can 13-0 you, or they can just drop a bunch of rounds in a row seemingly for no reason because Talon are finding angles, and it's like, where was the team that just bopped them? Like, how did you drop map 2 after 13-0ing them? How does that happen, right? So maybe some, Alex slamming the desk moments to get them back in line and keep them consistent on their streak. But, if they can come out strong, if they can show the, I think, higher highs that Paper X have potentially over DRX, then maybe Paper X get a nice early lead, and that's enough to bring them across the line. Otherwise, I think the consistency of DRX will bring them to the win in the best of 3.
Ooh, what about you, Paper Thin?
I think it's a slight edge for the form that I'm seeing from DRX. It looks a little more stable. They look a little bit more cohesive as a team so far. You're still having some of those issues where Paper X gives up space and information and it doesn't click mentally. You know, we saw that round on Bind where Talon wrapped all the way into spawn and Paper X had no idea. Things like that Paper X is kind of notorious for, unfortunately, is kind of their Achilles heel, where sometimes they're just not fully engaged mentally.
They can tunnel vision.
Exactly,
yeah.
And that's something that DRX is really good at punishing and really good at taking advantage of. So I think there's just going to be a slight edge here, but if the executions are good for Paper X, it's going to be tricky.
Ooh, very slight edge indeed, because as we know, this is a match made for VCT Grand Finals, and this time it's going to be for a slot to Masters Shanghai. It's DRX and PRX, so let's take it to the stage for our final series of this day. We're in for a big one, everyone. Strap in.
사실 저는 1부 리그에서 뛰어본 적이 없기 때문에 좀 떨리기도 했고 무섭기도 했는데 그냥 그런 생각 없이 제 할 것만 잘하자 이런 식으로 했더니 오전 전승을 해낼 수 있었습니다.
DRX back on top against Gen G.
너희들 벽쳐라 사랑해! 기존에는 스택스 혼자서 오더를 하는 DRX였지만 지금은 제가 중간에서 많은 도움을 주고 있고 서브 오더로 그래서 서로가 더 좋은 시너지를 내고 있지 않나.
He is going to win it, and it's a 13-0 from Paper X.
Obviously, we weren't aiming for the 13-0, you know, but it happened. So yeah, obviously we feel very happy about it, you know. I think for Talon matches, maybe not just them, but I think any other teams, I would just focus on myself, you know, I don't really care about.
아무래도 페이퍼렉스 때 포세이큰 선수가 저와 비슷하게 플렉스로 팀 내에서 모든 역할을 다 소화하면서 교전력이 상당히 강하다고 생각하거든요. 하지만 분명히 그런 선수도 이겨야 제가 1등이 되는 거기 때문에 분석을 잘해서 제가 꼭 이기도록 하겠습니다.
I mean, when it comes to DRX, it's always about teamwork. I mean, no pressure. We beat them before, you know. Hopefully this time we'll be able to do it again. And yeah, hopefully we can be on our 100% performance and move forward, you know.
저희보다 잘하는 팀은 없다고 생각을 하고 있고 어떤 팀을 만나든 저희는 다 이겨버릴 자신이 있으니까 누구든 그냥 들어오시면 될 것 같습니다.
DRX had no loss because they haven't really played us, you know. Stacks, yeah, we're coming, bro. We're gonna make you headache, you know. Like, we're gonna make you punch the table and stuff, you know. Yeah, just wait and see.
DRX.
DRX, the uncrowned champions. They've gone through the regular season as the only undefeated team. And even with some new members, this team looks poised to be the year's Pacific champions. Can they keep that streak to claim this series against one of their biggest rivals? Can they do it against Paper Rex, a team that's coined the Pacific playstyle, a team that's consistently shocked the world over with power plays and some of the heaviest firepower that we've seen on the VCT stage? The team might be a little shaky, but as we've seen, PRX at their shakiest is still one of the scariest teams to be up against. Paper Thin, there is no underdog in this series. We're looking at two teams that are already practically hovering over that Pacific trophy. Who's it gonna be?
I don't know. I mean, I think maybe DRX, but this could also definitely be the rematch we see in the grand finals. These two teams looking so strong. Paper Rex, it's just a matter of time before they hit that peak form. You just gotta hope that as DRX, you know, you're able to shut that down, keep it in check, keep it at bay a little bit longer. Turby and the game plan gonna have to be great. You know, the other players are gonna have to kind of keep Bane in check. You know, things start to go sideways, it's gonna be on them, you know, to help keep his mental there. I mean, he's been great as the vibe guy. Now you never know. I mean, if he starts getting punched he might kind of falter. So I'm really curious to see how this goes.
We've already seen this playoffs bring in some big surprises. This one, though, I feel like whoever wins, it's not going to be a big surprise. DRX wins, it's like, oh, that makes sense. If Paper X win, we're like, oh, okay, that makes sense.
That makes
yeah.
sense too.
All right, yeah. And they were really on form today, and that makes a lot of sense. So I think it's really just going to come down to who's got the better mindset coming into this one, who can hold their mental strong and not fail under that pressure.
And you can hear the crowd over there. They're on fire. They're cheering for both teams equally as well. And it just goes to show how powerful both of these teams are. So let's get into the series. Let's toss it on over to our casters, William and Achilles.
Thank you very much. We keep throwing around the terms El Clasico. Some orgs are trying to adopt the term El Clasico. This is one of the other El Clasicos. A meta one between Gen G and T1 earlier on across a couple different games.
Yeah.
But this one here in Asia, these teams have now clashed. It's going to be the 9th time. The record at the moment, 4-4. 2 of those events not in BCT. And if you go ahead and take those out, the record's still 3-3.
Yeah.
So these guys are very well versed with one another. Get to see which one comes out on top. DRX haven't had the better of Paper X for the last 4 times. It's been those streaks coming through.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much, you know, the meta shifts happen, and DRX haven't been able to keep up ever since the old retake Vision Strikers disappeared. But now they're trying to answer back. Obviously, Paper X, they showed their new composition yesterday against Talon. It's explosive. We just talked about it a little bit. But it's not just explosive for the executes, for things like that, but it has so much reach that DRX, they will have to calculate this very well if they want to answer back on this Lotus.
And Paper X, I mean, just looking astounding on this very map. DRX, of course, will have been watching, will have witnessed that 13-0 that Paper X delivered to Talon. Still decided to let it go through. So obviously, maybe not expecting Paper X to hit that same stride, or just having some very solid ideas about how to play against this, because he was also worth mentioning again, a very new look. It was a composition that Paper X had never run on Lotus prior to that matchup yesterday.
And also, you know, on the side of Talon, head coach Frost said that for some reason his team, his players just don't know how to play against Breach. But I imagine that'd be very different for DRX with Stacks in the crew. One of the OG Breaches for sure. So DRX surely well prepped in this first map.
Going up against the most OG Breach of them all on the opposite side. Granted, he's playing Fade, but guys, this game is ready to go, as are we. So let's hop into Lotus for map number 1 between Paper X and DRX.
The majority of the fans here organizing their shouts for DRX, but we hear a little bit of an answer back from Paper X.
Careful there.
Though not in the classic 1, 2, 3 style of the Korean fans. They're there. Their voices will be heard. And Buzz with the half armor. DRX has been really going for these boss buys on their pistols, really making sure that Buzz is there ready to fire.
Barriers now dropping. Util will fly. On up over the top here from DRX as they go pushing forward already. Roll back from Forsaken and something. This was in position for the connection, and there you go. Flashes out. Players caught. Mako only able to answer one back, but loses 3 of his teammates. Push around the backside of Rubble. Mind Freak will be able to get the better of him, and Foxy caught drifting into B. Paper X starting things off very strongly with a pistol round win.
Yeah, so the timing of that peek out for Paper X, very sneaky, because they took out the turret in mid. You're thinking it's not going to be a full stack on A. DRX gets a little lax, but that smoke, it's just bubbling out towards Rubble. Catches DRX completely off guard. The pop flash is good, and that's a classic Paper X answer back in that pistol. And now we have 4 buys, a pretty heavy investment. They'll risk dropping 1 weapon, maybe up to the Marshal as well, and that's not too much economic damage into the bonus.
To get some forward space, working his way up here on the mound. Right, and Mind Freak behind him, so there's a ton of firepower here. Boombot going to be spotting at least 1 with a push up. Just holds in for that orb. Trailblazer, not sure how much it spotted. A couple players had been playing back, but should have at least seen 2 around the corner.
Well, the thing is A main already you're past the toxic screen, so you have that information. You're still holding at a distance over by B. You've secured the orb, and you've denied any sort of information from out. So DRX, you know they have to rotate. Door opened up.
First flash sent, paint shells flying in here from Jinx. Snappy on the headshot. Bane gets taken down. Foxy9 dead as well. Mako once again able to find a singular kill here. Spike stranded now in the site. Work cut out for them. There's a couple shots across, but eventually they swing in. Mako will find a second. And full flash here on a Mind Freak, but eventually will be able to steady that aim and find the kill. So 2 rounds to start. Paper Rex overall, not too many casualties thus far.
Yeah, I mean, obviously winning the anti-eco, that's not the surprising part, but I think the fact that Paper Rex are willing to just send Jing in through the revolving door, things like that, when you have the weapon buys, right, confident in the paint shells and what it's covering, the coverage from behind him on the other side of the revolving door, that way they still have a bit of a mini crossfire, still back up to trade, and then you just keep them tied up with the jump peak, something comes in from A. Overall, you realize the magic continues from yesterday. That pacing from Paper Rex, it's not going to stop.
So far, only Mako getting himself on the board. Pull back again. Heavy presence, though. I mean, C-Site, he's just completely being ignored by Paper Rex thus far.
TRX, they're constantly still setting up defaults to see if there's a push out, but this is an absolute trap play from the other side.
Fault line in, Bane in a bad spot. He's quite a bit of damage there from those paint shells and Divine. Finding stacks, finding Mako. Foxy9 able to reply in kind, though. Cleans up 2 as Divine and Mind Freak both get picked off. Will peek there, the baby door. Bane going to be spotted. Forsaken comes away, not taking any damage. As for now, DRX going to be cutting sound, but still advantage very much here in the hands of Paper Rex, just given the HP. We know how accurate they can be with those Spectres. They'll make it look like a Vandal.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And they'll be moving while they're doing it, so just some things that only Paper Rex can do. But this is a good rotate. You know that you've already have the crossfire set up from Paper Rex over
push forward, though.
Door. Yeah, this is early. And you have to suspect that this is possible. You have to suspect the rotate might happen, too. Paper Rex doesn't play traditional.
Because there's no protection on those weapons. Some armor covered, so rifles in hand for the remaining 2 players here. Bane. Spawning, yep. Both of them here.
Fault line.
Fault line, getting the stun. That interrupts the plant. Now they have to pivot. Work their way over to C, but already door tapped. Very well aware of this one here.
Those things are going to chase through B, but they're both already here on the site.
Foxy needs to hold his own, and he does. Snappy with that headshot to get himself a 3rd in the round and in general. And now Forsaken. Last one standing. Buzz at 9 around the corner. A paint shell to play off the tap of the spike. Pushing in towards the Killjoy, and Buzz swings out from Waterfall just in time to get the kill. 3 players lost, though. Still bloody, but DRX, they do get themselves on the board. They can breathe a sigh of relief. They are no longer in danger of getting 13-0'd.
Well, the death talks about Foxy9. Can he keep up with the members of Paper Rex? I don't think that's the concern. Overall, as a team, Paper Rex still 1 step ahead, but Foxy9, the snaps are good, and he keeps them afloat. And afloat is about the best we can give him, because obviously that was their buy round. It's not the cleanest. Half armors across the board, but the operator's already out for something.
Up in play, and we saw what something was able to do with that just yesterday. Some absolutely disgusting flicks put on display. They very much want to try to clear him off the angle.
He's going to go for this.
He's looking for the peak, swings out, shot. Does catch Mako there in the leg. Obviously unhealable damage here for the side of DRX as Buzz put a botch on that entryway as Foxy9 now under pressure and cannot escape. They hound him down. Plant will come through, but man advantage here for the side of Paper Rex. Jing, 1 away from that showstopper. Mako close to the side, does get the catch. Takes him down, swings out for a little bit more. Puts some damage across, but cannot find a further elimination. Bane punishing Mind Freak. And as the door swings, now the double approach swinging through, they will be able to take him down. Stealth, Devi, and Forsaken both tagged up. Something approaching in from Waterfall. Buzz, his back is turned. Take it down now. It is all on stacks to try to hold the line to get themselves this round win, but he's only going to get himself a singular kill. 2 players left standing up. Very much held. Paper Rex will not let DRX string 2 together.
Yeah, DRX definitely trying to sync themselves up to the pacing of Paper Rex. Obviously, it's been a little while since they've had to actually play this squad. Sure, they've scrimmed now and then, but ever since AVL in the offseason in 2024, they have not played a match yet. And it just so happens that they have to meet him when the magic has returned. Seems like Forsaken realizing maybe it's a little too early for the mega hype-ups. Tries to calm himself back down on the seat. But overall, things looking good. Seeker's online, so is the showstopper. You know it's a broken buy on the other side. Buzz will go for the hero rifle.
Quick slide forward, but this time a gamble from Paper Rex on the opposite side of the map. Likely feeling that they're going to have the advantage much regardless. As, door broken down. Buzz not ready for that. Something finds a shot, does get punished as Mako recovers the rifle.
Do have the pit, but obviously Seekers and Showstopper, that feels really risky to use. Especially with just these weapons in hand. You couldn't barely recover the rifle there for Mako. There it is, the Vandal.
And only Aftershock not finding the correct positioning there to get the punish. Full flash in, but now Stacks is tucked in behind the box, ends up getting taken down. Showstopper the dive in, Bane, look at the headshot, takes him down. Devi, however, finding Mako, dropping the pit. Hold on to the defuse, the spray across, Bane able to fish for Forsaken. That all comes down to Mind Freak. There's the first, and he cannot quite find the second. Puts Foxy to 58. With that thrifty win, DRX will get themselves a second round win.
An absolutely huge trade from Mako in the early parts of the round. That gives him the opening to break through tree. You realize that it was 2 people by Baby Door. There's no other trades coming in. Nobody to fire back from the revolving door. So they move quick, and they're able to constantly juggle this one rifle back and forth between the surviving members. Foxy actually sneaking in that Phantom right before the last trades as well. Gives him the firepower, and there's that energy. All focus on Bane as he's rarely been able to keep DRX high throughout this stage.
Okay, well, pacey push coming into something, flaming. 2 players very swiftly. Foxy with a play on the 2 back is Mako now on his lonesome, pinched, and Paper X just up the ante. They don't give them a moment to breathe.
It's things like that that really just break an IGL's heart, right? You just got some footing again. You're thinking, all right, let's go for the default. They might push out. You were hiding behind the box, but the thing is he dashes past the Paranoia. The Paranoia is meant to counter this. I mean, yeah, Buzz is a little bit ahead, but you don't expect him to go past it and still get extra kills. That ruins all your approaches. And now that's the early timeout.
DRX calling it after 6 rounds of play. Attack side not going their way quite just yet. While this map did used to be defender-sided in Pacific, when you're playing against Paper X, you need everything you can get when it comes down to that attack half. Have your work cut out for you when you shift over to the defense. But a fantastic call. I mean, Paper X basically pulling a tiles crunch against the team that invented the tiles crunch over there outside of C. That is enough for Termi to want to intervene.
And I think one of the biggest things is obviously, you know, Bane saying that he's been helping as a secondary IGL, and we've seen the magic that can bring for DRX, but same thing happened to Talon yesterday. Paper X just doesn't give you a moment to even discuss. Just round after round, it's relentless. So I really like the early timeout from DRX. Try to course correct nice and early, give your players some time to breathe and reconvene. But obviously this round, it's gonna look tough. You've got ultis, but you got Stingers and a Judge on the attack. He's about the only site you can hit with that collection.
Already though, 2 in position, just alongside that C door. The group up comes in, Devi shifts over, try to reinforce, and there it is, tap on the door. Nothing spotted, they hold back for now. Forsaken does send out the fault line. DRX staying stagnant, staying quiet. Wait and see if they can try to break through. Prowler not going to be spotting much. There's the bouncing entrances. The Buzz actually is able to find 1 there. Devi cleans up 2, however. Yes, Devi will get himself a 3rd. Stacks with the Sheriff will be able to put down something for a 2nd kill for the team. It's going to be Paper X not allowing that kind of half investment to come up with too much damage.
Excellent read from Paper X. So first of all, they're just sending you to early on to buy time, right? To pressure them, see if there's a reaction, but there's nothing. You took mount control, you were past the toxic screen on A, you saw nothing. So even Jing starts to rotate back towards stairs, and now everybody's eyes are already on B. And you've been cycling through that breach util just to make sure backup is there. DRX has no idea that they've been read like a book in that previous round. Now it's just gonna be rubble pressure again with the fault line. And I mean, you just have to respect it every time, even the paint shells come out. And DRX, they will always start each round with 10 seconds already down on the clock.
Slow creep up, this time Forsaken. Not playing out in front, shifted over. Connector, sights turned back over towards Baby Door though. Suspecting some added pressure to A side, but as he swings back in, enough attention bought. Mako able to find the punish. Forsaken dead, showstopper from Buzz, just looking to try to create some additional space here for the team. Something approaching from the back, gets the one tap, looks for a little bit more, stacks. Eventually he's able to find him, and then Mindfreak also swoops in. Got a quick spot there on the Buzz. As Paranoias go flying, and Foxy9 from behind will be able to take him down. However, the deadliest member of Paper X is still here nearby, and that's going to be Devi. Jing, however, dead, leaving Devi all on his lonesome. Sultan looks to see if he can try to clutch this one up. The Seeker's to chase. Clear out on one, knows that he's playing close, needs to get the others here. Devi works his way around it onto the site.
He knows both of them are out and mound, so that smoke not really getting the value that they wish. Both Nanoswarms gone as well.
Nanos cleared up, there's the tab. He wants to try to force him in one after the other, but Foxy will be able to get that headshot in the end. DRX, again, bloody. Keep 2 players alive. They get themselves a 3rd round win.
That shot from something, I almost thought that the round was just over from that, just because it was so quick. Yeah, well, and it was against Mako, and it was the one site that they had control over. I mean, everything seemed to be going something's way. Dig in deep, but DRX starting to play a little bit out of their own shell as well, right? They're not the old DRX. They don't always wait for the perfect util setup. They'll go for these silent lurks. They'll start to open up the map a bit more. They realize that Paper X has been moving very quickly. This is a very fast adjustment off of that timeout.
Judge in the hands of something, and he's crept up just outside of B. Mako basically shoulder to shoulder with him here at the moment. Do they have anything to try to scout for this? Mako, he's just gonna blind clear.
He's trying to keep a wide angle.
Contact, and he actually, swings out wide enough. He's able to get the headshot before suffering any damage. A major punish found there by Mako. Is now DRX get ready to open up this C site for the taking.
Man, Bane actually just shrouded stepped forward to make sure that he can match the pacing for the Paranoia.
Working his way out of door. Turret holding him at bay, and Foxy just adjusts the angle a little bit more, finds that punish. Looks like this round will certainly, now certainly is going the way of DRX.
And now the lurks, they're all set up, and Mako, he's online, ready for it. He was the one trying to keep them in the game the whole time, but now...
Divide a challenge and win.
Okay.
13-4-5 here.
Goodness, 13-4-5.
To hear from Devi ahead of the game starting, saying, I don't really think about anything else other than my own play. Clearly, he's very much dialed in on that at the moment. Spike will detonate, though, and DRX this time significantly cleaner on the round victory. We'll move up to 4, bring this within touching distance, and because of how scrappy these rounds have been, cash not aplenty on the side of Paper X.
Yeah, and this always seems to be the case for Paper X, quite frankly. I mean, they could be absolutely dominating, and then they'll still just barely have enough creds round to round, because a lot of it, again, focuses on trading. Obviously, back at kickoff, Paper X versus Gen G, that was some of the scrappiest we've seen in terms of credit management. But DRX, not so much the other side. So warning his team about the judge. He's saying, yeah, it was a judge, all right? They're starting to do those things. But I think that early timeout, the adjustment, understanding that Paper X has just been swarming the map within the first 30 seconds. The good adjustments, right? Not just waiting for the push out, but starting to try to meet them halfway. These are good default adjustments from DRX. And now Coach Alex trying to make his own adjustments off of that.
Let's see what he comes up with. There's already 2 timeouts burnt, 1 apiece before we jump into round number 10. And honestly, that's what you love to see when it comes down to just high-level, strong understanding of your opponent type gameplay. Again, I mean, the 9th time that they've clashed overall. Yeah. Granted, yes, some roster changes for sure, seen throughout the years. But still, that identity, it lingers.
Yes. Oh, for sure. For sure. I mean, especially because, you know, the coaches haven't really changed. Sure, you know, from all the way back in the day, you have the addition of Glow from player to coach on the side of DRX, but the philosophy of leadership has been consistent for both sides.
About to try to check forward, but something ahead of this, and the drag across, second bullet connect. It's Mako dead. Bane lurking forward, bit of a stranded position, trying to TP out. Jing rushing forward, looking for that punish. He's able to find it. Stacks is not steady. That aim whatsoever. Jing collects 2.
Yeah, it's
anticipating this. Does get the catch on to something. So Foxy taken down. Clean up blast pack, sent, spike taken, but second blast pack not gonna do you a damn thing, son. Buzz ends up falling as Jing will collect 3 in the round. And the timeout here for Paper X will work his magic and get them a 6th round victory here on the defender side.
Yeah, it almost feels like Stacks maybe imagining the smoke might last a bit longer, or maybe just forgetting that Paper X, they're always going to be one step faster than you imagine, right? He thinks Bane's going to be safe after that shrouded step. You don't see the swing during the animation, so he tries to back off, get a head start. And Buzz, I mean, he just had too much he had to do there, trying to survive, get kills, pick up the spike. But now, ults on both sides, quite healthy, but definitely looking a bit scarier on the side of Paper X, if I do dare say. That Rolling Thunder, not anything to scoff at.
A little bit of util sent out towards A, but Prowler now flying on this side. They know they to shift it over as something spotting out quite a many few.
Okay, so DRX, they realized that the early breach util wasn't there, so they are able to bait out the fault line, but you still have to account for this Rolling Thunder. Seems like they're in a position to try to bait it out. They're not going to rush into it. See if the reaction is there. It comes.
Rolling Thunder gonna hit on everybody.
Oh no!
As the stun is in, something collected 2 quick kills. Buzz Mako gonna be taken down. The rest of the team trying to backpedal, trying to get themselves out of this position. But Stack far forward, committed, dead. Foxy now, the last one standing. Let's see what kind of damage he can find. The Dragon Cross will eventually get him a 2nd elimination. But Paper X, they'll make it to 7.
And just a little message over to DRX. Still all out of love. Obviously age-old rivals, but DRX definitely isn't feeling a bit of that right now as they're already down 3 rounds in the first half. See if they can at least stabilize 7-5. I mean, sure, that's not too bad. You know, yeah, you're on the attacking side, but all things considered for Pacific, wouldn't be the end. But Foxy9, now just with the Sheriff, despite being the top frag, he gives over a Vandal, a buy over to his teammates. Phantom, it seems, over to Buzz.
Space taken here from Jing. Shots across, Bane avoiding that damage for now. It's probably trying to check. Taking a bit of damage now, Paranoid. Deafin swings out on the corner. Foxy with that sheriff able to put one down, but my freak! 4 quick kills delivered. Buzz will shut him down. He'll deny an ace, but that is about it. Defy will have the cleanup as I need a replay stat. It's 8-4 on the half with PRX out in front.
That is a crazy spray transfer onto 3. I mean, up, down, left, diagonal, everything. Playing tic-tac-toe on his own. Mind Freak. He hasn't really needed to show much in this first half because his teammates have just been barreling through. But he decides to take a piece of the action himself before he gets left behind, ending the half 8-4 ahead of DRX.
An absolutely incredibly hot start here from the side of Paper X. Paper X trying to fight back, but even the wins found pretty much just the 1 out of 4. It's been somewhat clean. The rest have been very hard fought, a bit of a struggle. Your sign's flipped upside down there, son. Says DRX win 2-0.
Yeah, obviously upside down. It looks like a different score there. He just goes through on the chaos. Oh, what? How are that? How is that 2nd and 3rd kill headshots? Just another Tuesday for him.
And it is. I mean, something about Mind Freak and just sequential kills.
Every team's got one. He's absolutely the one for Paper X. I mean, even for taking scoreline, sure, he only has 3 kills, but 14 assists. Incredible. Absolute value on that breach. It just goes to show the style they've been playing. DRX, not too many assists on that side. Lets you know that they're barely just getting through on their own kills, whereas Paper X, these are all setups from that breach. It's all coming through. The flashes are there as well from Devi. And now, bit of a death ball, but they're still going to hang back with the spike.
For now, just clustered together. Bane there alongside Rubble. Buzz nearby. Paranoia at the ready. Up onto the orb. The smoke now dissipating. Sees one. Fault line sent. Does not connect here onto the Omen. Couple shots sent out. Divide going to be taken down. Buzz now trying to send the paint shells, and Bane's able to come up with 2 before falling. Swing out. Buzz eventually does find something. The positions get reinforced, and DRX will be able to take down Paper X, tying up the count on pistol round wins.
So DRX playing a lot of mind games just in the pistol alone, right? Obviously early utils to take robo control, but then you break Baby Door, but then you take the orb. So you really mask the numbers over by Rubble. And during all this, you're wondering, okay, there's still nothing. They're still not biting on the orb. What could it be? But they're still peeking out of Mount. So Bane stays ready, stays true, and then the backup from Stack so quick. The Prowler right before this is really what secures the round there, allowing Buzz to stay alive and still get another kill. 4 Bulldogs now. DRX has been going for the FPX spy the previous couple matches, but now it's just going to be full buys.
Just the Sheriff here from Devi. As that Guardian rings out, Stack's the only one picking that up. Just send them packing. Something gonna stay tucked away though, alongside the door.
Yeah, so
noise gets made over towards Mound.
that's a lot of space already taken from Paper X. They still now have some options. They're just gonna clear it.
Finds one. Mind Freak still here around the corner, but Prowler comes out. Sensor from Stacks. Counts the presence of at least one more. From the flash, the push forward, getting ready to maybe come through here is Fault Line. Forsaken assessing where he wants to send this one.
Just too many angles, though. I mean, yeah, it's an eco, but you want to do whatever damage, or at least get the spike down. You know, get some advantages for yourself, but it's tough. You still have nothing to clear the Killjoy util over on C.
Well, they've confirmed the Sheriff now.
30 seconds left.
So it's just a fake then.
Okay. Well, Devi can just simply do that. It's Bane now in a bad position. Has to try to get himself out to safety. All the flashes sent. Jing bouncing around the corner. Finds one. Guardian shots coming through. Has him lined up. Stacks eventually. He's able to find the 4th.
10 seconds left.
They can't afford any more deaths. The investment here on the round was absolutely monstrous. Jumping forward here onto the site, Foxy9 will be able to take out Devi. Good lord.
Man, I mean, yeah, messy for sure. Not the type of finish that DRX wanted, but I think it goes to highlight again. It helps a lot when you've had someone helping with the calls a little bit. Stacks, he's had more moments that he's able to just zone in on his own fights, you know, and also having just more faith in his teammates. I don't think it's just Bane. I think it's the entire team understanding that they, you know, what values to call, you know, what to just make sure that everyone's focusing on their own game, things like that. It's freed up Stacks to find a shade of his former glory, now as the IGL.
Oh, well, these races about to clash. Buzz here against Jing, and Jing gets the better of him. The amount of damage exchange as Trailblazer spots out Bane, tries to TP out, gets himself into the smoke, takes an immense amount of damage. He's got 2 HP remaining, but somehow he's alive. Weapon swapped over into Stax' hands. As Orb does get taken. Maka, what is that? Oh!
He saw him on the jiggle and he just pre-fires it perfectly.
That was absolutely disgusting. Now, Foxy, putting some damage down, had the opportunity of a lifetime to get the catch on the 2, but he will find a smattering of damage and needs some in exchange. BB door broken. Paper X now pushing their way into this C site. So 4 Vandals held. Stacks trying to work his way up. Does get taken down as something right there. Easy enough kill for him. Fault line ready to be sent. Foxy swinging, gets a little bit of damage across on Devi, now down to 26.
Spotted
Mako
both.
wanting to try to push in, but Forsaken snapping with a headshot, finds that kill, and they know where the last player is. He's gonna go pushing for it. Looks for the swing back out. Foxy has come away with 1. He's out of ammo on the Bulldog, pushes up with the Classic, grabs the Vandal, sends a couple warning shots, and then just looks to drift away.
At the end of the day, not terrible for DRX. But Paper X obviously just happy to continue the lead. They'll still keep 3 rifles. Everyone will have to reinvest into armor, though. That's a little dicey. And with just 3 of those rifles carried over from that previous round, I think Mako's going to be very satisfied with that Sheriff shot.
Oh yeah.
Everyone makes fun of German
disgusting.
efficiency. Ha ha.
So we'll go ahead and get ready to take a look back at it, but yeah, I mean, we saw the Razes getting ready to collide. Really?
Listen, there were just too many kills.
I guess
there
so.
were just too many kills. Well, something. Not too much to celebrate just yet.
Placing swarm grenade.
And now the judge out. Now that's another thing you got to worry about if it's Paper X. If they're ever down on eco, on their econ, it's nothing really to worry about. The judge will always ring true for Jing. He'll close the gap.
Foxy on the juggle now. Pops those nanos. Jing taking quite a bit of damage on the entry. Paint shell available. The K will expire. Foxy just skirting around the side.
Oh,
able to find a headshot before the judge can finish the job. Avoids the paranoia. Something pushing up the ramp. There at Bend. For now, Spike not within the sight. Everybody pretty much from DRX arriving here to reinforce the position.
And they're still watching for that lurk. You've still got the alarm bot. Main's still checking all the other corners. Divide will clean up one, though.
Foxy dead. Bot doesn't last long. Spike now within the site itself. Plantable position. Something still holding it Bend. Buzz just around the corner. At risk of taking damage. Stacks pushing some back, but Divide will be able to find the first. Another fault line invested. Buzz comes away with one kill before falling, but now it's all on Bane.
And they know he's coming from B. They spotted him earlier with the paranoia over by the site when on Forsaken's lurk. He's got the jump peaks going.
Everything for him to do here. The young upstart. Guy found himself suddenly in Tier 1 Valorant. Trying to clutch against this squad. Finds the first, the swing in. He gets it, but something timing it. No chance at a flick up from Bane. He will put him down. And again, bloody back and forth between the squads during the round, but it's Paper X coming out on top, getting themselves up to 10.
Oh, wow. That's how it happened. And on that kill on Stacks, I mean, Buzz, he was behind the pillar, but he's focused on a potential pinch out, right? He's focused on Paper X trying to swarm the site so he doesn't swing fast enough on the trade, doesn't realize that Stacks is going to be losing that duel so quickly. Falls apart a little bit, and Paper X now showstopper in hand. DRX, the weapon's not there, so the retakes don't feel great, but they don't have many other options.
Reveals multiple. Cover at the ready. Paranoia going to be sent. Trying to stave him off. Spain wants to get himself alongside the wall here. Bot sent cleared immediately. Flash in the backside, not going to be spotting too much, but Jing up over the top, comes away with a kill. Tries to pull back and Buzz swinging out, just caught up in the crossfire. Something strikes him down. That hero rifle not getting much done here for the side of DRX. Spike now planted. Foxy with just the classic. The world against him at the moment.
Yeah, and he knows they're going to hunt for him too, so he's not going to focus too much on the marketing side of things. He really wants to try to at least do whatever damage he can, then go to the spike. I don't think the spike is going to be in range for him, as all approaches have been blocked off. But we'll see. Now Jing, after that kill against Bane on top of that pillar, the bait with the blast pack, but then he jumps back out. All crosshairs turned towards that smoke over by main. And then the main forces jump in from tree. Absolute great baiting from Jing.
Well, mercy shown here to Foxy9. Will be allowed to die to the spike, not handing over any additional ult charge. Paper X not showing much other mercy than that.
We won't.
A huge streak starting to build up here for them as Jing just catching a glimpse. Bane not realizing it here is something able to just get that slight readjustment to the left.
And then he needs a tissue. You might want to spit his gum out, maybe.
Whatever he wants it for, it doesn't matter. He's got
Jing's
time
always
as the timeout comes in.
All right, DRX, their adjustments after the timeout in the first half were excellent. See if they can make the same ones now. Obviously a bit harder, letting Paper X run amok with the initiative over on the attacking side. Coach Alex, just as much to say. Still some adjustments that he thinks are worth making.
I mean, again, just given how well-versed these teams are, how well-versed the coaches are, you have to suspect that Alex is going to have a sneaking suspicion as far as what term he wants to set up. Played against him enough times, observed enough of DRX's gameplay, both regionally and internationally in the past, to kind of get a sense of, okay, these are the ideas Termy typically likes to go for on the back of timeouts. See if he's right.
Up. So I was wondering, yeah, if DRX maybe just goes for a faster push out, right? Because they've been trying to respect, you know, they'll use the util, but they'll wait to see where the flood is from Paper Rex and try to react to it. So DRX, I imagine, might go for a heavier investment, but Paper Rex, they're ready for it. They'll match it, even the potential showstopper. And something's got to be up, and that's the death on C. Sight absolutely opened up.
Here.
They saw the util flying out over by the A side. Paper Rex, their sights are on.
Mako quick to try to reinforce the position, but
I've got your trail.
Pod stocked against him. Seeker now chasing forward. Trailblazer going to be there on the back as well, sending the whole damn zoo at him. Showstopper popped from Jing, looking for the entry. Mako playing ring around the rosy with him, does find the kill. Fancy footwork from him, but something with the shorty will be able to take him out in the end. Freak not ready for the double push. Is Buzz does manage to find two, but he can't fire it off. Ends up being taken down. Full flash now onto Bane. Swings out a little bit too wide. Had no idea of his positioning. And Paper Rex with 2 left standing will get themselves up to map point.
Come on, squad.
Man. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if DRX suspected the operator, because it doesn't quite seem like they did. Or at the very least, maybe they just thought he'd be hanging back, you know, against the showstopper, just like he did yesterday. But this jump peak is very wide, and something doesn't miss a beat there. He's there for the trade on the side as well. I mean, that's just how quick they are. Buzz does his best. I mean, the double peek out of the smoke, it's a heroic attempt.
Nice, save up.
Every all player ever.
I know.
Straight into it.
Whoa.
Trying to go for the flick. That would have been one for just a lifetime. Paint Shells will try to hold the rest of Paper Rex at bay. Buzz to safely get himself over here to establish some form of rebel control.
DRX did have the knife out, but they're not going to push it. Sure, the fault line is down. It would have been an opportune moment, but they don't have a pinch ready, so they don't want to risk going in just from one side. They now understand that the rotations have already happened for Paper Rex.
Second set up here on the smoke from Bane. He's trying to maintain control of A while Stacks. Walkabout over here towards B. They both end up falling. He and Mako both put on the floor by Jing. Damage traded, but kills not found. Off in hand. It's an easy shot for something. A decent way to go ahead and cap off this map, it would seem. TP attempted out as Buzz, finding one, can't steady it for the second, and Bane will fall. Devi closing out the last 2 kills, as that is going to be still another dominant showing from Paper Rex on Lotus.
Yeah, it seems like people just can't really figure out the pacing once the breach comes in. Sure, there's no Sentinel, but Paper Rex, they've still got all sorts of weaponry to watch their back.
Okay, well, that's map 1 done and dusted. DRX in a position where they need to respond. We've got Ascent coming up next, but first we'll have the analyst desk break down all the action from Lotus.
Well, you guys heard Devi earlier. We're coming for you, bro. That's what he told Stacks, and that is exactly what happened. I don't even know if I should be surprised at this point with all of the plays that we saw on that map, because it's just Paper Rex doing Paper Rex things once again.
Yeah, it was just like quintessential Paper Rex, and I think in general as DRX, you're going to have a tough time here in this first map. Whatever it would be, whatever you don't ban, they're going to pick either Sunset or Lotus, which are very, very strong maps for this team. It's hard to deal with their tempo. It's hard to deal with their pace. You know, you can see at times you'd have some crazy good shots from DRX, but really the speed and aggression that Paper Rex plays with is so difficult. If you make one little mistake, if you don't connect one time, I mean, think about that Foxy lurk where he comes out of C, gets 2 players out in the open, but because he kind of has to readjust his angle a little bit on his first shot, all of a sudden he's screwed and
There's
he can't
no readjusting.
Yeah.
You just don't think. Just keep shooting, keep firing. That's the Paper X style.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it just felt like a very Paper X dominated map, obviously, like we've been talking about, and you can see in the scoreline, right? 14-5 in first kills, and it felt very similar to the map that they played against Talon on this map, except that DRX, like you mentioned, they were hitting crazy shots, they were fighting back a little bit, but at the end of the day, it's still an extremely Paper X one-sided map, essentially. You know, some rounds here and there taken by DRX, but especially in the second half, they just looked kind of lost. Paper X is, I mean, the shots they were hitting, like Mind Freak's spray transfer the one time, like something the entire map with the operator. Jing just really solid once again. Looks like he hasn't missed a beat from his match against Talon. So, yeah, I mean, Paper X really scary. We always knew they were going to come out strong here. Even at the beginning of the map, we were like, okay, Paper X take this first one. I think the big question is what happens on the second map. because, you know, I think DRX can certainly bounce back and have a very strong ascent and potentially win it. But PaperX, certainly, it looks like, you know, the streakiness I talked about, they're currently on the good streak, and they're only going up at the moment.
Well, we saw what happened yesterday. It's not completely over yet, but as we can see, you know, of course, something on the board there. Not too surprising indeed. We have Foxy9, though. He was holding his own against, you know, PaperX in a lot of rounds. It's just that, again, PaperX is PaperX, and we keep talking about it that way. But, like, for example, right, you bring up Jing as a player. There are certain skills... Ideally, in the world of Valorant, there are certain skills, certain utility that you can use to kind of like stop another player, right? That doesn't work on Jing. like that doesn't work on Jing. It's like, oh, throw a satchel, throw a snake bite. No, Jing is immune for some reason to all of those.
Well, Jing understands the micro movement in this game in particular so well. Like, he's so good at repositioning himself to avoid your utility or to avoid your angles to give himself a favorable situation. There was one where he gets onto rocks at A really quickly, and there's a DRX player waiting in A main, and he just kind of gets the first one, repositions himself so that follow-up player doesn't have a favorable angle against him and has to wide swing, and he's just dominating him. I mean, it's things like that that make PaperX so tricky because they're so confident. They understand not only how to be aggressive, but the proper way to be aggressive. And there's very few players and teams who can play like this, as we've seen across the global stage. There's been some who've tried to mimic this. No one's really been successful. And again, going back to like how to deal with it, it's so hard for a player like Bane. Everybody in the world that comes against this team for the first time almost always loses. And Bane here struggled, and this is why, because it's so hard to understand how to play against them until you really do on stage. You can scrim against them all you want, but on stage they are a different animal.
I think it's also because, like, you know, these two teams haven't played each other for some time. So in terms of like the DRX PRX matchup, they might be a little out of shape in terms of facing each other, right? But I feel like because PaperX are such instinctive players, what Alex mentioned about, you know, just, you know, turn off your brain and just shoot. It kind of is true when you have players like this that work so well with just, you know, out of instinct, we'll just spray transfer, we'll just rush in and everything, and they don't even need to talk.
Yeah, I think if you're PaperX, you want to come out firing and kind of bringing that crazy momentum you had from the first map into Ascent, because this is certainly one where DRX can hunker down. They can try to play it slow, they can try to play it standard, and they're so good at that. We saw that they were hitting some of those really nice shots on the first map, but again, very much PaperX dominated, and I think if they can bring that kind of feel, that kind of vibe into the second map, I don't think it really matters what the map is. You know, like I think PaperX will probably just roll over any team at that point. So it's going to be interesting to see if they do bring out the Sage once again. I wouldn't be too surprised, given that it is PaperX. So. And it is going on to Ascent, so could see that kind of fun composition that they do bring out from time to time.
Yeah, I wonder actually what they're going to be doing here, especially since, you know, Jing usually, you know, just insta-locks the Raze, but will he be on the stage over here in Ascent? Are they still going to go for a double duelist, and will something be on the Reyna, which we've seen in previous Ascent, you know, compositions on PaperX? And for DRX, right, they, I believe PRX is starting on defense on this side, so it's also like, they don't usually start on defense, but for Ascent, it's a special case just because of like how the map is. Yeah,
it's so defender-sided. And we could see the Reyna, right? They brought it out against DRX in the finals of the Pacific League last year.
Once upon a time.
Exactly. Yeah. So even though they didn't win, it went to overtime and they lost on it, but still, it is an agent that can give DRX some problems. You'll see teams try to use it against them from time to time because DRX is used to be so reliant on their protocols and their set executes and things like that. But this is a different DRX this year, so I don't think we're going to see any differentiation from what we've seen so far on Ascent from PaperX, which is one map, but I think we're still going to see the Sage.
Not too much, right? So yeah, I do think they might bring out the Sage, but another question for you gentlemen is which team is going to be taking more rounds in the first half? Yes, that is our question for our guess and gain segment. So is it going to be DRX or is it going to be PRX? And keep in mind, of course, that PRX is starting on defense here, so it might not be what people expect.
Yeah.
What you thinking?
Well, I mean, the viewers certainly affected, I think, by the way the first map went, and they're going pretty heavily in favor of PaperX. I think it does look like an extremely one-sided match so far towards PaperX, but I don't know. I don't think it's that one-sided in terms of going into this map of Ascent.
All right. Well,
we gotta choose.
Let's pick up our props over here.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
I guess I'll continue with my meta.
Okay. All right.
The meta.
On 3, 1, 2, 3. I'm with the viewers on this one. You guys are my partners for this.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
Actually, guys,
I see where you're
the name of the
going.
game is Valdez in game, so the meta is actually to just do whatever Valdez does. Because
so I'm good then.
regardless of if I'm right or wrong, I'm always right in this game for some reason. I don't know why, but it's certainly working out so far.
You've been kind of like a silent assassin of sorts. It's like, I'm just here on the desk, sitting here. Oh, by the way, I'm up here. I'm up here in Radiant. And you're here on the desk at the right times. It's like strategy. It's a strategy that a lot of other talents here would probably want to steal from you. But
I just think the RX will bounce back. I think they'll have a good first half. I just think that it's not going to be a total wipe, but I could be wrong, right? Paper X looked great on that first map, so we'll see if they bring that same heat.
not to mention, PRX has been banning out this map, so they do want to avoid it for a very specific reason. We're going to find out what that is as we step into Ascent, right? And going into, DRX's side, we do know that DRX, they are quite familiar with this map. And I would say that, they're pretty comfortable, but this is a map that they bring out when they kind of want to steal themselves.
Yeah, and it's a good map for them because they read the map really well. They're really good at maneuvering themselves now. It used to be kind of an execute-heavy style for them on this map. They've really adjusted since then. I feel like Stax has gotten a really good grasp of how to push and pull the map more on this attacker side. And if they need to dial up some of those executes, they're still in their back pocket.
Yeah, and well, we're heading into Agent Select right now, so we're going to see if we have some big surprises over here. Paper Rex can be notorious for doing this. Will they do this right now? Probably not, but who knows? Anything can happen at this point. So let's see if we have... Okay, we do have Jing on the stage. That was the big question that I wanted to see.
Wait, what?
That's not an Ascent agent.
Yeah, what is this?
Wait. Those are...
This is bizarre. When's the last time DRX didn't play the standard meta Ascent comp?
Yeah.
Where is Killjoy?
Where's Sova?
Where?
What is this? What year is it?
It almost looks like we stepped into Breeze, by the way.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Oopsies.
Does DRX know what map they're playing?
There's a considerable lack of yellow on this composition.
I guess maybe they have a read that they can use this Viper to shut down something, and the Cypher is there to shut down something. And I mean, there's nothing that really screams like get around the Sage wall with this to me. This feels more like a take the site and like kind of cut off the angles of Paper X and take the map under your control.
Well, we're going to see indeed what these teams are up to as we step into Ascent. Let's toss it on over to our casters, William and Achilles.
Thank you very much. Yes, here we go. A big changeup from the side of DRX. Pivoting over, playing the Cypher, playing the Viper.
Taking a page out of DFM's book, quite frankly. Obviously not the Rays, but going for that global stall and lurk possible on both the attack and defense, which in theory, I kind of like it, right? You know that Paper X isn't playing the Killjoy. You know that they're not playing the Cypher, so you can get around with that.
I mean, realistically, since the question was posed, when was the last time that we saw DRX kind of stray away from the standard composition? Wasn't really since Lock-In when they were running that double initiator, had the Sova fade set up here on Ascent.
And that's still somewhat, excusable.
As far as the Viper's concerned, I don't know that we've ever seen DRX piloting this. So let's see how it does look. As for now, slow going here on the pistol, but it's a 5-man stack up from DRX and Gelato.
Yeah, and that Sage wall on B lets Paper X know that they can just stack over on A. They even have mid control, and they're not going to see anyone stationed outside of B main, so this should be a pretty hard read from Paper X.
Creep round coming through now from something as well. They do have a trap wire set up. So you can just stay alongside this, but no, quick clears it. Reaction, ooh, narrowly fast enough there. Stax will to avoid getting caught. No, it's going to be the dash up over the top of Mako, swinging through, does manage to find Mind Freak, so he gets taken down. Attempted a break here on the door. We soften that one up as the plant comes through from Stax.
Yeah, there's not going to be no flank around from DRX, so they just have to hold on the site. That half armor helping keep Buzz alive with 55 HP.
0 point back available. Fragment, Ascent, trying to force anybody out of hell. There's a pop flash over the top as Buzz will be able to find one. Jing going to be taken down, but Forsaken comes up with that kill. Foxy trying to find the kills. Softens him up quite a bit, but cannot find that elimination. Devi all on his lonesome though at 4 HP. Will get gunned down. Mako is able to find him, as well as 2 others I should say, in the round for DRX to go ahead and take the pistol on Ascent.
Yeah, all coming down pretty low, but at the end of the day, a good pistol round from DRX. And the spy cam and the trap wire, they're able to still keep eyes on mid. The trap just barely saving them fast enough so they don't get caught completely unawares on the flank, on the lurk-in from something.
Basically using that cloud burst as a bit of a one-way to just find that opening kill. Mako continuing to be clean. Yep, just gets the info, knows that he's going to be low. But look at this buy from DRX. 3 rifles.
Back to it.
2 Vandals and a Phantom.
Yeah, the FPX spy. They've really been favoring it on a lot of these maps, which is why I was a little surprised over on Lotus. But it returns here on Ascent. And obviously that is also a threat against the Sage Wall as well. It's not really going to find much value. It'll be broken up pretty fast if Jing chooses to use it.
2 Sheriffs in play, though, here for Paper X. I believe at least one of them noted it over in mid. This cam does get cleared out.
You're hearing it from Tree as well. So you still have the lurk from Foxy9 with just a classic. He'll try to hold on to any information in mid. I don't imagine he's ever going to peek out. He's just there to catch the lurk, see if there are rotates.
Still needs to be Johnny on the spot, given that he doesn't just have that classic in hand. Dash forward, Buzz looking to take some space. There's the greeting, though, as Devi puts down 2. Quick kills found, something getting 1 as well. As now it is all on Stacks in a 1v2 scenario. Pinged out, the recon finding him, Forsaken, poking and prodding. Tap on the spike plant door, now left. Broken. Stacks decently aware of their positions.
Something's already in.
He is, there's the swing forward. And now he's turning his sights away from Forsaken, who goes ahead and finishes off. And that is a catastrophe for DRX here as Paper Rex pull off the eco win.
Oh, the close hold after the flashes as well on the execute. I mean, it's not Jing who gets the kill, but it's Jing who draws out the crosshair. And the Sheriff's ring true. Devi holding that long angle. It's an excellent setup on quad between Jing and Devi. And the paranoia, it only eliminates this one side. They were really relying on Buzz staying alive with his cloud burst over by quad. Now GRX going to have to rethink things while they go through another eco.
Noise made here. Just checking around, but now it's just orbs funneled.
Right here.
Shock Dart lets the hold them back. Spray coming through, making the presence of this Odin very much known. The rotation around towards this side of the map is going to be coming in for DRX.
And he's still hearing the poison cloud as well, so Forsaken just checking as they still see nothing over by A. Now the wall should be getting ready to break right on the 1 minute mark.
Shock Dart. Good damage found. Foxy and Mako both tagged to about 75. Now the entry beginning. 0 point sent. There's the ping on the 1. Shots across. Forsaken looking for that damage. Unable to find it there as Foxy9 will be able to take down something. Spotted the gun barrel. Goes back in with the ADS, but eventually he's going to be overwhelmed. Jing now, however, arriving. Takes down Buzz. 3v3 with a weapon advantage here in the hands of Paper Rex, but Odin recovered. Being held here by Foxy9. He tucks back in the boats, but now Bane dead. Jing hit up with 3, looking for the 4th, and he will have it. Paper Rex slews out on 2 members, but they get themselves a 2nd round win all the same.
The Battle Sage, a lot of the Pacific players, they said Jing's who they think of when they hear that term. And here he's here to deliver.
30 seconds left. 1 enemy remaining.
Certainly.
Oh, absolutely.
The new age one, now that he's leaning into this even more so. Well, with Sunset and Ascent, having that be a part of the comp. My previous would have been Zest.
Ah, yeah, okay.
But a time long since past.
I mean, Mako back in the day. Also very good with it over here in Korea as well. Yeah, Zest. We'll wait to see if that returns in stage 2.
Proper rifle v rifle round now. As the operator is in play, something going to be inching forward. Obviously, no KJ turret that you have to worry about clearing. This drone will just get spotted out.
Yeah, so with that drone out, you have to imagine that it's a plant over in B main, op or not. Usually going to be the opposite. So it's just a fast hit on the other side, but they haven't checked.
Freak tucked away. Now they know. Swing out though. Mind Freak still good for the 2nd. Jing with covering fire in heaven. They shut it all down. DRX just cannot get anything going in their favor. Paper Rex just have the answers time and time again.
I feel like I've seen Mind Freak get kills from that spot every time they've played Ascent this year. He always just brings it out. The round that you just don't expect it. DRX only thinking about the op, the drone over on the B side, and imagining that they absolutely have the advantage over on A. The tunnel vision's coming through. I wouldn't be surprised if a timeout happens in this next round, just because that mistake shouldn't have happened.
I mean, yeah, the last several rounds, you know,
left.
everything since that pistol. Bit of a head scratcher here for the side of DRX. Foxy just having to wait out these last 20 agonizing seconds. He says, well, there's just nothing else that I could do. No attempt to be made. And also just isn't even sure if somebody's walled in with him. Because that would be a very Paper X thing to do.
Intentionally as well. Just so we're very clear.
As they will keep up the habit here of putting out the heart, this time with a smiley face.
And then he broke it.
All forsaken.
Cracked the heart. Broke it in two, and that's what DRX fans are going through right now. DRX looked absolutely unstoppable during the league play. But obviously they didn't have to play against Paper X.
One enemy remaining.
Listen.
Careful.
Get the attention, gotta get the fist bump.
All right, no timeout. Of course, an eco here. Just one rifle saved over. See if DRX can course correct. We haven't really seen the Cypher and Viper have too much impact on their lurks, on their global presence.
And this air point catches pretty much everybody. Mind Freak for the swing out. Fragment sent his way, has the TP out to safety. Swing up though, Foxy9 is able to get in there, finds that elimination. Fragment now to delay the approach into A main. Up over the top though, off the back of the flash. Buzz. Knife to the face, Devi gets taken down. Sight now open, weapon recovered. DRX in a much better spot this time around. Jiggle the weapons through as Dart will find one. Looks to try to reposition. Not going to be able to really get the shots through that. For now, Buzz safe. Smoke's coming down, double approach, getting ready to come through tree as Mako gets himself crept forward, but now Jing gone.
Imagine you have to save with the op. I mean, sure, your eco's fine, but doesn't seem very likely against 5 people with rifles picked up.
No, certainly not. Forsaken just gonna fish and see what he can find, any kind of damage, anything to knock back this economy from DRX this time around. Looks like DRX do have the upper hand, a solid setup from them.
Mako surely goes on the hunt, and Buzz as well with the Blade Storm. Uh-oh.
Does so, and he actually does get something for his trouble. Forsaken now, last one standing as Mako swinging out, the ADS coming through, but no, Mako will deny it away. Picked up a Vandal, put it to good use, dies to the spike. DRX get a second.
Yeah, and you deny that op, so it has to be a reinvestment if it's going to come through. Not actually going to be able to do it if you want the Odin as well, so. Now this is a very Paper X-esque round from DRX, right? As soon as he realized they have a moment to get that kill, they just never let the foot off the pedal. Foxy9 swings in. Then Buzz absolutely just runs through. Foxy9 happy with the shots today.
This is a nice spot.
And as he should be, he's the one who's always trying to keep them in this right now in terms of duels.
He and Mako on the first map. 0 point, just gonna be spotting out something. No operator in play, however, so.
So switch up on the Poison Cloud, always used to contest for B main, but now it's A, and they take mid control. Paper X has a bit of a read on this thanks to the Sage Wall again, though.
All command coming through. Still this Odin that they're going to have to try to contend with, and already Stacks taking a bit of damage there on the entry. Still alive on his feet and his Resible for the time being as Bane trying to intercept 2 players, but ends up falling to the wayside. Jing, backside, comes up with 2, gives himself a third again! Can he find another 4K? It's Foxy9, last man standing. Devi won't give him the opportunity. He'll just gun it down. It's from one round looking excellent from the side of DRX to everything crumbling in a matter of moments. Paper X, they pick up their 4th win.
And let's just be very honest, this playing, the pinch in from Market with the null command, it's great if you're playing against Killjoys and Cyphers, right? You imagine they're hanging far back to counter the null command. But against the Sage, it doesn't really mean much. That wall's going up at the start of the round. I mean, sure, the null command's still going to be powerful, but it's not giving you the advantage you'd think you had. You don't have the pinch. They just can only watch Market, then they back off. The wall still has to be broken. Now you've been slowed up. DRX has to check for these walls early on because Paper X is just playing with one side of the map every single round for the first 40 seconds.
Timeout in the same exact spot as we saw on Lotus, same exact score, that 4-2. Order of rounds very slightly different, but result right now looking the same. PaperX in the driver's seat. Granted, yes, it is that defender's side. DRX electing to go to this map. It has been Old Fate before them. They're very likely expecting that they would be in a much more dominant position here. Looking to try to course correct.
See what Termi and Glow have found when they're watching the player POVs. Obviously, they can also only watch GRX's side of things. One of the toughest jobs, in my opinion, trying to be the one responsible for course correcting in the grand scheme of things, but you still just have the same resources as your players. And now it's not the early wall from PaperX. Just a slow orb, slow things down and the reposition.
Here.
Playing in mid, just outside Market and Pizza. Been coming down. I mean, he's fully expecting this pressure to be applied here. Forsaken tapping the switch, does manage to spot out one. It's being made, smoke drops, Jing finding the kill. Looks for the second note, backs away. Pops the heal on himself now, looks for the challenge. Tries to steady, and he does again. This guy just cannot miss today. And cleans up one, stacks a bad spot, just a classic in hand. So there's the pinch from the side, but Foxy unable to come up with it as Forsaken will steal away the ace. Right up into Jing's face. Says, that's mine.
Wow. Not like this, Forsaken. How dare you? This was perfect for Jing.
13-3-1 on stage.
I mean, jeez. He heals, he deals, he'll do everything.
One enemy remaining.
I mean, just play deathmatch at this point.
Literally that one bullet. Oh boy.
Now the wall goes back up. So that previous round, PaperX basically funneled DRX through mid. I mean, they used all their util early to push them off, slow them down, stall them on the mains. And then they were waiting for him in mid. The trap was sprung. DRX now trying to pick up the tempo.
Oh, okay. Bane shooting before aiming there. Foxy, though, brings Jing's reign of terror to a bit of an end, finds him. The catch over here in B main now. That neural depth going to be invested for the attempt on the breakdown here, the door and the wall. As they get ready to flood their way onto the site, pings out, Buzz being ready to try to challenge, but Forsaken still comes away with the kill before the flash can connect.
Cage trigger.
Bane has to go huge here on the lurk. He can come through main, he can go wrap around, it doesn't matter, but he has to be the absolute crucial part, as everyone else is now stuck in the site waiting for the flood in.
Monka, was he considering sending the ult?
I mean, if push comes to shove, maybe, but now with the timing, you imagine that they're trying to hold on to it, maximize their rounds.
Flash comes through. Clears the wallbang attempts. Spot in that regard. Fragment expires. Answering one. Flushes stacks out into the open a bit. And yeah, Mako says, okay, hell, I have to send this out. Hit invested. Bane does manage to find the backstab onto one, as Mako will be able to clean up the others. DRX, they go ahead. They get themselves a third round win here in the first half, but decently costly from them.
Yeah, the pit, I mean, you would have loved to keep it, but obviously expertly used. Just enough time for Bane to be able to come into the site. It does seem like Bane a little lost in the sauce right now, right? Not able to keep up with the tempo of PaperX. A little bit the nerves coming in, a little bit antsy. And then here on the backup, he's a little bit late there on the swing around as well. You already saw the shots coming in from lane, and he's still so cautious.
Talk about, how costly that was from DRX. 4 ults built up here from PaperX now. That res has been available for God knows how long.
Well, why res when you can just kill everybody else? The Jing way.
Here.
And even just this, using the wall at the start of the round, then saving it, waiting with the slower, just these small default changes makes things a lot more difficult for TRX, which only has one initiator. I mean, they can't just fish for info non-stop on a cycle.
They're going to be drifting away from mid. Flash out from Divide. Does himself with that one a bit, but spotted there in mid. We'll drift up into B main, and we'll spot out the Viper.
Only one, but that's enough to draw their attention.
Something that was scoped in. Finds Foxy9. Mako does get the trade out. Forsaken going to be taken down. Wall up. There's the res. There's the pick from something. Mako now gone. No command pop by Devi back over here on A. As Devi holding things down from Tree. He'll have find the first one, but Mind Freak in Hell. That's exactly where he just sent Stacks and Bane. Cleanup is absolutely perfect from the side of PaperX. DRX still sat here. Only 3 rounds won on this attack.
Yeah, and it's not always with the best reads either. I mean, some heroics needed here for DRX. The previous round, sure, it's a decent attempt. But this one, I mean, the fact that he catches the Cypher first, you know that Viper was spotted earlier, so you know there's another one. Something's ready for it. Changes his angle. Knows the pre-fires are good from Mako. Got a taste of it in the previous map.
Here.
Now the wall held again, slower. I mean, PaperX knows that they can just stall, right? The lurk, sure, we just have to watch for mid every now and then. They're leaving it open.
Oh,
wow.
That vertical flick would have been impressive, but Mako comes away with that a little bit faster with the classic of all guns. Finds that. Slow orb now going to be sent. Hunter's Fury, however, out from Forsaken. As wall goes up, Jing. A bit of damage there from that snake bite, but wrap around from Buzz after the entry. He is able to find that punish, so he can be scooped up. Solid positioning here from the side of DRX now. Still have to get the spike planted, which is coming through now from Stacks.
Wall just trying to be broken to make sure they have more angles.
It's the gun, grabs it. Buzz, not sure which way to look. Mind Freak getting ready to approach here. Out of market, double approach out of alley. Mind Freak finds the first. Bane going to be taken down. Paranoia sent, forces him off the angle. Gun barrel spot. Buzz finding one, and the perfect swing timing comes through from Foxy9. A thrifty win here for DRX to get themselves up to 4. They need so much more than that if they want to have a crack at this map.
Absolutely. And quite frankly, it feels like, for whatever reason, DRX are getting these round wins in the fashion that their comp isn't built for, right? It's a lot of this death balling, it's a lot of the trading, it's a lot of the first kills just off of their mechanics. But it's not about punishing the fact that you don't have alarm bots, you don't have trap wires. It's not about the global presence of the Viper and the Cypher. I mean, sure, if you're playing on the stage, you do whatever it takes to get the win. But we haven't quite seen them use it to perfection. Obviously, it's going to shine a lot more on the defense, though.
Wall boost here. Pushing over the top, trying to see if he can spot anything at all. Mako playing far enough back.
Here.
Oh, but that gun barrel was spotted. Something aware of Foxy9's positioning. Having to get the punish. Well, just don't pay attention to Foxy9. Divine just swings out, finds one. Now, Foxy9 tries to go for the counter trade. Something strikes. Finds the elimination. Quick updraft to tuck into Pizza. Keeps himself alive. Bane in the meantime able to find Mind Freak, but now Mako gone as something continues to advance forward. Nearly. Gets a couple shots through there onto Buzz. Get under the door.
Oh no, he has no idea.
And, oh, the timing! Just off. He manages to stay alive. Hold on to the spray. And swing in. Bane somehow comes away with that kill, but now Buzz dead. Something gets himself a third of the round. And Bane, first player here on the team, all the pressure on his shoulders. Jing joins in, that heal available, even though they just try to push him back up. What the hell is that fadeaway shot? Bane finds it, and what a clutch! The 4K to get them over the line when they needed it most. A seemingly unwinnable position, but somehow Bane triples his kill count in that round.
I mean, it took him a while to get used to the PaperX way, but he's figured out.
Oh my.
I mean, that jiggle. Yeah, let that be heard.
Yeah, I almost said it too. We got that shot on something.
I noticed. I think we were all thinking the same thing.
Tested my limits there. I could not believe it. Buzz revealed shots coming to fruition though. Can't find that kill. Poison Orb dropping something, able to find one, but traded back. Foxy9 finding the kill, immediately investing the ultimate.
Okay, but the spike is still very far away. Foxy9, he has to hold on to the site for so long. DRX almost has to just hope that, yeah, PaperX spreads back out, right? Because the spike still isn't planted. Paranoia will give it away a bit.
Hunting noted, does find one. Buzz take it down, Mind Freak now finding Stacks. Spike picked up, but Paranoia crashing across. He Ducks back into
Bane
boats.
has to go huge.
This backstab from Bane absolutely has to be monstrous. He's been noted pretty much every single time, but this time right now, the creep up. Nobody watching
Saw
for
the
market.
barrel?
He should have seen the gun barrel. Sees it now. Strikes. Finds one. Suspect that the other is going to be approaching here from Allison now. Just stays tucked away, a fake on the TP. Trying to play mind games against Mind Freak. And Mind Freak snaps back. He'll found 45 HP, and as Foxy tries to take some space, Mind Freak takes him down. 7-5 on the half. Paper X will be out in front as Forsaken. And he just plays around with his teammate a little bit.
I mean, that's Paper X. They're always having fun. And quite frankly, that's what seemed unbeatable for TRX this time around, is that they were having fun during league play. But right now, with the way Paper X is playing, you can tell the pressure is back on DRX. A lot of fans expecting them to be back on the throne here, not just for Korea, but for Pacific. Re-bring the glory back to Korea for Valorant. And now Paper X says, nuh-uh. Once it's Pacific, it's our place. You can see the nerves really getting to DRX throughout this match.
Used to being the ones in the spotlight, used to being the ones that were the lone hope. The last 2 seasons found themselves being the bridesmaid, not the bride. That's been for Paper X, Gen G at Madrid, and now T1 qualifying ahead of DRX as well.
I mean,
they take those accolades of their colleagues here personally. Getting revenge here over Paper X, that would be a big boon for the squad, something that they've wanted for so very long. I mean, you take a look at the match score 4-4 all time, like I said, but the last 4 times that they have faced, they have fallen to Paper X's hands, and they haven't been able to take any maps against them since that grand final, which as a reminder was a reverse sweep, the first in a best of 5 in VCT, Valorant history, which means that the total map win streak for Paper X is 8-0.
That is brutal for TRX. I mean, they always seem to be the absolute kryptonite against Paper X, but now it just might have been reversed. So unless TRX can make the defense magic work. Now, I do think this comp should shine a lot more. Obviously, you know, you rely on global lurkers, things like that. At some point, you're going to have to win your contact plays. So on the attack, in theory, the 5 rounds should be fine. It's just that today's momentum makes it seem just so much scarier.
Clear to engage.
Seeing the trap over on A, but it's still a double stack with the Viper and the Cypher by B. The toxic screen seemingly letting Paper X know that they're not looking for retakes. They're looking to hold on to that site.
DRX technically in the lead as far as pistols are concerned, and that's something that they're going to be looking to maintain here. Jing crept forward. Trap wire around the corner. Viper wall as well to try to play through as he goes on this Sage lurk. Bane, quick peek out. Spawning a couple players over here at main. Shock dart landing at his feet now. Interrupted before he can try to send the paranoia. That very much transpose. What a snappy shot from him on the ghost. Reveal in. Bane able to play off the back of that one. Does find Divide. Quite the turn here, but Forsaken looking to equalize. The stacks of dropping down off of Heaven. He needs a bit of damage for it. Swings out, takes a challenge versus Spine Freak, but ends up falling down. Mako now being intercepted. Barely wins out on the fight, but gets tagged up to 36.
Saw the jump up. They should be ready for it.
Forsaken here. Just on the side of the smoke. Push coming through. Foxy, quick jump shot, able to find it, and able to finish it. 2 kills from Foxy. DRX, they will go 3-1 in pistols. And they start off this second half with the right foot forward.
So the joke in Korea with Foxy9 is that he's just been absorbing everyone else's talent, right? A little bit of Space Jam going on because he talked about that in an interview 2 years ago. But right now, he's showing absolute results from it. Takes a page out of TFM's book with the setup, takes a page out of Paper X's book with a jump out of the smoke, brings it right back to him.
Quick readjustment. Now, Buzz, Outlaw, still going to be that triple bulldog here. No pistols in sight for DRX, but 3 sheriffs in the hands here of Paper X.
That's an investment. And it might not pay off with these Outlaws.
The flash is just so damn good. Saxon Baneful can take it down. Sheriffs be damned. There was the classics that find the value. Buzz now positioned here on site. Heard the tap on the orb.
Well, he needs backup, though. He's got no exit.
That is a catastrophic start here. Shock dart, send, try to clear any potential trap wires as Buzz will be taken down. As the high pen of that Sheriff coming through his Forsaken, swings up, shuts down Foxy 9. And anytime DRX start off a half with any form of advantage here on Ascend, Paper Rex have the perfect reply.
I mean,
no.
oh.
There's
Wow.
nothing you can do, Mako.
This was the perfect setup, right? They invested into 3 Sheriffs. You got the Outlaw. I mean, on paper, DRX should be on for like 4 rounds in a row.
The flash catches Stacks. He's just out there in the open. Can't do a damn thing. And it's just
like these boys.
Say, okay, pick off Bane, kill Stacks. Easy kills, weapons recovered.
Bane's been having a rough time. So is Stacks. Only 2 kills on the board. Sure, you've got 9 assists, but it's not enough to keep you in the lead. And Bane, just too many targets. He's been shaky. I mean, you thought that the clutch might have revitalized him a bit, boosted his energy, but not quite back at his peak form. Now you know the Outlaw's in the opponent's hands. DRX respecting that. Okay, the spy cam still keeps him safe. They've already taken over A main control, so DRX can go for the stack.
Something up and over the top. Foxy over to that left-hand side now of both. Stacks one, but I mean everybody else just melted dead. And Foxy joining them in the grave as Bane will be able to put down 1. So 2 kills found. Paper X still charging onward, now 9-6.
It's not looking too good. Absolutely crucial round for DRX. And they have to go for the full armors, just in case. Just in case that Outlaw's carried over. No reason to try to snowball with the half armors. You just have to bank it all on this round and assume that you have to win it. Because otherwise, match point already looming at the doorstep.
Flashbang. That flash attempt again. Bane just backing off as the shock dart comes chasing him.
Yeah, Paper Rex already adjusting very quick to try to take away these trap wires, right? They're not relying on the 0 point anymore. They're relying on absolutely eliminating all of the trips. So the adjustments are quick.
Cut off that window access. Oh, the jump spot. He was blinded. Forsaken didn't see him, but the return fire from Divide with that Odin is good. Mako stabilizing, finding something. Stopping the TP from coming through from Mind Freak. He'll turn his sights now up mid. Slow orb. Mako not going to go chasing either way. The team just goes ahead and backs off.
Oh, but this position.
It's being watched by 2 at the moment. Stacks and Foxy with a bit of a 50-50, and Foxy with a very clean shot.
Cage triggered.
Punishes the lurk. Assessments having to be made as Ching just casually strafing back. Does find a shot there on Mako. Even if they don't close out the round, 2 additional damage to this economy that has had 0 stability on the side of DRX.
Yeah, they'll even draw out the Neural Theft. I mean, sure, it's not an impact ultimate, but
30 seconds left.
here's a drop.
Drop down, but dart in, turn on the flash. Foxy, crisp and clean, finds that hit. Jing now challenging again. Just wanted to do a little bit of additional damage, but won't be able to find the kill. DRX, as we get into the first proper rifle round, will be able to go ahead and clean that one up. They keep themselves close, but still more work to be done. Paper Rex, they have money for this round. And if they can just go ahead and turn around here, get another win that puts them up to double digits.
Yeah, the Odin, of course, being dropped, that hurts a little bit because that could help a lot to eliminate some of these setups that you have with the Viper Cypher combo. But we'll see. They've adjusted well so far. Foxy 9 now taking it upon himself to bring up the energy for the overall team. Leading the score with 16 kills. It's fast hit.
Fragment sent. Big suppression found here. Is spraying in. Smattering of damage going to be found. Something tagged up quite a bit. So you can just tucked into the corner.
And now you know that Paper X, I mean, you know, obviously Paper X sometimes they do still rush in no matter what, but with the 0 point dying off, you imagine that they will at least wait a couple seconds, and now the potential rotate spotted. So DRX, it's looking rough to try to regain any control, but they at least still have the trip to rely on mid. But once this gets broken, that B site's looking very dangerous.
There's the clear out. Attention now having to be paid towards that market, but as that null command, that 0 point I should say, goes across, that's going to be forcing everybody from DRX back. They pull way back into the site, and now the rotation starts to come through here from the side of Paper Rex.
Yeah.
Push them as far to the limits of the map as they possibly can. Something lingering around a little bit to see if he gets just a peek out. And now they will go stomping their way in towards A.
They know it's weak. They tagged 3 members on B. This is perfect. They'll even wrap around up to heaven to make sure they can cut off the backup.
Bane past him, but Bane holding his ground, finding 3! Somehow catches something once again! Mako will get the other 2. Bane the only casualty. It's been a slow start, a very rough game from him so far. But that is 2 critical rounds where he has come up huge.
Absolutely demanding respect back on his name.
This is just, why is it always something? The killer, you're like, there's no way he gets, okay, somehow he got it.
Yeah. Jeez.
Unbelievable. Well, 8-9 now. 1 round separating Paper X. They will call their first timeout of the map.
I mean, it's a good time here for Paper X. Obviously, the round gap already tightened up a bit. But overall, you thought that the adjustments were still there from the players for the most part. So it seems like Alex just kind of tossing an idea out there and letting the players talk it out themselves, trying to gather all the information together, try to find the solutions. Now, they've already solved the first part, right? Trying to just eliminate the trap wires rather than trying to find the Viper and the Cypher. You can't rely on the 0 points, you can't rely on the no commands when you've got, you know, the Viper and the Cypher who can be on opposite sides of the sites of where their util is. So you just gotta hope that you're destroying it. And now, looking for a speedy hit with the Stingers. The no command here. See if DRX goes for the classic DFM setup.
This goes here.
You know, it's crazy that we're seeing things like that. I know. But hey, they were the ones who pulled it off so well against T1, who's now the first team to go to Masters Shanghai. So things are all up in flux.
Yep. Quick snake bite there from Mako. Slow up any of that pressure, any orb takes. It's something, he wants that orb. 1 away from having that Blade Storm here in this thrifty attempt.
Sagan also wouldn't mind a Hunter's Fury nice and early if they can maybe get into the site. But no reactions. He's a little worried about that, if anything. Now, DRX, it's an interesting different setup, right? They stacked all of their util on B, expecting a B hit. At the end of the day, it is much more likely with the null command, usually the go-to choice.
Lives do come through here for something. Start working its way back across the opposite side of the map with everybody else. Quick TP out, Bane with a check. Spots 1.
That should keep all the focus at high alert here on the A side.
Smoke sent, no command now through Mako, unable to try to come up the works with those snake bites. On top here is Foxy9, puts a little bit of damage down. The knives eventually do find their mark. Mako, Foxy, both going to be taken down. Buzz arriving, finding the head there up Jing, finding another, drags across and narrowly does get something as well. Forsaken now, last one alive. As the dart goes through, they know exactly where he's at. And there's a swing out from Bane behind. 9-9, we're tied up. It was a weaker buy overall from the side of Paper Rex. A bit committed to it, but 3-round streak here for DRX. The biggest win streak that they've had this entire series on either map.
Yeah, not only the biggest win streak, but not counting the Pistol of Ascent, the first time that Paper Rex isn't in the lead this entire match. I was thinking to myself, I mean, this seemed like a risky setup, right? Just relying on the fact that it should be a B hit. Both these guys with no util to hold themselves over on A. But the trades are good, and Buzz very quick with the backup. One of the traps still being destroyed.
Scrunch attempt here from DRX, but Paper X, they completely avoid it. Opposite side of the map coming through, so now starting to panic, saying, okay, set up the smoke. Try to stop things from pushing forward here. On the side, there's the dash in, there's the TP. Foxy9 able to find Mind Freak. Something got himself forward, but Mako strikes him down. Snake bite the fragment, both stacked in on top of each other, making sure that this choke point is completely unassailable for the moment.
Everybody's here for DRX. You still have the cam over by B as well, so just worried about the mid lurk.
Oh, do find Mako. Just to the corner of the wall, pushing forward enough. As Foxy, come on.
You can do it.
Screw it. Smoke comes in, pushes forward. Can't get that trap wire set up. I mean, Rez is available, but it would basically be a sacrifice.
Yeah, and with that choke point, not the greatest bait either. Obviously, the wall already used. So they'll just try to go for a rotate, maybe a bit of a pinch. I mean, you can tell PaperX knows that there isn't much strategic hope in this round.
Spike down,
Snappy
mid.
with it. Dead. Check on the cam, just making sure that there's nobody pushing their way up in towards B main. And given the cash on hand, PaperX will just stay tucked. 12 seconds. We'll dwindle down. DRX, they will gain the lead, 10-9. Cash aplenty in their hands.
Exactly. So much econ banked up. Wouldn't be surprised if the op comes out in the next round, although maybe just because it's against PaperX, they hold off on it. Buzz
looking for it. They can take it down, but Foxy will be able to find the buy right there at the end. Yes. Okay. Timeout called. Essentially back-to-back here from PaperX.
I mean, you desperately need the adjustments. Now you've lost the lead. Curious to see, because other than the trap wires, there hasn't really been too much else that PaperX has really gained from their POV. Right? They've kind of been butting their heads into the sites. They haven't worked mid too much. So that's one thing to consider. Wonder if Foxy9, I mean, DRX, they've got so many ways they can reset up for that, though. They could set up their util there. They could go heavy on one site, still have someone just watching with the jump peaks. And I imagine that that might be the next step for PaperX. Don't have to necessarily go for a rush and a pinch, but at least work the map a bit wider. The trouble being that, obviously, their composition not the most built for it, because they don't have a great way to watch their flank.
Well, Alex, more animated as time goes on. I mean, we saw the battle of the coaches just yesterday between he and Frost.
Now that was something. That was a battle for the years for sure.
Well, Alex is working back up to that, to a similar level of energy here. Hunter's Fury, Rez online. Really break on the window as it looks like DRX getting a read that this might be over at B. Maybe they even want to try to go for another crunch.
Yeah, looks like it would be the setup for it, right? You got stacks in place for a pop flash. No, it's just going to be the 0 point in his hand for now.
Smoke sent something. Fishing with some shots here in mid. Why still some kick behind it here on the side of PaperX, but 2 stingers in play, plus that Bulldog. Damage absolutely can be dealt. % stacks pulling off the angle for a brief little moment.
So you know you've already given up mid, so you kind of have to back out, which makes Buzz's position a bit trickier. Can't hold on to B main no longer. So ideally, normally, you would want to push out of A at this point to control 50% of the map. But DRX...
Stacks.
Whoa!
He's caught sleeping, but something. Sleep at the wheel. Stacks turns back, finds that kill. Fragment now coming down. Wall set up, but Forsaken. He's going to be okay for now as the healing does come through. Slow it up on the approach, but there's 3 players waiting for this push coming in. Buzz trying to stay safe, eating a lot of damage there from the Fragment, just hopping up into the corner. Stacks tucked against the box. Now spotted, now swings out, does get taken down. Jing able to find that kill. Bane getting the buy.
Spike down, B.
He falls to Forsaken. Buzz now trying to hold things here backside, but eventually will be felled. Kills come through. Mako and Foxy arriving. Foxy going to be a little bit more cut off as Hunter's Fury opened up. Mako just trying to play elusively here. So far the plant not coming in. 15 seconds remaining.
Planted.
Snake bite not quite landing, but you know one was backside.
They decided to play this one.
Scanning ahead.
Recon over the top. Now, but gets a ping on the both. That is critical.
Now you just have to win your duels.
Creeping forward, spots one. You know that they're both in that position. Mako trying to clutch it, but Forsaken denies it away. A 4K to tie things up at 10-10. PaperX not out of it yet.
When they got stopped with the fragment, it looked like the round was over. They got paranoid. They were stuck behind the wall. The site was flooded. There were 3 people on the site. They tried to go for the staggered peaks, and PaperX is just too quick.
Nice shot.
You know, even the weaker weaponry
goes there.
Alex
Just
not
take a swig and breathe deep.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it was a clutch at the end of the day, so it's not like it was easy. But here is that op now. You've got the 0 point and the pit to make sure that B main is safe.
Smokes and playing is pulled off the angle, but given the tension to mid last round and hearing that drone, Buzz wants to try to take some space over here. Pushing lurk forward. Smoke now down. Is he going to try to push off this one?
I think he might on the last second of the dash here.
Oh my God, Defies! There's a timing shot. Yeah, look at that smile on his face. He knows he just got away with murder. The judge just shook his hand and said, "You're free to go." Unbelievable. Now, window spotting one. Foxy unable to find that kill. Bane trying to hold that tree door here onto the site. Clear up to the 0 point, swing onto the corner. Foxy got that double ding. Finds a follow-up kill. Bane setting the aim. Takes out something. Smoke does dissipate. Mind Freak now all on his lonesome. Stacks, head spotted.
I have the spike.
Doesn't want to play around with it, given how clutch Mind Freak has been. But no, actually gives him the opportunity. He's going to rotate out. Mako now ready to match. Guns drawn. Mako finds the kill in the end to give the lead back to DRX.
What? What an incredible round. Starts with the nastiest spam through this. I mean, it's not even a full spray. He just fishes for it. I mean,
like that was it. It was just a burst.
But a heroic hold from the rookies over on DRX. Fox9 and Bane bouncing off of each other, and Bane once again gets the better of something. He's dialed in now. And the kill on to Sax lets Mako know that the rotate's coming.
Again, kickback economically here for Paper Rex.
A huge tag with a 0 point as well.
Spotting out quite a decent bit there. Shock Dart not going to be clearing that wire. Second attempt, though, will go ahead and find it.
Cyber Cage makes it tough that their own smoke not finding much value because they would be making noise through it.
Revealing area.
Caught up over the top of full flash, connecting onto something, and Stacks regains his vision. He's able to find the headshot. Up over the top here, knives at the ready. K coming through, and there's the reveal. There's the meat grinder play. The setup strong here from DRX. Jing able to find one with that frenzy. Push up Bane. He's already taken that kill. DRX will get themselves up to map point.
Match point.
And the majority of this venue holding their breath, knowing that they weren't quite free, now starting to let the cheers come through on map point.
This goes here.
Operator still held in the hands of Buzz.
The series might just potentially be going the distance, but at the very least, DRX ascent, the overtime, it very well could happen.
Nice!
Now as the attempt at the thrifty from Paper Rex, you can see a sigh of relief on Stacks' face.
I mean, you can tell it has not been easy. This is the first time DRX is really, truly being challenged. I mean, yeah, they've dropped maps before, but they always still seemed pretty happy.
Last chance to hold on here for Paper Rex. Need 2 in a row. If they want that 2-0, if they want that overtime, push up. Oh, he saw it. Spotted for just a moment. The dash now at the ready. Jing, does he peek the drone? Goes and bails him out. He pulls off the angle for a moment, clears it. Wants to go for the re-peek. He does so, and Jing taking out the res. Not in play. Divine now shut down as Stacks. Been coming alive at the end of this map. Kills found, the jump out, Mind Freak picked off, and it looks like, ladies and gentlemen, things are not over yet unless Forsaken comes up with a play of a lifetime.
Last player
A 1v5 ace clutch just to keep them alive. Mako reading it, sends out the snake bite. Holds him back for now. Multiple angles that he's got to think about here. The way to try to isolate each and every fight. He finds the first. Looks for the second, but then Stacks. Strikes from back ramp. DRX turn around a rocky start on Ascent to extend this series. We are going the distance today, ladies and gentlemen. Full maps played in both of our series as both of these squads still vying, hungry for that ticket to Shanghai.
Yeah, I mean, this whole day is delivering for what it promised, but we'll send it over the desk to break down the action in more detail before we head to map 3.
Well, we did say it was going to be a map 3. One thing we didn't get right, though, that this was going to overtime, but it looks like DRX, they really wanted to finish this quickly. It took some time before they got their groove, I would say, and even Buzz woke up a little bit later in the series, but that ending was very, very strong from them.
Yeah, they look like they finally figured themselves out a little bit. I mean, it is Ascent, right? It is a defender-sided map with PRX starting on that side. It is a bit heartbreaking that you win both pistols and then immediately lose both the follow-ups. That's where I was really worried for DRX. I'm like, oh, no, this is not good. You can still see that the firepower is there for PRX. Like, they look really, really confident for the most part, but I think you kind of saw that part of the reason that DRX switches to this comp is it does cause something a lot of difficulty. He looks like he's really struggling to kind of identify where can I find that open space, where the trap wire is going to be, you know, how am I going to see past the toxic screens and things like that. Like taking mid control looked really challenging for them. So I think you saw, especially on the defender side, what exactly this DRX comp was meant for.
Yeah, the second they swapped over, definitely looked a lot better. You know, PaperX, they had a decent start, 7 rounds on the defense. You felt like they were in a pretty okay spot, but, you know, as you mentioned before, I think once you kind of take away the power from something, and then you obviously have Jing on the Sage, so you don't quite have that entry power, and you're on Ascent, so it's like, well, you know, how are we going to find entries? And they had some really good moments too, PaperX. Like, that's why it was still a close map at the end of the day. They were still able to find like 3 rounds here, and certainly, you know, pulling off the, you know, the second round after losing the pistol a couple times was pretty interesting from them as well to maybe get some momentum. But at the end of the day, just not enough, and some really huge clutches from the rookies as well, like Foxy9 and Bane holding down the A side multiple times when it just did not look possible. So shout out to them. They make this interesting. We kind of knew it was going to go to binds. We didn't know exactly how. It didn't have overtime, but maybe we get overtime for bind.
Yeah, we already knew, guys. We're going to map 3. That was pretty much set in stone. But you're right. I mean, something I feel maybe missed the presence of an entry Jing, right? Because, you know, you have something diving in and he can cause as much chaos as he wants because there is that security of a second duelist that comes in. Maybe he didn't feel as secure doing that, especially since Jing had to hang back a bit. That taken, like, Jing still made Sage look like a very much the duelist.
Yeah, oh no, I mean, the thing is Sage is a good fit for Jing when you are playing on maps that really don't suit double duelist, because it's just kind of, he can play for himself a little bit. They do get a lot of information off those walls, actually. He can play off of those in so many different interesting ways, but mostly it's freeing up your brain. It's kind of like with Lightning Fast with GE, right? Like when he's on Sage, you just kind of frees him up to frag. So it's a similar concept, I think, with Jing in some ways. But the problem is that, yeah, you're talking about, without those 2 duelists, it makes PaperX a little bit more readable in a way, because you kind of know where the attack's probably coming from, because something is usually leading the charge one way or another. But when you have him and Jing on duelists, it makes it really challenging to kind of understand exactly where are they pushing from. Are they pushing from multiple angles? Are they actually executing on this site? All these things kind of come into play.
Yeah, and then the times where you don't quite get the reads, you had some really insane clutches from the side of DRX. So I feel like, you know, it kind of was 2 and 2 put together at the end of the day from DRX. They barely got across the line. Like, we easily could have seen this go into overtime. Like, some of these last rounds as well were just kind of insane. Like, Buzz had a huge clutch as well. And eventually it just felt like PaperX just kind of ran out of steam just at the very end of the train track. So DRX, they bring us to this 3rd map, and it's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, it definitely is, especially since, like, as you mentioned, it was very, very close. All of these rounds, really. And I really do have to commend Bane because, you know, eyes were on him because he's the newcomer on the squad, right? Going up against PaperX, he really did deliver, especially when it mattered the most. When PaperX was all in there, we were wondering, can he stand up against PaperX when they're all 5? Apparently he can.
Well, that 3K from Ahaven was unreal. I mean, the swing back towards window was out of this world. So I think it's kind of part of getting that feel of the speed and the tempo at which PaperX plays at underneath you. And you can see he was starting to have to move a lot faster with his adjustments with his aim, because
he absorbed their speed in
exactly,
a way. Yeah.
Exactly. I mean, and a lot of times that could be difficult, because you see this with teams where you talk about PaperX drags you down to the mud with them. If you play at PaperX's tempo, it can be really difficult to deal with. But you can see that DRX can go toe-to-toe with them because they've done it before. A lot of these players have been there, done that, and it just took BieL one map to kind of download that information.
Yeah, I love that, especially since, you know, you saw how that carried over to the other players, right? Saw how it carried over to Buzz as well. Once, like, you know, players like BieL and Mako said, okay, this is the speed, let's pick it up a bit, let's pick up the pace, they were able to get it. And I feel like, you know, DRX did so well in those rounds that were a little PRX-y for them, but I feel like in the first half, though, PRX, they still controlled the tempo, and they still got more rounds in the first half, which means, viewers, we rank up a bit for this little game. Let's go over to our board here. You and I, oh, wow, look at you guys over here on Ascendant. Well done, well done, good job.
You're above
Good job. Yeah. Hey.
I just wanted to rub that in a little bit.
Yeah. You know, this guy, he really, really wants to win, but you guys are doing so much better. And Paper Thin, you are back.
I mean, he knew it was Paper X. He just voted against.
Yeah, I voted against what I thought was going to happen. So.
And here for Valdez, but because you kind of like you won twice, so I feel like you kind of have 2 lives. It's like when
I feel like you deserve a one up
with
here.
that. Yeah, you know.
Yeah, sure.
Give me a little dodge
move
bullet.
him like a millimeter down.
Yeah, sure. That seems good. Yeah, thank
so
you.
confident. Just like, yeah, sure,
It was close
whatever.
too. I mean, they almost clutched, like, it was 6-3, right? Paper X.
Yeah.
And then DRX got 2 rounds in a
Now
row,
you're
and they
just being
almost tied it up.
Now you're just being patronizing.
They almost tied it up. And
Enjoy your radiant, by the
and
way.
then, yeah. Feels good, man.
Yeah. But no, you are right. Paper Rex is like that kind of team again where you have to absolutely run at the pace that they're going. Otherwise, you are going to be left so behind. And DRX is just one of those teams that can catch up with them.
Yeah, again, it's the experience factor for DRX. Like, they've been there, done that for the most part, other than Bane. Everybody's played against them before. They kind of understand what it takes to defeat this team, what it takes to kind of react to them, kind of just... You almost have to do what Alex talks about doing with his own team. Turn your brains off and react. You have to have, like, those instincts built into you as players to be able to challenge Paper X at the right moments. And you saw a lot of good stuff. Even when Paper X still beats you, like, you know, there's that one moment where they're stuck behind the wall and there's, like, Stax throws the fragment right before the wall comes up and there's a paranoia. They're doing all the right things. They're on the site. They've got 3 on the site. You still get beat and then they still are able to recover. They're still able to bounce back and have good rounds. So, I mean, that's a testament to everybody in the server for DRX and the coaching staff, and everybody's prepared for this. So, I mean, it's looking good now for DRX. I mean, you never know with Bind. I think both these teams are pretty good on it, but...
It's impossible to know. I mean,
I
who's going to win this? Like, do we have a coin? Like, can we flip? I don't know. Like, Paper X seemed like the absolute huge favorites after the first map, but now DRX, they kind of stem the tide. They put up the wall. They say, okay, you're not going to pass. We are going to stop you. And now maybe they do it again, or maybe Paper X, you know, they come back. They were able to come back against Talon, so maybe they're slightly favored, but I really don't know.
Maybe, and that's where the mental game comes in, right? Which team is feeling more pressure at this point? Because both of these teams, as we jump into our third map, as we jump into Agent Select, both of these teams, they do tend to let the pressure get to them. DRX has been working excellently on that this whole stage. PRX, though, we do know that that levity is a big factor in them. It can make or break a team, and right now, what are we seeing, gentlemen? Are you liking this so far?
Sure. I mean, it's like, I was just curious if somebody was going to try something unusual here because I think DRX must have focused on Ascent in their time off, knowing that that was likely going to be a map that was going to follow through. So they kind of maybe just thought, all right, our bind comp is good enough. We still have the Cypher in there. So we still have the Viper. We still have these agents that we feel like we have a good read on how to slow Paper X down. You know, Paper X obviously hasn't had any time since yesterday really to change up their comps, so they didn't have anything in the back pocket. It's going to be an absolutely close affair on bind, I think. I think it's going to be very, very close.
Yeah, just play comfort, see what happens, you know, play your game. At the end of the day, the agent comps only mean so much, right? I think it's just going to come down to who has the better mental, who can steel themselves for a really important third map, because again, you're fighting for that spot at Masters Shanghai, and I think both of these teams deserve to be there, so only one of them can get that spot today.
I would not want to play Genji.
Oh, yes.
I would not want to play Genji.
Not in that situation, but we're going to see who does and who goes over to Masters Shanghai as we step into bind. Over to our casters, William and Achilles.
Thank you very much, Des. Yes, here we go. This one for all the marbles. Masters Shanghai, the upper bracket. All of that on the line.
And we saw on social media Xcurit had left a message with the VCT Pacific crew for Forsaken, saying let's go to Shanghai together. The older brother kept his end of the promise. See if Forsaken can match it. Bring both Susantos over to Masters Shanghai. Now PaperX on the attack. They didn't get to play too much of it yesterday against Talon.
Cam for now set up. 0 point at the ready. Sent. Does get cleared out. Trap wires as well. Gone. Util taken down. DRX forced in towards back sight. Dizzy up over the top. Quick clear on that as the Trailblazer on the hunt. Swinging out of Lamps though. Stacks able to find two. Something puts him down. Flash coming through. Foxy playing around the time with this Cove is. Oh boy, things are getting messy now. Foxy 9 goes absolutely crazy. Gets the 3K here in the pistol. This DRX, they pick up their 4th pistol of the series. Now here's the crucial question, William. Can
Will
they close
they
out
survive?
the anti-eco? But my goodness, what a start.
2 in one map, and that previous map seemed rough, but they did win it afterwards anyway. But yeah, I love that Stacks backs away, right? You hear the frenzies, you hear multiple guns, and you say, okay, this is too much. And Foxy 9, he really is just absorbing all his opponents. He's thriving in the chaos.
Set up on the wire. I believe it was spotted. Yeah, it certainly is now. Tap on the orb. Snakebite comes through. Minor amount of damage found here onto anybody.
Refilling lamps with the Bulldog. The TP to make it seem like it's just going to be a fast rotate away, and then PaperX might just wrap back around to short. No, they're going to go all the way. So it looks
Devi going to stay on alert.
Yeah, it looks like he's meant to be the fake, right? A little bit of pressure onto A, the hit onto B.
So on that jiggle out, Buzz taking a nasty shot. There from Mindfreak. Orb going to be satched up.
It's 2 orbs for free from PaperX.
And there's the counter teleport once again.
And they could just wrap all the way back to B. I mean, they still have 40 seconds.
Playing it like it's Fracture. Pac-Man style. Tuck back, Dizzy. Not actually getting the blind there. Lucky to come away with his life, but now the hit gets ready to actually come through on B. Buzz tucked away alongside the double stack boxes. Fragment going to be sent. Shaken up over the top, cleared out. Stacks able to find him. Shot's coming through as here's that wingman, pushes up into the smoke, is able to clear it out. Plant now delayed. Only 12 seconds remaining. Blast pack sent. Jing does manage to hound down Buzz, but they're going to have to try to get that spike on the floor. At least deal some additional damage. Mindfreak finding 1, finding 2. Time is gone. The round is over, but damage has been dealt. DRX will be able to close out the anti-eco this time around. They lose 3 players. They recover the most costly of weapons.
Yeah, I mean, they give up a lot, right? Both orbs. They drop 2 weapons. Bane only had a ghost. They give a lot of kills, a lot of points. I mean, Mindfreak only 3 away. Jing also only 3 away, and they've lost both of the first 2 rounds. No plants either. So this is PaperX still holding on to a lot of resources that they could build into a snowball. But Bane, it does seem like he's really back in the zone. Had a rough start this match. Now proving why people were praising him throughout the league play.
Heard some people were talking smack, and boy, did he answer the call. See Vandals, Ghost, and a Sheriff. That Guardian here for the side of DRX is Cam tucked back. Safe for now. Mako wants to take some forward space, but I mean, I don't know, PaperX getting a decent enough read here. Buzz gonna have to be careful, as there you have it, something. Outlaw in hand, comes up with the kill. Paint Shell now flying in towards back sight. Molly set up from Bane, try to slow things up, try to get some damage across as they drop their way in, but this time around, he's unable to win the fight. Jing takes him out. He buys some space. Stacks force back. Foxy now dead. As the Outlaw continues to ring true.
Spike planted.
And now the upgrade to the rifles as well.
Last player standing.
Handle in hand.
Flawless.
Cleans it up. Mindfreak pops out from Cubby. Flawless. A very fine reply here from PaperX. Their first attack side win.
Listen, DRX might be up 2-1 in terms of round score, but PaperX is looking solid with all the other setups. I mean, you got 3 ults close to being online. Yeah, DRX, they have a couple too. Oh, wow. quick with the reactions. But the thing is DRX hasn't really been able to take control of the orbs.
Contact, boys, contact. Let me call.
Or something wants to take the reins again. He's been doing that since the offseason, it seems.
Flash out is for that orb pickup.
Yeah, finally some control of the extremities from DRX.
A bit of re-aggression here. Mindfreak posted up though, trying to see just over the top of this smoke.
Spots one.
Spotted him, but can't find the damage there. Smoke will now dissipate. Buzz, playing on a knife's edge here. Oh, Smoking. Oh, he wants to use this against him, and he has. Does get knocked down to 5, but Divide, he's got the healing. He's right here alongside him. So can go ahead and get that Brimstone back up to full.
Okay, but Bane does push back out. So at the very least, DRX still has some semblance of map control. They've lost Showers, but they have B main. Thrash shouldn't catch a target.
Checks forward. Over in towards Lamp. Space. That space now taken here is Mako. Spotting out Jing. Camp not getting too much seen there. It's Foxy. Position going to be revealed. Wants to clear out that wingman, swing in. Headshot is found. That's going to be Forsaken, take it down, but now spray across into the smoke. Foxy 9 falling. Stacks trying to hold this line, but he cannot. He gets picked off. That's all on Bane. He's been noted. Wide swing out from something. He'll be the one to come away with the kill. We're tied up at 2-2.
But Paper Rex running away with the credits and the ultimates right now. Use the Thrash. He's already back up to 3. You've got Showstopper and Orbital Strike right on standby. It's not looking good, and small things like this, you know, the off angles that you can create, you're on Bind. There's a lot of ledges, a lot of boxes that you can use. We've never really heard Mindfreak make noise in these cams. Getting fired up.
There.
Well, now, pretty much sheriffs across the board, only Bane as Buzz is not having a good time. 0, 4, and 0, I do believe. The count is Stacks taking some forward space there. Garden does manage to get an excellent headshot across. Dizzy up over the top on the blind. So far, just 1 for 1. The Raze is dead. Fragments in delay. Does that hit? Yes, it does. Something kind of forced out. Oh my goodness, the headshot. Something down to 3 HP.
Just trying to create an off angle here. The heals are going to come back out, so it's not going to be an easy kill. But Mako and Foxy 9, they've already pinched onto it. If Bane can just stay alive, not all hope is lost, though it is an eco.
Still getting tagged up. Wingman spotting him. He's got to pull back even deeper now. There's Mako from behind is able to find one. Snake about to try to clear the angle.
Spike planted.
3v3, but HP bar is low, and Mako still swinging in. Ends up falling. The reveal coming through as the neural theft is committed, but they just dive out of the cyber cage and take him down. Bane dead at the same time. As Paper Rex will now gain the lead 3-2.
Yeah, I wondered if they might actually use the Orbital Strike once they had the pinch onto Garden. I thought it might have been an opportunity, but it seems like they had already made the call to just invest the ultimates, the utility into the next round. And Buzz, I mean, no support there either. Obviously, the smoke not actually blocking bullets, so it's always going to be a risk. That's the early timeout. DRX, they've been course correcting with early timeouts, this time 1 round earlier than the previous 2 maps. But the calls have been good from the coaching staff. We'll see what they identify. I mean, for one, that smoke on B main, yeah, you might be able to hold control of vision, but you can't rely on it. Paper Rex is not going to respect it. And the thing is they'll spam through the smoke and they'll still take Showers control as well. So DRX maybe having to invest a little bit more onto one side rather than hold on to these widespread defaults.
A very rocky, slow start here for Buzz in particular. He's just been getting punished time and time again. Let's see what the game plan is going to be to try to enable that raise here, but inside of Paper Rex, it's a solid rally back so far. I mean, this was the map. We saw them drop versus Talon yesterday. Talon doing a good job of really understanding how Paper Rex likes to approach this map. Well, they look to try to change things up so they're not just running the same strategies here versus DRX.
Something's already only 1 away from the Thrash again, and he has the operator, and credits to boot. I mean, Mindfreak's capped as well. So is Devi. Very rich on that side of this map. So, okay, it is going to be a bit of a heavier investment into Showers. They're not going to contest for B main.
Oh my goodness, Jing just will not allow for Buzz to have any like just any good times at all. Nice punish from Mako. Will just get the timing shot there on to Forsaken. Trade up in the end, but what an entry from Jing.
And at the end of the day, Paper X takes control, right, of both extremities again. So sure, they're down in numbers, but they'll be able to apply better pressure. Currently spread out, looking for 1v1 duels. Uh-oh.
Deep enough, and that's not spotted. Snack as he won't realizes it now. There's that shot, tucks back, tries to avoid the dizzy, does so. Devi in the meantime, swinging up, Bane spotting. Used, but Devi finds the kill. Something now joining in on this side of the map. The rotate coming back through from Mindfreak. Flash in, Mako spotted. There's the orbital, tries to swing out, tries to take the duel. Ends up falling. Something with that operator, puts down Foxy9. What started off as a numbers advantage is very swiftly taken away from them. Stacks, now the last man standing. I'm out from DRX this time, not looking to really find value. Devi will find himself a 3K in the round as Paper X now 4 rounds consecutively stretch the lead even further.
Yeah, and Paper X, this is the type of team where they'll take the risk to spread out, right, with the lower numbers. They won't bunch up, but they'll take it so slow, looking for advantageous contact plays. And once they use the util on B, that's when Devi now creeps up. The staggering of how they push up one by one on all 3 different lanes is so good.
Thank you indeed. Huge opener there from Devi. Also had the setup. That flash there in showers.
I mean, look at this. So Paper X, they've conditioned them to give up on B main control, but they're still pressuring A short. They've always been able to take control of showers. DRX, yeah, you have the cam this time in showers, but you're not feeling safe, especially not on an eco. Stinger is bought up.
Bane now rotating, trying to reinforce this B site. Just he and Stacks with Stingers in hand. Trailblazer will scout forward. Nothing really going to be spotted there as Fragment comes out to try and delay. HL's into the back. Crash now, rushing up into the side. Jing!
What?
Catching a glimpse. Must see the gun barrel of the Stinger. Just takes him down there. In tube, dives into the back, does end up falling. That delivers a weapon over into the hands of DRX. As for now, it's going to be that 4v4. TPs across the cam. Now it's going to be walled off. Mindfreak lingering, going to try to go a bit of a backstab attempt here, perhaps. Full 4-man rotate from DRX, working their way across, but Mindfreak, no, not going to go for that attempt, decides to TP back in.
All right, if you can get into the site, you still got that cam over on showers to deal with Mindfreak. The op.
Ball goes down, Buzz swings out. The op picks him off, something on the re-peek. Finds Foxy9. Couple shots his way, the quick flick, Mako, dead. Bane will finally be able to put an end to it. His hands come off, one tap. But a 1v2, still to play through. The orbital strike. He's got no idea. He's got no HP. Forsaken, crouched just next to Truck, will be able to bring him down. It's decent damage dealt, but ultimately, Paper X, it will carry forward the operator, and they have so much cash as they now move up 5-2.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the little damage.
Oh, no, he's just fishing.
I mean, Devi's teaching everyone how to fish on Paper X.
God damn.
Holy. I mean, nice attempt, but the creds just banked up, and Buzz just not able to catch a single break. I mean, he's out trying to get orbs. He's trying to get whatever going. He still doesn't have that showstopper online.
One away from it. Just been denied, starved of any value. Paper again applying pressure inside of the map where DRX are going to be weakest. 0 point, spots out 2. Got 2 in showers. We have others elsewhere nearby. So, it does lead to Bane shifting back across towards this side of the map.
Paper X realized that Showers doesn't have Cypher setups.
Orbital coming out very early here. Getting sent, just trying to stop, dissuade this push up, but Paper X, they say we've got plenty of time. They look to play this one out patiently.
Cycling through the one-ways. The orbital helps mask some of the tripwires as well.
Trailblazer quick clear on that one. Mako still forward. Tucks back, trying to now avoid this ult. These stuns from coming through, but he will fall, and Mindfreak catches Bane at the same time. 2 kills found, smoke dissipating. Foxy ready for the jump, does find one. Looks to try to challenge against Mindfreak, but Mindfreak just turns back around and finds that kill. Hope to help protect as the wingman gets the plant. Stack's not snappy enough. Taken down. It's all on Buzz. Killless thus far.
He's been spotted for a brief moment, I think. Maybe not, as Forsaken's still watching the flank, but either way, you have to save. I mean, Buzz individually, sure, he'd love to prove a point, but now's not the time to do it. And right now, I mean, DRX, they're trying to go for these holds where they think they have trap plays ready, but Paper Rex is countering the util timing so well. They wait for DRX to go through their cycle, and then they catch them in an offbeat with their own util. The smoke onto heaven, perfectly timed right as they enter. And at that point, DRX start to file in one by one. And one of the biggest differences is, back when Gen G took down Paper Rex at kickoff, it was about staying together, right? It was about always going for the trades. Whereas DRX right now is about trying to use the util to set up individual advantageous fights, but it's just not working out. There's just too many targets. And even when it is fair, Paper Rex is still ahead.
Well, now 6 rounds netted here for the side of Paper Rex. It was that attack from Talon that gave them the most struggle. But
I mean, to be fair, it was also Surf's lurks, right?
Yes.
A huge impact there.
This is already more rounds than they were able to find in that series on this attacking side. Nearly as many rounds as they got across the entire map. That was a 13-7 scoreline. So Paper Rex looking very much alive and well here. So once again, Sheriff's the line share, DRX players. All goes across. You can see that silhouette's there, the 4-man push getting ready to come through. Trailblazer trying to lead the charge here. 0 points sent out. Just go ahead and try to cancel that one out. Gets reveal on to 3. As TP used. Crunch coming in. Jing able to find one. Puts down Buzz just to continue to make sure that he can't find any value in these rounds. Gets that punish. Mako, however, still here. Snake bite sent. Thrash cleared out. Another snake bite to try to further delay as the wingman pushes up. Quick clear as Mako gets in ahead of it. Enters upon the headshot as well. Forsaken going to be taken down, but now Mindfreak striking from short. Foxy turns his attention back. He's able to find that kill. Mako gets another one tap. Something now all on his lonesome. Foxy drifting in, and something has the read.
What in the world?
Puts him down, gets the spike plant. Just for good measure, as Paper Rex now at 7, and all of these round wins have been consecutive.
Yeah, DRX, if they didn't win the pistol, things would be even more dire. And this clutch from something, I mean, I would have thought that Foxy9 had an opening here just because that timing's so short. It's not easy to have an internal timer like that. Right on the spot. Usually it's the long wraparounds that you read, but something not taking any chances. Currently 14-3. Buzz.
Going for the AWP, he does get the connection, but Stack's dead. Jing coming away with the advantage, and now the heals right back up to 100.
No info now on the side of TRX, but it's not like they feel confident enough to push out either.
Scout destroyed.
Spotted both there on the Trailblazer. Vayne here as well. Just waiting for the moment. Swing out, attempt at the paint shells. Showstopper in hand here from Buzz. Where he wants to try to send it, sends it correctly. He's able to find Forsaken. Day's not going to connect. Now Paper Rex shifting over here towards Foxy's position.
Yeah, Foxy gets the read for it. He gets the call that they've rotated out for the time being. Still 50 seconds, but he'll try to keep himself safe. Now that cyber cage will have been noted by Mindfreak.
While he's available, do they just suspect that Mindfreak kind of staring in that direction?
Buzz might be the first point of contact here.
Divine trained on the angle. Buzz on the peak. Able to find it. Spike now dropped. Mindfreak tucked into the corner. Foxy able to find one. His position revealed with Mindfreak. Plenty to try and deal with here as the volley does get sent. Flushes him out into the open, but Foxy will find the headshot. And as Buzz starts to come alive a bit, it's going to be TRX getting themselves a 3rd round win.
Crucial round for Buzz, right? Not only getting on the board, but very, very big impact kills, gets that confidence back up, and you get to keep the operator. Some big ultimates on your side of the defense as well. A great decision here, realizing that the Boombot's going to bounce out. Uses that against Jing, makes it look like he's backed off.
Nice. It's one of those moments where playing solo queue, you see your 0 A7 Razor Jet, pick up the operator, and you're like, are you serious? And then they just start popping off.
Sometimes that's just the weapon you need. Judge and Showstopper in the hand of Jing. It's going to be a fast hit. Good 0 point, though.
Slowed up, though, as, yeah.
And the narrow command, just to make sure.
Everything that Stax had basically thrown at that one to stave them off.
So it does seem like the 0 point was initially just to fish for information, but then he hears the noise. So he just has to pop the ultimate. So now the cycling not quite there for DRX.
Mind Freak potentially going to be challenging here on this angle at Showers. Showstopper, meanwhile, back over on the side itself. Jing up over the top, seeking target. Stack's going to be taken down. Mako able to find two, tries to tuck back into the smoke, but it's already been spotted. Up shot, wide from Buzz. The wingman goes in for the plant. Two players left as Bane arrives. Foxy still wrapping around through spawn. Bane clears out lamps. Still a lot more to deal with.
Yeah, this is tough for Foxy9 because he has to be able to get the first contact, and he will.
Can he get that reveal across? Yes, he can. Mind Freak now going to be spotted. They know where he's playing, but if he can isolate, if he finds one, that's going to give him that orbital. He also still has the molly to try and delay. That gets sent first and foremost.
Only goes in a little too deep for DRX.
Outside. They have the double stack. They have to get committed to this defuse now. Tempted a bit of a high-low. Mind Freak, knowing that they're going to be sticking to this one. Swings out wide enough, but the defuse has already come through. Whew. Just a hair off being able to try and deny that one away. DRX, narrow margins, but they give themselves up to 4. A chance at 5.5.
A great read from DRX, knowing that the Showstopper was going to come through. Not only do they delay it early, but Mako hides right under the smoke, where Jing's just going to be flying through. He actually goes right inside of it. That brimstone smoke going all the way down to the floor. You can't really see the legs there unless you're standing far, far away from it.
Oh, nice. Oh.
It just has not been easy today for DRX.
Certainly not. Oh, it's at 8-4.
So the pit's online. I wonder if DRX just uses it on a timer just to tighten the map a bit further. But of course, you'd never want to leave it alone on bind. There's too many ways to pinch.
For now, maybe expecting that it's going to come out if they go over to that A site. Start working their way forward as Cam spotted at least one player. Something noted there. Thrash online. PaperX though. Seeker sent. Everybody's still stacked up over here towards this teleporter. We're trying to draw on some of those rotations, but Foxy going to be detained. Stack's able to find one. Man, Foxy dead to his own teammates. Molly, however, means that the trade up is there. Stack's taken down as he tries to swing out from backside. See the disappointment there on his face. Mako now dead. The plant coming through. Buzz, the only one left alive. Full util, but an operator in hand. As the they'll just spam him out. Does not giving him any hope, any opportunity whatsoever. 8-4 on the half once again, much like we saw on Lotus.
I mean, Buzz is usually that guy that's really staying in the game, creating space, and PaperX just will not give him an inch, knowing how strong that player can get. You know, a bit of an unfortunate team kill there with the Thrash detain, slowing Foxy up. It's stuck in his own team's molly, not able to escape it in time. And you can tell the smiles have all been wiped away from DRX. I mean, a lot of players, ex-pros, have talked about the power of just really keeping the joy going, right? Not letting yourself get too pressured on your own. DRX struggled with that for 4 years. Seemingly, Bane was the magic they needed to escape it, but not today. Not in front of a home crowd, not against their rivals of PaperX. Everything on the line.
Pistols widely in their favor. They need this one to be, as you pointed out earlier, you know, 2 of their 4 rounds. It was that pistol, was their ability to finally close out the anti-eco. And then widely, it was quiet from the DRX camp ever since then. You need to repeat that off the rip here, but then, you know, you're looking at a bonus conversion, etc. This attack needs to be absolutely monstrous. And that just doesn't feel possible unless Buzz really starts heating up. All the turnarounds.
Attack. Now, not going for the half armor for Buzz this time. Favoring a little bit more utility across the board. So understanding that PaperX, they definitely play a lot of flood retakes. They'll go for a lot of aggression. That harbor really enables Paper X to be a bit more mobile, a little bit more fluid, one would say, here on this map of Bind. So GRX wanting the util to counter that.
Well, orb set up. Find something ready for a double face out at long. 0 point, only catching the one.
Mostly gets tagged by it as well to make it look like it might just be one here on the site. But something's watching.
The wall set up, and Snacks taking an immense amount of damage there, down to 34. Smoke's coming through. Paint shell to check over towards Cubby. Divide with that Trailblazer, knowing that he's up above. Just can't quite get the angle on him. So for now, sight will be DRX's. Can they defend it? DRX get that retake?
Yeah, Buzz has to watch out for his left side around elbow. He has to remember that they were trying to spam upwards.
Smoke dissipating. Ching spotted. Spray through. Takes him low. Gets the sights back over that way. Puts a couple more shots through and gets some decent damage dealt. Heals streaming here from Divide. Flash looking good. Snacks will be the first one to fall. Buzz on the repeat. Able to find one. Tries to get tucked back here alongside the wall. Gets that mid-air headshot there on the Divide. Mitchell in hand, but the covering fire coming through as Mako and Bane clean up the rest. They keep Buzz alive as the RX keep the hopes alive. Take another pistol win.
A huge round for Buzz and great backup as well. Even Foxy9 jumping out of the smoke just to keep Buzz alive. I mean, if he had gotten the kills, great. But he dies, keeps Buzz alive, and then Mako's still there for the crossfire. And it seems if DRX can figure out the reason they won that pistol is because they were ready to trade for each other by staying grouped up, rather than going for 1v1 duels around utility. That could be the key to victory.
Second paint shell not even necessary. Nice! Solid there. Pop off a bit from Buzz. Energy ramped up as Buzz angry, able to find two quick kills right off the rip. As it is just a blink and miss it round. Paper X plus forward. They W key game out into B long, and DRX, they push him into the bin.
You know, Paper X finally getting a taste of their own medicine.
Replay. It's the entire round.
Yeah, just play it out for sure. Goes for the good anti, still owes the sprays. Teammates bouncing in and out of the high tides. But again, I mean, if DRX can recognize again, it's about staying grouped up, knowing that the Paper X train does not stop. Coach Solo joked about it. He said all he told Gen G was to trade before the grand finals of kickoff.
They taking some very forward and aggressive positions there. Couple shots over towards Buzz. You can breathe easily that he's still alive.
Now, no Sentinel on the side of Paper X, so a lot of pressure on Mindfreak to try to hold on to Showers. Foxy9 knows that if he can get the right timing, he should have a better chance keeping control of this.
Sentinel's play was not a problem for Paper X on Lotus.
True.
Gonna try to make sure that it's not an issue for them here. Cam spotting onto one, something though, he's now crept forward, taking space instead in Showers. His rotations starting to work their way across over towards B. Players still set up, looks like, okay, Forsaken just wanting to set up that harbor wall. It's a little bit more unassailable as final smoke here from Mindfreak will be sent, just replacing that one at short. Creeping around the side, Dizzy gonna be sent, Mosh now turned, there's the entry from Buzz, able to stabilize that spray, finds one. The smoke just behind him.
30
is
seconds
Mindfreak,
left.
statuesque for now. They check out Showers. Nothing spotted there. Buzz joins in with Foxy9.
Good post-plant control for DRX. All they have to worry about is the flank, but the trap is there. So Jing should be spotted.
Mako hearing the footsteps, swings in, maybe not anticipating two players. Mindfreak now makes his presence known. Jing still approaching from behind, gets the headshot. Bane taken down. Mindfreak finds Foxy9. It's now all on Buzz. Paint shells at the ready. Sent to try to interrupt, but they hold it up to half. Clear them off for a brief little moment, but cannot get the kills. Paper X with the defuse will move up to 9.
I mean, just seems a little unfair, doesn't it? DRX, they try to go for advantageous 1v1 fights. They can't win it. But Paper X, they'll win all of theirs on the retake. Sure, this one, a little bit of a swarm, but Mindfreak, solid as always.
One enemy remaining.
Right as the high tide rises, just knows the timing around that utility.
Nice shot.
Oh no.
Right there.
Going to the Rifle v Rifle. Decent showing so far from DRX. Those first two rounds, a little bit of damage dealt, but Widely, Paper X able to shrug off that last round. By holding, going for a jiggle, but double push up out of hookah. This is going to be devastating. There's the first one. Looks for the second, but decides to back away. Doesn't want to overdo it. Mind Freak stays tucked here. Shoulder by shoulder, and Stacks does end up falling to 5. Peeks out of long, it's able to find him. Mako breaks open A a little bit there as Showers in their hands, but Forsaken still needing to be dealt with. Foxy creeping up out of the wall. Forsaken unable to find the adjustment. Mako gets himself a second kill, but now it's going to be TP's in from behind. Bane out deep, does have that spike in hand, but he cannot get the shots. Should have spotted the second player as the Seeker now chases in. The other one expiring, they knew that Mako was already there on the site. And this is now a very dire situation for DRX.
Yeah, the spike's being absolutely pinched, and Mako, he wants to try to create some space,
He's gotta win this fight versus something you would suspect, but instead he's going back over towards A.
They think it's just in Showers. Bane has no idea.
So Flash gets ready to come through. He cannot turn away from it. The BieL will find the kill, and you can see him leaning back in his chair. Knows that he absolutely needed to survive there, needed to find that kill. Mako now dead. A one tap from something to get Paper Rex up to double digits. 3 rounds is now separating Paper Rex from a ticket to their second Masters event of the year.
DRX's start to the rounds are just getting red hard, right? The early smokes, I mean, this is all relying on the fact that Paper Rex adheres to the rules, that they respect the utility, they respect the default timings, and you know that that's not how they play Valorant.
Good trade, G.
Good trade indeed. Well, timeout now called from DRX. Last one of the series. Paper X still holding on the 2, so even if that run back does come in, Alex has plenty of opportunities to try and disrupt the flow.
DRX, I'm wondering why they had to meet Paper X right as the magic returns. Not only returns, maybe even has gotten even stronger. But at the end of the day, it's up to them to have to battle through it. Been good for it in the years past. They really want to buy the faith of their fans back this year. This would be the moment to do it.
And while, yes, it's not full dire straits quite just yet for either team, you have that lower bracket, that match. That's tomorrow night.
Yeah.
Both,
I guess it's Gen G.
All of these teams are going to be playing tomorrow night. Winner of this versus T1, loser versus Gen G. Be damn certain that Gen G not going to be looking to have the same mistakes as they had earlier today. Paper X, though, they might have a read as Foxy on that peak. Does spot him out. Kill not found, though, with a Sheriff.
Yeah, but look at Paper X. They already read this, right? The only time that Foxy9 pushes towards hookah is when it's a B pinch.
Bosch trying to slow things up. Jing takes out Mako. Showstopper at the ready. Spawns one backside, but no, the rocket connects into double box. Something finds Buzz, cleans him up. The orb attempt is there from Stacks, but he will just end up falling all the same. It's looking like a flawless off the back of the timeout as Foxy. He needs to die at some point. Doesn't want to just carry over that Sheriff, not get the cash bonus.
I mean, if Paper X really wanted to deliver the mental damage, this is where they would just let Foxy9 live, quite frankly.
Oh, you just run away from him.
Yeah, you spot him and you just say, all right, peace. I mean, for now, sure, there's still so much time, so you're protecting the spike, but some teams might do that. Paper X, though, they'll always enjoy the extra kill. A little bit more on the board, obviously Forsaken, Jing, very close to their ultimates. But it's Savai who cleans it up. And like you said, Achilleos, flawless coming in. And now Paper X 2 rounds away from making it to Shanghai. Forsaken 2 steps away from joining his older brother onto an international stage of VCT.
And similar scenes that we saw from the start of the map. First 2 rounds going the way of DRX, but then that streak building up. Now 3 rounds consecutively here in the second half for Paper X. They made it all the way up to 7. This time they only need to make it to 5. Thrash online, pit available for Mako if they can try to get themselves into some kind of advantageous post-plant position. And 0 point will spot out the 2 players over on B.
So now DRX finally playing like they used to against Paper X, which is let them push out. They have to. They don't have a Sentinel, but they do have double initiator, so a lot of info still able to get gained. Already takes shower control. Already gets the Showstopper online for free.
Orb take is there, so now the Thrash, the Showstopper, 2 critical tools available for Paper X. Something again, pushing forward. Trailblazer looking to scout over towards Long. Something now in a position to try to backstab if they pull back far enough, and Mako is not reading this at all. Something gets the value. Again, Buzz up over the top, turns back fast enough. Is able to find a vibe, and now the Showstopper in play here from Jing. Jumps forward, sends it over towards Garden, cannot find that kill. Detain does go through, Bane caught over Garden. Stacks wrapping around backside, comes with the kill, auto forsaken, but he's not ready for Jing there in 2. Kill found, Jing gets another, gets the 3rd, he's looking for the 4th, and he has it! Jing has a hunger for blood and for international appearances. He says, I missed out on the first one. I wasn't there with the team when they went to Madrid, but by God, I will be there when we go to Shanghai.
I mean, how do you stop this guy? He's just ready for every single shot. And now, match point. Absolutely ridiculous showing from Paper X. I mean, seemingly just discombobulating DRX, not even able to play around the orbs. I mean, it's not even like DRX, they're not just losing aim duels, they're losing the map.
Some players just own certain sites. You think of Zest on Ascent A, you think of Jing on Bind B. Shades of his performance versus NRG forever ago now at this point. Divide TPing across the map. Trying to be kept honest there by Fox. He stacks able to find one, but now Forsaken putting down Stacks, putting down Bane. He puts down every single one! Foxy9, last man standing. Reckoning coming his way. Has the reveal, but it's a 1v3. Everything stacked up against him. Stacks bled out a couple pot shots his direction, 41 HP. As the volley, he's got a small spot to tuck away in, but Mind Freak is aware of it. He spares him his blushes, he shuts it down. As Paper X will defeat DRX 2-1. Another victory for them, and they punch their ticket to Masters Shanghai.
An absolute masterclass from Paper X. Winning both individually, but also as a team. Reading the timeouts, the prep was there, and they had to play a match yesterday. Almost got knocked out of playoffs by Talon in what would have been an incredible upset. But they come in and they remind DRX that they are not to be trifled with. Completely dissecting the game plans and the map at its core against the Korean Kings.
He's consistently stopping them from building up any momentum there on Bind. Gorgeously done from Paper X. The fans here to show their support, absolutely rewarded. And of course, it's just the beginning because the upper final is tomorrow. The Susanto showdown once again.
It returns.
We'll see which team is going to be able to come out on top of that one, but either way, we've got a Susanto summer in Shanghai, as both brothers will be participating in that event. One more slot available, plenty more games to be played, but first, let's break down the action here from this third and final map as we send it back over to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, casters, and yup, two Susantos, both of them